Rubes.
Oh my God, I forgot to unmute myself. You see, y'all, it's been a long week. I'm like sitting there talking to myself. Like, girl, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, good. I'm not gonna lie. I always say this at night for the sleep, but I'm tired. But I'm gonna try not to fall asleep tonight. What's going on with you?
Oh, girl, I believe in you, first of all.
Oh my
Second of all, y'all, it has been a week from hell. Okay?
God.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. And you know what? I'm ready to beef about it. Yeah, that's right. Y'all heard me. I'm gonna beef with y'all about something you didn't create. That's right. I am pulling woman tactics today. Okay, so I am ready. That's why we're doing an open panel. I'm ready.
Oh my God. Yeah, we couldn't really think of anything, so he was like, let's do an open panel. Cause do you want to brief them up a little bit on what's going on, or not really? Not everything, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll give you a generalized synopsis. So for those of y'all who were around about 5 6 weeks ago, my condo exploded. It was not a fire and bomb kind of explosion. It was a sprinkler kind of explosion. If you do not think them sprinklers installed in these brand new condos is an explosion, it's because you've never seen one go off. Um, Demolished my condo. I have been in a struggle life since then, from just trying to find somewhere to live. They were not going to fix the condo anytime soon, pretty much. Like, they might start in fall, and it's entirely gutted out. Okay. And I'm telling y'all, because of the severe thunderstorm that gutted out a bunch of cities, actually, there's a lot of issues with shortages of temporary rentals and Airbnbs. And I'm telling you, there's a lot of scammy Airbnb people out there these days too. And a lot of good ones who have backed out because of a lot of scammy Airbnb renters. Okay, let's be real. Um, and so we just had problem after problem after problem. Eventually we moved back into this scammy, terrible, terrible place to wait it out. What am I waiting out? I was waiting out, basically, y'all. I own a house. For those of y'all who watched my early videos, y'all have seen my house. But when I hurt my lower back, it made it hard to go up and down the stairs. We moved into a condo instead, rented out the house. And so now I need my house back. And you know what? Realistically, our renter's been a little bit of an issue. Okay, been a little bit of an issue as far as not paying and being other kinds of problems. So you know what? We gave him an eviction notice, and that has been a problem. That was a major problem. We have finally resolved the problem, and so I will be moving into my house very shortly. However, I'm telling y'all something, okay? First of all, children, drugs are bad. Second of all,
Mhm.
children, enabling ain't shitness is only going to lead to more ain't shitness, okay? And
Mhm.
for those, listen, we talk all the time about mamas in this space. We do. We talk about moms. We talk about how these ancient kids who don't love their sons and da, da, da. We talk about them all day. You know what we don't talk about though? We don't talk about these mothers who love their sons too much and coddle them
Yeah.
and enable their ain't shitness. And so you got a bunch of spoiled ass brats walking around thinking that they're men, thinking that they're about something, thinking they can afford stuff when really it's their mama paying for it, and their
Mm.
mama turning a blind eye, and their mama funding all of their ain't shitness, right? And so that is in essence what I have been dealing with this week, is a mama who enables ain't shitness and is
Mama boy.
completely delusional. Oh my God. Oh, the worst kind of mama boy, because she doesn't even see how ain't shit her son is, no matter how much evidence to the contrary, right? She thinks her son is the greatest thing on earth. He is the smartest. Not my son. My son would never this. My son would never. My son would never.
Mm.
I've heard that from that woman so many times. My son would never. But he is right now. No. Someone's making him do it. My son would never. Like, girl, it's beyond mama's boy. And the worst thing is, he doesn't even treat her like he is a mama's boy. You know, like mama's boys are normally, they coddle their moms, are always around them and stuff. Not
Yeah.
this one. Mm-mm. No, he calls his mama when he needs an ATM. That's it.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
and she don't realize this. She just loves her son.
That's what happens when people have miracle babies, okay? I'm going to tell
Mhm.
y'all, we haven't talked about this. We talk a lot about how women think that they can, just delay child rearing forever and they can just have babies at 52 like Janet, right? Um, that's not real. That's not real. But some women, right? In the case like my tenant and his mom, right? Some women have a hard time conceiving though. They try for years or even decades to conceive. And then they finally have a miracle baby. And that's what happened in this case. And her miracle baby was born in the early 80s at like 2 pounds. I don't know if y'all know anything about medical science back in the early 80s, but a 2 pound baby who's a preemie was not likely to live, right?
Yeah.
And hers did. And so I think that right there started this never ending saga of enabling, right there, because it's like, my
Hmm.
miracle, my son's a fighter, my son's a grower, my son's a, okay,
So, and it was her
congratulations.
only son, her miracle baby. That makes a lot of sense why she spoils him so much like that.
Mhm. Right? Not the daddy's only son, though.
Oh,
Not
so
even
the daddy got more kids.
the daddy has more kids from his first marriage. He has a son and a daughter, I think it was.
Hmm.
And so, the dad saw right through his son and all of his foolishness, right? Um,
Hmm.
but the mom didn't realize like that's what it was. She's like, "You're just so mean. You just don't understand." It's like she's one of those situations. Yes, obviously I know my tenant. Obviously I do. That's why I can tell y'all this is the whole life story over here, right? Um, but yeah, so even though when the father was alive, right? He passed away recently. R.I.P. to him. But when the father was alive, he was trying to step in between that. Like, hey, he's grown. No, I don't want any of my money going to fund your grown ass son. He works. He should be
Hmm.
funding himself and whatnot, right? Um, but the mom was not having any part of that. She would secretly sneak him money instead, right behind her husband's back. And yes, she was married. She was not some single mama. Okay, she was married for like 40 years. Okay, this is not like some secret. Actually, longer than that. I guess maybe it was about 50 years they were married.
Hmm.
Considering the tenant's 40, right? And she was trying for a long time to conceive first, and she was only trying after they got married, right? So, it's not just single mamas and the single mama situation that's creating, ain't shitness. Let's be real,
Yeah, definitely.
right?
This is crazy. So I guess our
Mm.
first topic is gonna be about mothers who ruin their sons and mama's boys.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Right? Now, I want an answer to this, right? And gentlemen, ladies, okay? I'd love to hear from the ladies today. Honestly, ladies, I swear to God, I know a lot of y'all don't like to come up here because you feel like you're going to get ganged up on. But I was telling Melody before we went live, I feel like I'm on the side of the sisterhood today in a lot of ways. I don't know. I'm telling you, I feel a lot of bitterness today. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it in my soul. But
Hmm.
no, I really want to know, because everyone likes to blame it on single motherhood and all this stuff. But, dude, that's not the situation here. So, where's this coming from? It's got to be coming from something other than being a single mother, right? Like, where
Hmm.
are these? I mean, mothers can ruin their sons, right? And the single mother, we talked about that. But why are these women who are married, right? Why are they stepping in and infantilizing their sons and ruining their sons in this whole other way, where they won't let them just grow up and be men, right? Where they won't have them accept accountability, where they literally will fight to the death for their child, like in all the bad ways, right? Instead of being like, ooh, no, I'm not going to enable you, say doing drugs or beating your wife or whatever it is that they're doing, right? It's like,
Hmm.
I don't understand this. If we only had the single mother issue, then we'll, turn around single motherhood and we fix the problem. But that's not the only issue. Because these married people, some of these married moms are ruining their children too. And I would like to know how and why. Why is this happening? This is not
It's
singleness.
it's not just singleness, it's a mother thing. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, whether they're married or they're single. I think the way these mothers were raised is trickling down on their children, whether it's their son or their daughter. That's why we have ain't shit women, excuse my language, and ain't shit men because of the mothers. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I
I
don't
know.
think you can.
I know. I'm sorry. Hey, listen, y'all. I hope I looked all right. No.
You did a flash. I mean, it was just a flash, but hey, you know you look good.
Girl,
But
I hope so. But
you already know you look good. But we have a guest. Hi, Jack Spade.
oh, Mr. Spade.
Goody.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Do
I'm
not
sorry.
allow her to call me Mr. Spade.
I'm sorry. I can't help it. I can't help it. It's just there, Mr.
Not Mr.
Spade. You know?
Spade. what's what's
Y'all,
going on?
y'all remember the show? What is that? Uh, oh, what's that show? Charmed
Yes.
with the
Yes.
classic Ruby. Don't make me have to vanquish you.
Sorry.
What's wrong with Mr. Spade? What's wrong with saying that?
Oh man, it's a long story, but it's all good. But what's up, everybody on the panel? What's up, everybody in the chat?
Hello,
What's
hello.
up?
Just bear with me. I got candy in my mouth. But
It's okay.
the thing about the mothers in a marriage, I had to deal with it myself. I mean, my. Let me take this damn candy in my mouth. My bad. So when I was married, my wife was my son's stepmother, and that is something that I had to deal with. Just like, yo, he's a boy. He has his father in the house, and his father wants the best for him. I'm trying to prepare him for manhood. I'm not trying to hurt him. I'm not trying to, discourage him or mess with his confidence or self-esteem. I'm trying to prepare the young man when he steps out into the real world and tackles, the ebbs and flows of the world, that he's able to meet the challenges. There's going to be expectations of him from me. There's going to be expectations of him from society. If he decides to get married, his wife is going to have expectation, and the children are going to have expectations. So it's my job to try to make sure that when he gets out here, he's the best man that he can possibly be. But I'm talking to someone who the world did not expect the same out of her, and I had to deal with the same thing with his mother. It's like, yo, y'all busy trying to damn turn this boy into a freaking simp. I'm trying to make him into a man. So this is a
Mhm.
situation when you had the father that was active in the relationship. Let's not even talk about the situations where there is no dad around, or where dad is only part-time there. And women can only, and I'm put an asterisk on this, women can only teach boys what they are. And the flip side is, if I had a daughter, I can only teach my daughter who I am, and that's being a man. So I would probably really would have to have a woman come in that I trust to help develop her womanhood. Because like, it left up to me, she'd be a dude.
Yeah.
Now, I want to
Or
say one thing though, because now in the case that I brought up, so I was bringing up a specific person. It is now officially my ex-tenant of my house. Yay. And so I'll be moving into my house again shortly. However, the thing with this ex-tenant, right? His mom ain't trying to raise him to be nobody's simp. In fact, if anything, he has literally said to the woman that he did not. I mean, this is why his ex left him. He didn't raise. She didn't raise her son to be nobody's nursemaid. And da 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 da. She didn't raise her son to be nobody's this and that and whatever. Basically, she raised her son to be mothered by someone else, and also simultaneously hated and judged by her at all costs, right? Because her son should be free of all accountability and all responsibility, right? Like, nothing is his fault, nothing is his responsibility. Somehow everyone should pay for his mistakes. Right, but like, definitely he should not sin for anyone. That is not what this mother at least wanted, and that's why I'm like, we talk about, I guess the typical way mothers can ruin their sons, but I'm like, there is this other subset of women out here who are like doing this, like this mother has done to her son, and that has literally made now a 40-year-old man, who's, I mean, he's almost worse than a child in a lot of ways. All of the food in the fridge had been expired for like well over a year. The filth factor was just, I mean, it was appalling. The clothing was just I mean, I don't even know why you would have drawers or a closet. None of the clothes go into any of those things. It's almost like just no one just taught him that he was responsible for any of these things. And when I say it's like that, I mean it's literally like that. Like, apparently he lived at home until he was damn near 30, right? That and his mother woke him up every day for work and made sure he went to work and made him open his mail in front of her and then dealt with the stuff that was inside the mail and paid off
Wow.
his bills. Oh yes. When I say like it was just like it's like this whole thing where it's just like he was on one side forever stuck in infancy. But then on the other side, like she wasn't expecting like a husband either. It
I'm
was weird.
surprised that she let him move out the house.
She didn't actually let him move out of the house. He kind of snuck himself out of the house slowly because he would also disappear for days or weeks to, party, do whatever he wanted to do. That's what I mean. Like, it wasn't like a son's been, you have to be there every day by 9 or whatever. And so what he
Mhm.
did was just slowly move out. Like, he moved in officially, right? But then, like, well, I guess ex-girlfriend, he moved in with her, but then he slowly snuck enough of his stuff out that one day she realized, wait, you moved out, didn't you? Like that's what happened. Yeah, she didn't just like
Unbelievable.
let it happen.
And
Yeah.
how old was he when he finally got out of her house?
Damn near 30. And damn near 30, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, dude, all I can say about that dude, he's gonna be forever him because he just moved from one mama's house to another mama's house. He's never gonna get a chance to
Mm-hmm.
really grow.
Mm-mm.
Well, pretty much, right? And well, that's in essence what happened, right? Because initially they were great tenants, right? And so I didn't really feel any ways about. I figured my house is being well taken care of. That's how I felt about it, right? This is like a house I renovated with my own 2 hands. So I'm feeling good about it. But then, when he was left to his own devices, right? When his ex left him, um, that is apparently when everything fell into disrepair. And if he doesn't have a girlfriend at the time to be cleaning up after him and cooking for him and grocery shopping and just doing all of the stuff that you would have to do to maintain a house and maintain a yard and whatever, none of it gets done. Not none of it. None of the indoor work, none of the outdoor work. Nothing gets accomplished. And it's like, really? Like just nothing? Like you can't even like do your own laundry? Like nope. If he
Oh
doesn't have
my
a woman to take
goodness.
care of it, it's not getting done. And I do mean all of the work. Women's work and men's work.
Yep, as Mister Know It All posted, she raised her son to be a strong, defiant a black woman. I agree with that 100%.
Hmm. I think we all agree with that.
Yeah. So
Now I don't know
in
if
her
I don't know if
image,
he's black. I don't know if the person is. I don't know if
yeah,
he's
he's black.
black. But
Mhm.
okay, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's
Uh,
black.
Mister Know It All is 100% correct.
That was
Absolutely.
funny. That was fun.
Yeah.
You know what the messed up thing is, right? So I'm gonna be moving back into the top level of my house, but there is a basement apartment, and so honestly, I'll be real. Me and my mom are kind of the same in this. We have a bleeding heart for like the black man, and so there was a single black father, and he had his 2 kids, and it's like a 1 bedroom basement apartment, so it was like 3 people. But you know what? He really needed a break. He needed a break. He was leaving a nightmare ex, who's the mother of his children. And, he just needed a break. And so we decided to give him a break. So he got rent in a really nice neighborhood, honestly, for way cheaper than we were going to be renting the basement of. And I'll tell you, he's amazing. He's great. This man who has his 2 kids and whatever, and the kids are great. They're just great. They're amazing tenants, right? And it's just like it's night and day, to see that man who clearly he feels, the accountability and the responsibility, and really takes care of the place nicely and takes care of himself nicely and whatever, versus this other man who is older than that tenant, right? The one who lives upstairs was older than the one who has the 2 kids downstairs. And like you would swear to God it was reversed. You would swear to God the one upstairs was the one who's 20 years old, first time on his own or whatever. And the one
Mhm.
downstairs is the one who's 45. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
just mind blowing. And it's like you have the better place. You have the better deal of stuff, it's just I don't know. I just find it so mind blowing, and I'm like, how could you raise your kid into that? But then now that your kid is like that, How are you not so disgusted and ashamed of what he is and what he's become that, like, why aren't you trying to fix it? You know, why aren't you holding him accountable now? Why aren't you saying, no, sorry, bank account of mom is closed. You're going to have to figure your own stuff out. You do work. You have an income. If you've wasted all your money, that's on you, son. Like, I don't get it. You know what I mean? I really don't get it.
You know what I think too? You said he had a father in his life,
Yeah.
but you said they were both older parents, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So maybe the father was in his life, but wasn't in his life. Like, you know how you have those
Mm,
mothers who are those strong, independent mothers, and she run everything. She runs her husband, she runs her kids. That's what it sounds like. It sounds
mm.
like it was one of those situations. So the father had no say so.
And there are husbands slash fathers that are in those type of relationships.
Hmm.
You you have this segment of guys, they're fighting tooth and nail with the mother slash wife. And then you have the other segment of guys where they're like, well, hey, she'll grow out of it.
Right.
It's a jacked up household, and at the end, it's not productive for anyone. But reality sets in. We have households that are like that.
Yeah, definitely. The father does sound like he may have been submissive in this household, that he didn't take control, he didn't wear the pants in a relationship. And I even know people like that where the mother's the head of the household and the kids are a
I can
mess
go
because,
upstairs. My phone is
"Hmm? Oh, you okay? Yeah."
using.
Oh no, I was saying like and then
Okay, hurry up again.
the whole house was a mess because the mother
My
was
son was a
running
very
the household. Your Borgen, Ruby.
withholding type, right?
Oh, Ruby's gone. She'll be back. Yeah, but like honestly, like I see those type of relationships all the time where the mother is the man of the house. And usually when with those relationships, the kids come out just like they were raised by a single mother. They come out horribly.
That is true, or either they come out horribly and then resenting the mother, and then they're taking that resentment out on other women.
Yep, absolutely. I think
One of the things. Oh, keep going. My bad.
no, I was like, I do agree with that. Your statement.
One of the dumbass statements that I was getting from my son's mother was, "Well, if you treat your son like that, if you're too hard on him, he's going to hate you." And I said, I'd rather for him to hate me and be able to spell the word hate than love me and can't spell it.
Right. Right, exactly. Like these women are out of control, I swear. And that's why I love this space because people are starting to see through women's BS. Like seriously. And men, you guys need to step up too. You know what I mean? Like as far as stop letting these women run all over you.
Oh Lord, that's a whole 2 hour topic
Right? Well,
right
no,
there.
we can talk about that too because it's an open panel. Because men have to take some responsibility. Like even though most of the time it is the men need to take control. And I hate to say this because we are in the black community. I love my black people. But when you look at other races of people sometimes, like let's say like Muslim, like Arabic men, they will never let a woman run all over them. They take control. And sometimes they use force, which I'm not saying it's right to do because as soon as somebody uses force on a black woman, she's calling the cops. You know what I mean? But I mean, to keep a woman in check, if that's what they have to do to keep their woman in check, it's working. Whatever they're doing is working. So I think black men do need to take their crown back from these women because these women do think they're king.
Well, with my situation, as I said the last time I was on the panel, my son, he'll be 30 in September, but um, it was a toxic 3-year relationship between me and his mother, to the point where I ended up moving out and going on with my life. But when I left, I said I'm going to figure out a way how to get my son the best way I could.
Mhm.
And the luck, divine intervention, faith, whatever you want to call it, I got lucky and I was able to eventually get my son. I lucked
Mhm.
out. There are other men out here who, they leave with the same intention, and they try their best. They just could not get their child or children. So I've been there, frustrated. Enough is enough. But like I said again, I lucked out and got my son. There are other guys out here who, they're feverishly trying to do the same, and they're still trying, or the child or children now, they're grown and they never could have the opportunity to do it. Just enough is enough. And like I said, for a father that's thinking long term, they're looking out for the best interests of their child or children. They're not looking to be spiteful to the mother, but they want
Mhm.
the best for him or her.
Yeah. And I think most kids would be better off with their fathers. 100%.
It goes back to the individual. There's some great dads, there's some great mothers, and there's
Mhm.
some shitty dads, and there's some shitty mothers. So all is always a case by case situation, and sometimes we've had people that they end up living with their grandparents, and their grandparents did a great job. So each one is going to be a case by case. But yeah, like I said, this is a whole 2 to 3 hour topic on that just alone.
Yeah, definitely. But we're gonna talk about
Hello.
that and other things. Hi, Ruby, you're back.
Yeah, sorry about that. We got into the underground, and like I thought initially we were connected. I was in there talking, and it was like, nope, I was gone. So I ran up the stairs as fast as I could. Well, not up the stairs, but waited until the elevator came and whatever. Anyway, so but I wanted to agree. See, I think on one side, here's the thing. The woman was not just to clarify, like she wasn't the type who's like, I run everything and then, daddy's a simp. That's not what it was. Daddy was the man. He had
Oh, not again. Okay, well, while we wait for Ruby to come back, let me read Dane's super chat. Thank you, Dane C, for the $2 super chat. He says, salute Melody and Ruby Roo with a whole bunch
thank
of
you,
hugs and
Dane.
kisses. Thank you. We appreciate you.
We do, especially with all the technical difficulties.
All right, but bear with us. We're working from our phones. Bear with
Yeah,
us.
right.
Man, stop being lazy. Just shovel the snow from one end of the street to the other. Get the snow off them. Get the snow off them cable wires.
God,
Dang, well, we might as well read Dane's second super chat since we here. Thank you, Dane.
thank you.
And he said, Melody, you and Ruby planning on building a mic setup? How do you build a mic setup?
What
Like,
that mean? Getting
I
good
don't know,
mics?
right?
Yeah, as soon as we get our laptops back, because we both have water damaged laptops,
Yeah.
we will be
Right now, I have
setting
a
it
water
up.
damaged life. I don't even know. Everything's
Yeah,
water damaged.
unfortunately. But we'll get there.
Yeah. I actually have a really nice mic. Luckily, actually, I don't even know if it got damaged. I don't know where in the storage area it was, but it wasn't out. So hopefully my mic and everything's still good. I guess we'll find out eventually at some point.
So,
But yeah, sorry. So as I was saying, hopefully I can make it through a whole sentence this time. But yeah, so the father was like a man's man. Like there's man's work to do. So if you got to shovel the driveway, he shovels the driveway. If you got it this, you got it this. You got it that, you got it that. He was the type of man who 100% took care of the man's business. But he didn't. First of all, he didn't. So there's cultural transmission, right? And that basically means instead of you just like expecting when people get to a certain age they just know how to do stuff, is you teach them those things slowly over the course of their lives, right? So in the case of, for example, man's work, that means from the time your kid is really young, he's going out with you to help shovel the snow. And he's not very much help because he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. But you're slowly talking to him about it and telling him the tips and tricks that you've used and da da da. And so slowly over time he kind of gets the hang of it. He goes, oh, okay, that's what we do. Okay, cool. Oh, we use the salt here. Oh, okay. And then he tells all his friends, I helped my dad do da 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 da. And then, slowly over time, he takes on more and more of that until at one point the father can just watch him do it and give him some, tips without having to jump in. And then one day the son can do it. Right. And it's like this father missed out on the fact that you have to teach your kid how to be you. He's not going to just, once he leaves your house, suddenly know how to do all these things or all the things he's supposed to take care of or whatever. Right. And the father was very proud, I guess maybe because he was getting older too. Like, no, I don't need you to do this. I don't need you to do that. I'll do it myself. So, he never, picked up on any of those life skills. I think that was thing number one. And thing number two, he was also very antisocial. So anything the mother wanted to do, let's go to a barbecue, let's go to this, let's go to that, the father would just say no, and that was that. And so his word really was final in the house, and blah blah blah. And he wouldn't the wife wouldn't really argue with him directly too much, might beg or plead, but the man's word was final. So in a way he was a traditionalist, but it's like almost like he missed the part where there's stuff you have to teach your kid, or model for your kid, to show him how to treat a woman, how to be a man, how to be a husband, how to take care of stuff. Like, he just never showed him those things, I think.
Interesting. So it wasn't the theory I said.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the woman she's very annoying, but the thing is, she's very annoying, I think, against everyone else, right? Because, like, she's like that tiger mom kind of thing, I guess, or whatever. Like, not her son. You're not gonna victimize her son, not today, right? She's like the worst, but she lets her son get away with bloody murder, right? And it's like, she's not, obviously, I don't see how you could be the boss if your kid can so easily manipulate you and swindle you. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe, but
exactly.
hmm.
Well, let's hear from Classy Young Man. What you think
Hey.
on this? Hey, Classy.
Hey, what's going on? I'm just
Mm,
listening. The way I look at today's community, I'm just kind of like, for both the men and the women, what direction do y'all want this to go? Because it's not going good. Like,
Mm-mm.
what I mean, like, you have women there. I'm not saying all. I'm just saying you have women don't want the men to raise their male child because maybe something happened in the past. They just won't let it go, so they punish him. So but what's the overall goal in the end? It's kind of like, and then what? The child is going to
mm,
go through worse times, and it's like, and then what? She's going to be saying, I did the best that I can. Going back to what Ruby said, I'm gonna use that little example where she said the son can get away with bloody murder. That's what you said, correct? Ruby,
Yes.
is that what you said?
Yes, I did. Mm-hmm.
Um, I'll give you a situation that I've seen in hospital settings and trauma settings. You know how you get those game banging young teenage boys, mothers in there crying, "Oh, he's such a good boy. He's such a good boy." And I always tell
Mm-hmm.
them, "Yes, he's a good boy to you until he gets out into the real world." However, I've
mm,
also saw the opposite of that. Going back to Ruby's point about mothers letting their sons get away with bloody murder until they become the ones that's bloody murdered. And I've seen that too.
Mm-hmm.
Soon as that mother starts to buck at that son or the person they let get away with, they're gonna switch all that anger back on that mother. And I've seen it many, 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 many times. So, but at the end of the day, I'm just kind of like, with both men and women, what outcome do you want at the end of all this? Because right now, the other cultures, especially in America, they're kicking our tails. And it's gonna come to the point where our voting power ain't gonna mean jack no more. So what's the goal throughout all this fighting? Because once you get the government to help you, you're telling the government to be parents to you parenting your children and your family. That's when things go wrong. But that's just my opinion. Go ahead.
Well, okay, I don't want to go to that side there for a second. I want to stay over here with the dysfunctionality without the welfare mom and whatever discussion, just because I'm trying to figure out the ain't shitness of my just recently now ex-tenant, and how this could come to be from a man who he was raised by two parents, decent neighborhood. These are home owning folks who have 401ks and insurance and retirement, this and that, and you know what I mean. Like, it's not like all of the stereotypes. He literally is none of the stereotypes. Yeah, fine. He's an only child in his household. He does have siblings on one side, but they're much older. So, maybe he's a little spoiled, but I'm like, it's this level of almost desire to I don't, you know what? Okay. Here's an issue. I do think that, and I definitely think it's a Black thing, and it seems to just be like a descendants of slavery, no matter where you're from thing.
Mhm.
It's like
Oh
we're
my
good.
God, I'm offended.
Sorry. Yeah, no, because you know why? Because I'm Canadian, right? I'm talking about Canadian folk. Well, the Canadian West Indians, but I'm still talking about Canadian Blacks, right? But it seems to be something that, descendants of slavery. I don't know, maybe Africans do it too, but I haven't personally seen it. Where we don't care what the reality is, we care what people think. Right? Like we care what people see. So if they see you in Gucci and Fendi and Prada and they think you're rich, they think you're balling, that's good enough for us. Like, we don't care if the reality is you're minus $3 million in debt, you live in a roach motel, you're about to be evicted. We don't care about that reality. We care what people think we're living like, right?
Yeah.
It's like we care about the appearance more than we care about the reality. And I feel like most other cultures care about the opposite. They don't care what people think about them. They care about their reality. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? What do you think that is? Like, what do you think causes that discrepancy between us versus, like, it seems like every other damn demographic on the planet?
All right, so I'm gonna let me touch on the thing about power struggle dynamics real quick. So there was a power struggle in the household that my son's mother and I shared, and there was a bit of a power struggle in my marital home. So you got that power struggle that's going on as it is, and somebody's going to win. Someone is going to out uh struggle the other person. Now, the end result is what actually matters at the end. Did that power struggle result in productivity in that household, or did it lead to just failure on all ends? So, with that household that you're talking about, with that gentleman, yes, there was a power struggle going on, and it appears as though the mother outpowered the husband. No
Yeah.
matter no matter what he may have done outdoors, like making sure he took the trash out, took care of the yard and all this kind of stuff. Is once they got inside that home, the mother, she just outpowered the husband. That's what it sounds like. I
But
could be
Jack's
wrong.
saying, why is it only in the Black community where that can happen? Because the point I brought up earlier, in other communities like Muslim communities, the men are not going to put up with that. The men wear the pants in the house and that's it. But whereas with Black families, the woman seems to lead in these households. Why?
The reason being, oh, go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Oh,
cut
I
you
was
off.
going to say now I don't know because I don't know any personally know any uh Arabic households. Now Indian, oh, there's power struggles that go on within the Indian households. There's power struggles that goes on within the Asian households, white households, and definitely black households. Um, it's just once folks come here to the United States, this is a whole different set of rules, a whole
Hmm.
different set of games folks play, and a power. Who can check who seem to be the Northern American way of doing things?
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. No matter what nationality, the Americanized people, I don't know, the women run stuff. That's just what it is.
Yeah, even y'all folks up there in the Great North, doggone it.
Well, I
Mhm.
was gonna say, actually, no. The whole thing, this concept of a relationship as a power struggle, as like a never-ending, constant power struggle. And I mean, not even just relationship between men and women and marriages, and but I mean, even within families, between women, between men, right? It's like the concept that that's all life is about seems to be a very American one. Right. Like, I'm not saying that you don't have, obviously, you have a lot of dysfunction and whatever here as well. Right. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying, like, I never like that's why when I first came to this space, I didn't believe a lot of this stuff was true. I'm gonna be real. I just didn't believe it because I just never had seen it. Right? I really had never seen it. I'd never spoken to a woman who thinks like that. I've never spoken to a man who's experienced that. I just it was like, no, you guys are just buying into all of the, media propaganda bull. And then I started speaking to more and more people online, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute, there is a power dynamic struggle. There is everything is about power. Everything is about gaining power. Woman will wash the dishes and she thinks it gives her 3 points of power. A man will buy her a purse and then he thinks that gives him 5 points of power. Like, that's like a very American thing. I really feel like Canadian culture is a little less power hungry. That just
So the
generally.
women in Canada, they don't run the household when it's two parents.
Um, See, this is not in the way that we see like in this dysfunctionality. I think in it to a degree. To a degree, I think women run households in every country around the world, because
Mhm.
it's the household, right? So the question is not about whether or not women are running the households or not. It's about how and why, like to what end. So, in all Asian cultures and most European cultures and whatever, right? Women run households like around the world because that's their domain. But most women, right, are running the household according to what the bottom line that the husband wants in his household, right? These are the rules he wants his kids to follow. These are the things he wants the kids to do or what he wants the house to work like, blah, blah, blah. So while the woman is running the household, and he wouldn't dare step on her toes because she's got this house running like a well-oiled machine, right? It's to the end of he said these are his standards and these are the things he wants from his family. And so she's got this house running to fulfill, that directive. That's different than you having the control and it's to your own bottom line, right? As a woman. So
And that's what Black women are doing, unfortunately.
yeah.
They're not running it like they should. They're
Now I don't
running
know.
it like
Now
they're the men.
I've had some neighbors in places I've lived in, man. Some white guys home, man. They had some bad looking wives, but them wives were ball busters.
It's not a
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
black woman's problem. It's an American woman's problem. Period. No matter what
Yeah.
nation.
So, can you say that again? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, you're very low, Mel. Turn it up a little bit.
He
Not
said,
just
"God bless America, doggone it."
yeah, that too. It's nothing. It's not a black woman's problem. It's an American woman's problem. Period. This is how it is. So it's not just exclusive to black women. The woman that's here in the U.S. in this Western state that's going through that, and it's because they has spread also too. I mean, Australia, men in Australia is going through problems with their women also too, to detriment. When it comes to masculinity and everything, feminism really, took a hold in Australia like crazy. I mean, when KS died, a lot of his fans in Australia was praising him like crazy and stuff. And there's a lot of
Mhm.
men there, so yeah, when the feminism disease came in, yeah, that's when the power dynamic, came in and started spreading. Like, you got females now that we in the age now of social media with so much misinformed information it's spreading out there, and women pair bonding that did y'all see the recent video with Brittany Renner?
No,
Oh yeah, we saw that
I
bull
didn't see
crap.
it. A
Yep,
recent one?
yep,
Yeah, I
yep.
didn't see it.
Same old mess about about the submission part and everything. But when I was watching Pink Book Lessons video, I'm not surprised about her video with the submission. I was more focused on the comments that was praising her. And there was a lot of blue check D-list celebrities, I would call them. Yeah, like B. Simone, even Carrie Hilson. Even that big black girl chick from the show Glee was praising Brittany Renner for a month. Maybe what she was saying.
And we
So
got to remember, these women are misery loves company. They're trying to recruit more women into their bull crap because they know no men don't want them no more than just sex, and that's it.
that might be even start dying out because how many of these guys these chicks ain't even having sex with, they turning down more guys than what I'm saying than they are dating. I mean, they can only recycle the same percentage so much, and no small percentage will get bored of them. They bullshit. So it's like,
I disagree with that about Britney. And the reason why is because back when, her name first got all popular and stuff, I went back several years in her social media. Not just like one or two. I went back way before she would have known PJ, way before any of that. And I just wanted, because I wanted to know, A, what she was talking about, what she was saying, what she was doing. And so, first of all, she wasn't speaking any of the things she's speaking now. We actually, if anything, if you had heard her, you would have been like, yeah, that's all right. Most of what she believes, and as far as what men versus women are, what a woman's supposed to fulfill, and even her expectations from men, what a man's supposed to give you, all very reasonable. But what happened was she would get dropped again and again and again, and she never saw it coming. She never saw it coming. There was countless videos of her depressed, crying in the camera, screaming to the heavens about how men just use you and abuse you and throw you away when they're done. They make promises they're never willing to keep, and they know that they can play women and trick women. And so really what ended up happening in essence with her, right, is in all of those glory days, those the best years of her life when she was at her youngest and prettiest and most desirable, right, she was picking the wrong ones. She had clearly her unhealed trauma that she refused to heal, so that way she could literally open up a different dating pool to herself. So she just kept picking the same guy over and over and over again. And then when she got to the point where she was damaged enough, right, she turned the bitterness on, and then that became her driving force. But prior to that, right, she was not actually like on any of this. She didn't start here, right? She decided not to realize where she held accountability for the relationships she kept getting in. She refused to do the work on herself to change that dynamic and change that energy she was putting out, so the energy she would receive. And that's where she is now. So I'm like, I don't really pay attention to Brittany, because at the end of the day, that trauma that created this whole beast, that created the beast she is now, is still there. And until she heals it, it's just going to be the same thing over and over and over again for her forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, amen. Yeah, like she choosing her path. She's at the path and stuff. Like think about like if some of y'all that watched the Obi-Wan series, the last one, when he finally faces Darth Vader and Obi-Wan's apologizing to Anakin, like Anakin, I'm sorry, and then Anakin's like, well, telling you now he's Vader. Vader's like, you didn't kill Anakin Skywalker. I killed Anakin Skywalker. It's like, yo, that's Brittany Renner. Like, yo, like just like you said, with the woman that she was, she destroyed it. Whatever trauma that she supposed to have dealt with, she destroyed it. This is like the new version of her that she's embracing. Like that girl you probably knew of me is gone. You know what I'm saying? Y'all didn't kill us. So I didn't kill whoever y'all didn't kill. I did, and now this is me now. So it's like, yeah. So exactly, this is who she is. Like she wants to follow a lifestyle of a fast ass, toxic, escorting type, sugar mama type lifestyle. Like the one Corinne Steffens is having and everything. Yeah, because technically you can sort of see the similarities. She even tried to write a book, but like, most like she going down the same path as her and stuff. Will she get remarried again? I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm not surprised when that marriage don't last no more than 3 years and it's in a toxic situation how they broke up. But she's finger pointing again more and more and more, and then she's probably, let's just say if Superhead and Amber Rose was to have a love child, it would be Brittany Renner. Like 2.0.
I disagree. I mean, I know what everyone thinks about Brittany Renner, but I understand why everyone thinks that about Brittany Renner, but at the end of the day, she's still that same hurt little girl who is really desperate for love and attention and wants to give the world to the man who's going to just love her and be with her forever. And that is different than an Amber Rose. I don't know a lot about Superhead. I mean, I've seen a couple clips, but that is definitely different than the Amber Roses of the world, because the Amber Roses of the world want sexual attention and validation, and they want the world to tell them it's okay for them to be whores. And that's like their whole goal in life, which is why someone like Amber Rose could co-opt a movement that started here. That's a slut walk, which had nothing to do with being a slut. It had to do with, well, specific cases of R word that were happening, and girls were being blamed because they were wearing a mini skirt because that's what was in style, or they were showing an inch of cleavage. And it's like basically being told they were asking for it. in the 90s. This is what the slut walk actually started from. Not what Amber Rose was trying to make it mean, which is you can be a whore all you want and da da da, and that's so cool, and that's being a woman, and it's women's no. Right? And that's not even what Brittany Renner, that's not even really how Brittany Renner holds herself. She's pretty sexy, but I mean, she's not even like scandalous with it. Like she's putting on an act or a role because that's what's going to get her, the voice and a little bit of, positive attention. But she would trade that all in for a man who was going to love her forever. I honestly believe that. Trade it all.
I disagree with that.
I know. I know most people disagree with me on that one.
Of course, yeah, because this is who she is. Period. You gotta accept her for who she really is and stuff. If this is who she is. She wanted to actually change. She would have changed a long time ago. She didn't.
She did change. She became this. This is the newest form of her. Yeah.
Earlier. Yeah, she changed into this because she chose to. It's not no outside force that that made me do it. Now this fault. No, she chose this path. If she wanted the help and wanted to go 360, because I'm not gotta be a double change with her, she would have done the work.
But okay, hold on. So Mel, let me ask you a question, and then we'll get Baloo in. But I have a question for you, right? So think about a guy, right, who's a blue pill simp, right, by all definitions, right? Because that's all he wants to do. He wants to just love a woman, treat her really good, be a good man to her. He wants his white picket fence and his 2.5 kids and his wife and just love. That's what he wants, right? But then, he gets stomped on, used and abused again and again by, women because he keeps picking not white women, right? He's picking these women, or these women zero in on him because they see the blue pill simp everywhere, right? And use him, abuse him, and discard him. And so when he gets bitter, right, and then he turns it on, he says, oh, we're just charging it to the game? Cool. I'm going to become part of the game then, because if you can't beat them, join them, right? That new person he now becomes, where he's a villain, right? But he's not actually a villain, right? Like, that guy does actually really want to love and be loved. He just doesn't believe it's gonna happen for him. And he sees all of these evil, wicked women. He doesn't think there's any good wife material women out there anymore. So if there's not, he might as well just, join the game with everyone else, right? But don't you think that guy, if you found a good woman, if you found a good wife, right, who was gonna love him and not use him, abuse him, whatever, and he was sure of that, don't you think he would, love her and return that because he finally, actually got what he was looking for instead of wanted yet another user?
Wrong. Nope.
No? You think once he changed, that's it? What, the bitterness takes over forever?
Even at that, he chose that lifestyle. He chose to want to be staying in his bitterness. I was heartbroken, misused and abused financially like crazy in my past too. I should actually still be bitter, but I don't. Because you know what? I have to change my way of thinking, and I have to change my strategy. Now I can't always point fingers all the time at outside forces. This her fault. It's her fault. No, I have to look at myself in the mirror, and then I have to come with a new, good faith understanding of things. What it's supposed to be really is. I think the whole argument when we always say let me use an example. Remember the nuclear physics and the chick from the pineapple video? Everybody's getting on her so much and everything, and they always assume she wants I'm putting quotations, the bad boy type and everything. No, reality, no, he just wasn't her type, because the fact is, when she asked him that question, tell me about yourself, I kind of almost fell asleep on that when he was answering because it was nothing exciting he was saying, and most dudes don't pay attention to the words that they're telling. Tell me about yourself means what makes you fun, your attitude. You know what I'm saying? You got charismatic attitude and stuff like that. Not your title jobs and everything. I mean, I'm a martial artist. I mean, I could be a martial artist, but I could be a boring martial artist and stuff. Someone that should be bored with. Versus the dude that ain't got a martial arts skills and everything, she might find it more exciting than me. Okay, I'm a nuclear physicist, might have a high paying job, but I seen dudes that made less money than me that get with girls know how to maintain them more than I did and stuff. So it's like, well, example like that, okay, I'm not trying to change myself, but maybe some things I might want to tweak to better my chances. See, I guess when people hear assuming that she wanted the bad boy. No, she wanted someone that's like a little bit more exciting, someone not boring, and even more assertive, like and everything, but not to be like a, I would say a charismatic asshole sometimes and everything when this comes off fun. You know, I see it. You ever see certain girls' attitudes when they say you're such an asshole, but you pay attention to the expression how she says it, but she's still on him so much versus the dude that just switch up be an asshole, but it doesn't. It comes off very turn offish because there's a difference between if she saw you as that nice guy and then you just switched up as an asshole. It doesn't come off naturally genuine versus she met you, we was an asshole, but it comes over in a charismatic way. Like dudes like that know how to switch it back and forth to like it can still be a turn on. And
I
everything.
actually disagree with you there, and I would like to get into that conversation later, but I want to get some of the new people in. So first, let us see. Baloo, you there? Are
What's
you ready
going
to chime in
on,
your
Yeah.
2 cents?
Blue?
What's good? What's good?
What's up?
Hey, what's up?
I'm out here. I'm out here.
So what's
Hmm.
your take on this
I
conversation
kind of.
we're having?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I just popped in because I just left from the Blue Ribbon, so I'm kind of just popped in until I'm kind of lost for what y'all talking about. So y'all can put me up to speed real quick.
Go ahead, Ruby, you're better at explaining.
Well, okay, basically, first of all, it's open panel, so we can go all over the damn place with this one.
Hmm.
I mean, we started with ain't shit mamas of a variety of types. In the case of my tenant, who is what started all of this, he
Hmm.
had a married 2 parent home. With father who definitely was not trying to coddle nobody, and definitely was not being run by his wife. Definitely was not. However, the wife was always trying to go behind the dad's back and, secretly slip her ain't shit, no count son money and whatnot. And so now you have a 40-year-old ain't shit, no count son, who ain't about shit, ain't never going to be about shit. So we started there. And then somehow we ended up on Brittany Renner and her new video. And, I'm sure we will disagree here, Blue, because we definitely disagree on the reasons why people are the way they are. But I was
You know
saying,
me. You know me, Ruby. I got my different theories. So you know.
I know. But I was saying, listen, I went back several years. In my opinion, Brittany Renner has done all of this because she's like, okay, well, if we have to charge it all to the game, it's better to join them, to be beaten by them. And so she's acting this way because she has given up. And if she ever got what she really wanted, which was a man who just saw her and loved her for her and whatever, she would drop all the bullshit. And Mel
Mhm.
was saying he doesn't agree with that. And now you're here.
All right, fuck all that. I want to say Jersey City Festival was good. Shout out to Double X Posse, Shaquille O'Neal, motherfucking outside. It was crazy, but I
And
don't
also,
know. I don't know. They say this is an open panel, so I want to change the direction.
Go ahead.
Jersey City Festival was beautiful. That's all I gotta say because it gave people a chance to see all the cultures come together. So me being from Jersey City and knowing the hood and knowing all the OGs and everything like that, to see the mayor supported that and he gave recognition to Shaquille O'Neal was there. He DJ. He also from Jersey City. DiBiase, he's from Stegman. I don't know if y'all know Double X Posse. They had the #1 hip hop record on the Billboard. It was just a beautiful day for Jersey City. That's all that that they said it's an open panel, so I feel like I ain't really gotta I could freestyle on here.
Yeah, you could definitely. That's what our
Yeah.
Ruby and
So
I.
that
That's what
I
why
just
we have our open panels.
yeah, I just wanted to highlight Jersey City was if you wasn't there next year, make sure you there. 10 Exchange Place to see all the cultures. Like I say, sometimes you go to different cities and New York City. Well, even New York City, you see all the cultures there. So Jersey City's like the sister New York. So it was a beautiful thing, man. That's just how I'm feeling right now about Jersey City. So
Look,
I ain't
Blue.
want to
Somebody,
disrupt you.
Blue. Look, somebody said not gonna be able to do it.
You feel me? That's what I'm talking about. That show that love, man. Show that love
Jersey
because
City.
that's personally that's a very very good friend of mine. Got him on speed dial. Anytime I call him, we go out. He's a real friend. So for me to see him, up there, I'm gonna also be posted on my TikTok, on my what's the name, to see him up there doing his thing, man. He deserved it, man. He deserved it. And for the mayor to acknowledge him, and they called him at the last minute, and he came on in and did what he did, it touched me, man. Seriously, it touched me to see Jersey City and all the I'm running up in the crowd, everybody running up on me one at a time. I'm not the picture type of guy, but people I know they ain't see me in 10, 15. I'm in Jersey City every day though. That's the crazy. I'm in Jersey City every day, but people don't see me. So everybody, a couple of people saw me, want to take pictures and shit. It was a good thing. You know what I'm saying? Word up.
Definitely,
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
so I was researching yesterday. They saying top 10 safest and lowest crime rate cities. New Jersey's on that list.
Yeah,
The
man.
lowest crime rate? Nah, I
Top
disagree.
10 cities.
Melody's like, I live here. That's not
Lowest
true.
crime rate.
That's not true. We got Newark, New Jersey. We got Camden, New Jersey. Nah,
Talking about
But
the
I,
that's
I
not
whole
guess I
true.
state.
guess they
Not
mean
different
compared to how
cities.
things used to be.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
whole
Yeah, maybe
state.
the crime rates decreased a lot.
Yeah,
Okay.
it did, yo. It did, man. It did. The crime rate definitely increased a lot. Um,
Yo,
we ain't gonna get into
out of
the
the total, out of the whole state of New Jersey, period, it's still the lowest. So it's
which
not
which city. Which city's the lowest?
no New Jersey. I'm not saying no city, no state. The top 10
The
state.
state. Oh well, that's awesome
Lowest
because
crime rate. Yeah, New
Oh.
Jersey's on that list.
that's
I was
crazy
We
because
want to
Jersey
know
City used to be
how, because
crazy.
New York
Listen,
and
let me
New
tell you.
Jersey are
Listen,
two of
listen.
the
This
hardest cities.
this is
Yeah.
this is how, because we a different age group. You know what I'm saying? We're a different millennium. So you got to understand, it's a lot of things that used to be going on in the state of New Jersey, even probably across, you know what I mean, even California. The crime rate, whether you believe it or not, the crime rate used to be higher,
Yeah,
even though it's things going on now. But it was definitely a lot of things going on. People was getting kidnapped. It was a lot of home invasions, robbery. A lot of that shit died down. A lot of real motherfuckers got locked up. You know what I'm saying? That was making these things happen. So the crime rate definitely did go down. You ride through Jersey City right now, it's some mad people out there. I don't understand how they even getting money. You know what I'm saying? I don't
yeah.
even understand how they getting money with all the with
The
the
cops
cops
out
out there.
there. Yeah,
Now,
remember? Did
now,
you get
like,
the video like we asked
yeah,
you to?
yeah, yep, I got that. I posted that. Now, let me tell you, I'm originally, like I said, I'm from Jersey City. I remember when before they had the cameras, they started putting cameras on the corners. That's when I got the fuck out of here, because I looked at it like this: if you putting cameras on the corner, if I'm sitting around here for 10 years, you got 10 years of footage, and then you could come get me even if I'm not doing nothing, just because I'm what is that, conspiracy?
Yeah.
Yeah, just off a conspiracy, you could come get me 10, 15 years later. Whoop, we got this on you. You was by him. Whoopty wop wop. So that's why the fuck I got the fuck out of Jersey City. Just for that reason alone. I ain't like the fact that I walked out my door and I'm gonna be on camera all the time.
You know
So,
what?
Ruby, and that thing that you just posted, is Jersey in there? Because I can't
Yeah.
really.
So it's saying, so this is Consumer Affairs, and it's saying that by their judgments, right, Jersey is actually the safest state. And so I scrolled over to see what are they talking about. So they said New Jersey's distinction as the safest state is in their rankings is in large part due to its runaway score in the law enforcement officers per capita category, which is over 100% greater than the national average. So in 2020, the state had 38,628 total law enforcement officers, or approximately one for every 230 people. It is fifth best in violent crime and fifth in property crime, but 47th in budget per law enforcement employee. So the safest small town, Mantoloking, safest mid-sized town, Matawan, and safest large town, Toms River.
Oh, those are the suburbs. Okay, I was
Yeah,
about to
that's the
say.
suburbs right
All right,
there. We
yeah,
talking
because
about the city.
they not talking. Yeah, we talking about
We
Newark,
talking about North
Irvington,
Irvington,
East
East
Orange,
Orange.
Patterson,
Well, I guess what they're
Camden,
saying is
Trenton.
You know what I'm saying?
you're the top fifth safest as far as like violent crimes and stuff like that. But what they're saying, I think, is that because you have such a massive proportion of cops to population, right? Like there's one cop for every 230 citizens, which is over 100% bigger than any other state. Is that even if there is crime, there's always going to be a cop around the corner to catch somebody or stop it or
Yeah. Okay.
intervene.
Well, if you say that, then yes, that's correct. But
Yeah.
you said Tom's River. I started laughing because Tom's River is one of the
Oh,
suburbs.
I got
You
a
can't
question
hurt
for
the
your
kid hurt
audience.
from Tom's River. Yeah.
If y'all don't mind, I got a question for your audience. How many of y'all like on a New Jersey house wave, house music? You know what I'm saying? Because I got a lot of content. I'm about to start putting out a lot of events that I be at. You know, and I don't know if people understand the
You ever
effect.
seen the event they were having in Brooklyn for Fort damn you know
No, I ain't see it.
in Brooklyn they always have the house music summit. They,
And
yeah, Fort Watts,
nah,
but near Prospect Park. Yeah,
nah, I didn't
they,
see that. If you could send that to me, I would love to see it.
I
I
think
would
it's
love
July,
to see it.
July the 10th, 3 o'clock. Brooklyn.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
July the
always
10th.
have. Yeah,
But I just want to, I just don't, I want to I just want to know if the world, like I understand it, me growing up, you know what I'm saying, in Jersey, and it is like me growing up in the heart of all this and seeing like how people be enjoying themselves when the house music come on. That's just something different.
oh
I
hell
just
yeah.
want to know if everybody understand that in the chats. Do y'all understand that Jersey music, that Jersey vibe is something different from Tretch, the Naughty by Nature, Redman, Queen Latifah, Shaquille O'Neal? Like Jersey really put it now. You know, New York always get the recognition for things, but yo, Jersey still got a crazy movement. I just want to know if people really understand and respect that movement because I be out here in these spots and I know how I'm feeling when I'm there. So just to try to understand how the world feel is a different thing. I want to know if everybody in the chat understand Jersey movement, yo.
But you know,
Look at look at look at
Nah.
look at look at look at Miss Sweet Melody Sims. Not sorry, not sweet. I'm talking about somebody. Look at Sweet Melody. Look at her movement. Jersey got a movement. Look at she's connected with somebody in Canada. Ruby, she in Canada. So the connection, that's what I'm saying. Like Jersey has a way of being connected with people and creating history.
Well, the same as
Yeah,
New
but
York.
but the thing
I put
is,
New York and Jersey next to each other. We sisters, like we sister states. So like you know, we on
no,
that
but
level
yeah, but the
pretty
thing
much.
is, the sound that was coming out of New York City is similar to the sound that was coming out of Jersey. It's
That's not
similar to
true.
the sound that was coming out of Philly. It's once you got down
Nah.
to
That's not
DC.
true.
Mm-mm.
All right,
Well,
Now you tell me what.
I want to ask him, where are you from, Jack Spade?
Brooklyn.
Okay, so we neighbors. So
Let me get that correct. Brooklyn, New
Brooklyn,
York,
B. Who
because
want that?
there's other there's other Brooklyns in the United States. Brooklyn, New York.
right. Also, this whole panel is like a New York, New Jersey panel. Then we got Canada over here, but she's also from New York because her family's from New York.
Yeah,
So we got
that's the
New
place I
York, New
stayed the
Jersey.
longest. Is Brooklyn.
Why
So
you gotta
Right.
Brooklyn,
why you gotta
America.
put her out like that? She's cool.
Brooklyn beef.
But
Who
what
want
now?
that? I love
Now,
Brooklyn. It's my
what's
favorite
his
place to
name?
be.
What's his name? What's his name?
Who, Jack Spade?
Jack Spade. I understand what you said. I think as a collective, it may look like that, but I mean there is a differentiation in each city and town. You know what I'm saying? New York, New Jersey, different. We the same, but we different. You know what
I
I'm
think we
saying? We
more
we
the
a little
same
bit
than
different,
different. We more the
huh?
same than we more the same than different.
To me, I've always, I obviously I'm not American, but I've always thought of New Jersey as the suburbs of, of like New
But but
York.
but
And the
now,
reason why is because whenever my family kind of came up, now they're making more money, they want to move to the suburbs. That's where they moved to New
but you
Jersey.
gotta
So a bunch of my
understand this.
cousins moved to New Jersey, right?
You got to understand this. Them moving to the suburbs, right? And the hoods, being the hoods, and people that's originally from the hood is two different things because people that been in the hood ain't been to the suburbs in Jersey.
Yeah.
Well,
You
but what I'm
understand what I'm
saying,
saying?
my family grew up in the hood in Bed-Stuy, right? And then when they made it, right, and now they got money, they, then they want to have provide a different life for their family, they can afford it. That's where they moved to the suburbs in New Jersey. So that's what I'm saying. For me, I've always thought of New Jersey as like the
Understood.
suburbs of Brooklyn because that's where all my family moved once they could.
And the reason that for being because it's cheaper, you cheaper to survive in New York, I mean in Jersey than New York, because you could come over Jersey and get you a nice house in the suburb, like you
And
said,
Edgewater, go to Edgewater. That's where they go.
Edgewater. The market is down 100,000, 200,000. Yeah, yo, it's dead in there.
Different.
It's
Different.
dead. It's dead in there. I see you walked in and walked out.
Mute up.
Yeah,
Oh,
mute up.
all right, all right.
The
Yeah, but
housing
Yeah,
yeah,
market
but this
totally
is
different
a.
in New
Oh, go
York.
ahead. I'm sorry.
Now I'm saying the housing market, yeah, is definitely worth it living in Jersey than New York.
I'm about to, I'm about to, I'm about to run up in the spot right now, y'all. I'm about to go ahead and go say what's up to my man, Hollywood, real quick at Marlowe's.
All right.
All
Thanks.
right.
So I'm gonna keep it on mute, but I'm gonna give y'all some vision. How about that?
All right. Well, thank you. But let's go to Young East because he's been patiently waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Young East.
Yo, you hear me?
Yo, yeah, we hear
Okay.
you.
I
What's
thought you
going
gave up.
on? Yeah, we
Am
hear
I
you.
clear?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. What up? What up? What up? What up? What up?
Hey, what up? What up? What's
What
up?
y'all talking about though?
Everything, whatever you want
Yep.
to talk
How y'all
about.
doing?
Like,
Open panel.
yeah. So, what's on your
Oh, it's open
mind?
panel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. What's on my mind?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, shit. You know what I was thinking about?
What's
I
What?
that?
was thinking about. I was thinking about. I was thinking about. Damn, am I gonna get married?
Oh,
I was
Mm.
good
thinking
question.
about this. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking about it because of this chick. But you want to know what, yo? I don't
Okay.
think I'm going. I don't think I'm going to get a pick me. I think it's going to be one of these sisterhood hoes.
Why is that? So, why is that?
There's
Uh,
not
bef-
enough pick me. There's not enough
before he
pick me's
starts,
out here.
how old are you?
Who me?
Yes, sir.
34.
Okay, keep going.
This nigga.
Okay.
I, I sound what I sound. I sound 12.
No, no. When you
God.
say no, no, I just wanted to get an idea of where you was in your age range.
A
Okay.
vision.
Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nah. You know why? Because of this one chick. This one chick. She. I'm talking to her. She like she's strong, like she's strong. She one of them strong hoes. Like she got an attitude and shit. But
Mm-hmm.
it's like one of those things where it's not nothing I can't handle. It's like damn. There's not enough melodies out here. See, that's what I've been trying. See, there's not
Mm-hmm.
enough melodies out here. That's what I'm telling you. Like this chick strong and shit.
Mm-hmm.
She said some crazy shit to me. Like she was lifting up this one box, and I was like, "You." She looked like she was struggling. I was like, "You can manage that?" She was like, "Yeah, I can manage that. I can handle anything." And I
Damn.
was like, "Oh,
You know
oh."
what's
But
funny? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
the crazy, the crazy shit is the way she look at me, the way she sometimes talks to me. You could tell she's like she's fucked up. She's gone. She's gone. Like
Mm,
I got her. I
Mm-hmm.
got her. But
Mm-hmm.
at the same time, I could see that she's fighting it. Like she's fighting the feeling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Cause
mm,
and y'all was talking earlier about marriage, about women running a household earlier. I
Mm-hmm.
heard that part,
Yep.
mhm.
and I could tell if I mess with this chick for real. Like I'm talking to her,
Mm-hmm.
but if I really get with her, I could tell she gonna be combative. She gonna try to run the house. And the crazy,
Mm.
see, I only run into sisterhood chicks. I don't really run into too many nice girls out here, but I don't know. I just don't.
You gotta
Um,
go. You gotta go to different places. You gotta get out the hood, youngies. You gotta
no,
meet
I'm out
women.
the hood. I'm not in the heart of the hood. Like I'm not in the hood like that. That's the crazy part.
No, see, I
It's
think
just
I think
that's
it's your
all that's
energy.
out here,
I think it's your energy.
huh?
Here's the thing. I think you would be hella. I wish I could. Okay, I'm gonna have to try to find this video one day and I'll play it for you. But I remember this was like 5, 6 years ago. Um, Part of the manosphere was a little bit arranged a little differently than it is now, right? So you had some dudes. They wanted a woman with a little bit of fire and attitude and whatever. They like the idea of taming the stallion or whatever. But I remember this one video, right? And so this chick, she was running her mouth, all kinds of crazy, and Buddy wasn't saying nothing. Like he was just letting her go on and on and on and on and on. And then he said like 2, 3 words, and she shut her mouth. And you could tell like it was hurting her, but she was also kind of smiling low key because it made her feel good that this man had that control over her. And he only said 2, 3 words, and I'm like, there's different kinds of, I'll say, submitting to your man, depending on where you're from and whatever, and what you're cool with. And so, it's not just like, the sweetness and, the melodies of the world or the sisterhood. There are chicks who are, they're just raised a little bit rougher, a little harsher, but it doesn't mean they won't submit to the right man. So I feel like I can see you with that kind of chick, like the one I'm talking about in this video. She likes to run her mouth and talk cash shit, and you might even let her because it entertains you. But if she crosses the line, you're gonna say 1, 2 words to her, and then she's gonna start smiling in her little soul, but she's gonna shut her mouth, and it's gonna entertain both of y'all.
What
That's what I see you
video?
with.
What video? What video are you talking about?
I'm gonna find it. I'll find it. I haven't seen, someone played it like years ago, so I'm gonna have to look for it. But I will find it, and I will intentionally play it on another show when I know you're there, just so you can see what I'm talking about. But it
Yeah.
was cute. It was a cute scene because you could see it.
The the
Like
thing is the thing is, see, I have one foot in, one foot out when it comes to relationships and marriage
mhm.
because everything is crazy around that. Like you can't really put your heart into something like that. It's too rocky. You feel me?
I
So
got a question for Young Easy.
But
Same
yeah,
Do
here,
you, are you enjoying your level of sanity at this moment?
yep.
man. Good
Drop
question.
drop that chick if you love it.
mm,
Well, we just bullshit. I'm just talking to her. Like I said, it's mainly cool. It's just I could tell she got that extra with her. Like sometimes she gets snappy. It's not like that all the time. It's just it's there. Like it's sometimes she get like that, and I'm like, damn.
All right, have you had
Like
sex with her yet?
no, I haven't even smashed.
You ain't missing nothing. Drop that chick. Keep it moving.
oh my God. What are you
Mhm.
saying, youngies?
That's
Where are
that's
you?
Huh?
that's
Oh,
Medusa
go
pussy.
ahead, Mel.
That's Medusa pussy. Don't.
No,
She's
I'm not. I'm
you
gone. I have
mesmerized
to
by her
smash.
look. You're
I
mesmerized.
got it. I gotta hit once. I've
See,
done. I gotta
exactly.
hit once.
Gotta see what it's like, huh?
See,
I
man.
gotta see what that's like. Yeah.
See?
Hmm.
Huh?
That's Medusa pussy, man. Yo, once you get close, she gonna turn you into stone, man. You better run.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yo,
You
don't
might
mess
be
with
Hey
ready.
man.
him. He's gonna do it. That's the siren for him. He gonna get sucked up and
No, she like to act. She like to act tough. Like she like to act tough. And
Where'd
I'm
you
like,
meet her?
first,
you're trying to break
I
her.
met
That's
her. I met her in where she worked at. She worked at this sporting store.
you
Okay.
try to conquer her, man. Like, yo, I'll be through your bullshit. You know,
She like to act tough, nigga. So I'm like, I don't like I said, it's in the beginning. We only been talking for like maybe like a week now and a half. It really ain't been
Hmm.
too long, but we've been talking, and it's mainly been through the phone or whatever. But the point is like I said, she got that she got that extra. So I'm like, I don't know. And like I said, I got one foot in, one foot out with the whole relationship marriage thing anyway, because with women, the way y'all look at it, the way y'all go about it, like
keep
y'all
that
don't
right now, because if you're not,
y'all the mentally, I feel like mentally women don't invest in it like men do. they women is about themselves. Like they about their own boat. Like they don't. When men get into a relationship, they do it for the family. They do it as a partnership. Women, I don't know. Like honestly, let me keep it a band with you. Women, I don't even like. I don't. Women don't get into a relationship. I mean, and women don't get into a marriage for a relationship because they could sort of get that by like friend zoning niggas. They don't get into a marriage for sex because they could just get that for any. They could get that through anybody really if they're decent. So the whole point of a woman getting into a marriage is for one validation and two to control a man. It's to control who you could sleep with. It's to lock you down. That's all I think it is for. I don't. I think it's like forced monogamy, and I think it's to lock the nigga down. Cause y'all good. Y'all could get dick and intimate. Well, I'm not gonna say intimacy, but y'all could get like the relationship aspect outside of that. So you get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Well,
No, I get it.
you said you
What you
got
think about that?
one foot in and one foot out. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Hey, do this. The foot that's out, untie them Jordans, leave him in the door with the other Jordan, and get to running.
Youngins, let me
See the OG? How old are you? How old are you? Because we probably an OG. They always telling you now, don't do it. How old are you?
say,
57.
Yeah, yeah. You know,
67.
OG.
older than both of us. So if he's telling you right,
Oh,
tell you, yeah.
you the same age as Chowhound, right? 67.
Oh, I
No,
said
Yeah, but
57. I didn't say
Oh,
67.
57. Oh,
Wait,
sorry. I
That's
thought,
as bad. That's as bad as calling me Mr. Spade.
I'm sorry.
Youngins, let me ask you something, man.
See? See, I told you it just rolls off the tongue. It's just there, man. Mr. Spade. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Spade. I like that, Mr.
Right?
Spade.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
know I ruined it. I'm sorry, Jack.
No, I do.
Youngins, do you want what type of relationship do you want? You want a monogamous one or a polyamorous one or open relationship?
See.
Yeah,
I
because
don't know.
you gotta be real with yourself. What type of relationship type that you want? Yeah, like I honestly
I don't
think
know.
with you, right? I mean, I don't think you want a monogamous relationship. I'd probably see you in like in a poly or at least an open.
Maybe. I mean, I don't. I really don't know. I don't know. As I said, this. I'm up in the. I don't even think I want. I don't think I even want this shit. Like the only thing is like, okay, if I'm going to get some kids, if I'm gonna get a kid or two, then it's better, you be married in a relationship, even though you don't need to. But
What I'm
I'm just
saying,
saying.
you could be in a poly if you want that one. If you want a poly, or you can still
But
you can still
a
you
lot
can be
of
in a
chicks ain't down
relationship and
for.
married and stuff. Just like the type of girl you're dealing with, going to marry to. If you want her to just only deal with girls and you the only dude she dealing with.
Like, listen, a lot of chicks ain't into poly. They're not into open. Like a lot of chicks ain't. So it ain't like it's like a real option out here. It's like that's like some shit that you see here and there. It's not a real option.
Not really,
But at
but
the
you
end
know
of
what?
the
I think the thing is, there's a lot of men, and like people don't realize this, but there's actually a lot of men who are married happily forever who only want to get married, like really want to get it and really actually do it. Once they actually find the woman that they're meant to marry, that's actually right for them in all the right ways. And half the time they're not even looking for that woman when they find her. Right. And just like kind of stumble across her and it just happens to be perfect and hitting on all cylinders, and then he knows. But prior to that, I think a lot of men, even before like these days, a lot of men aren't like hoping for a marriage like that or like looking for a marriage desperately. They're kind of like, oh, I don't want to commit too young, da da da. And then they stumble across the right one and they're like, yeah, I don't want to let this one go. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
I think when you find the right one, like it's really, and it's the right connection, you hit on all cylinders, then you're going to change like your tune. But it won't be about all women or about the concept of marriage. It'll be about marrying that woman, and having that relationship with just that woman because she's the right one.
well, I don't believe in soulmates. I don't even believe in all that. I don't believe in right ones. I don't believe. I think that's magical, nigga. Like that's like, oh, you put on here on Earth, and then there's somebody created. especially for you. That's make believe to me.
So, do you
I don't
believe in
believe in.
pumping?
Hmm?
Do I believe in pump and dump?
Yeah.
Right? I wouldn't call it pump and dump. I wouldn't call it
So
that.
yes.
Yeah, right?
I
Is that
wouldn't
Sounds
call.
it?
like a yes to
No,
me.
it's not a belief. It's what's happening out here. Like pump and dump. That's a corny way to say like we smash. That's a corny way. I always thought that was corny. But it ain't even about that. It's not even about just pump and dump. Like I said, to even ask that question is like I guess you're trying to make that in contrast to the meeting the right magical one. Like I, I don't
But you know
believe in
what
none of
though?
that.
But who said that? Cause and you know it's funny
You
because adult supervision said it. He said she didn't say soulmate. I never said soulmate. I said the
you
right
said the
one.
right one.
He said that.
Right.
Exactly,
Oh,
which is
oh, he
synonymous,
said that.
which
He
is
said
No, it's not. It's not.
synonymous with well, how is it not?
Okay, so a soulmate, right, is this concept that two people were joined as one in a past life and then they came down onto earth and no matter what where they were born or what they went through in life they were just destined to be, right? And so
Yes,
they'll
that's what
be
you're
miserable
saying.
forever, but that's not what I'm saying, right? What I'm
Okay, what
saying
are you
though,
saying?
okay, so basically, right, your entire life, your experiences, your wants, your needs, your desires, right, what you want in life, all those things make up who you are, right? And you don't need all of the women in the world to connect to that. You just need the one woman who connects to that and of that, right? And so there's going to be a woman who not only you're attracted to but attracted to you, right? And when I say y'all are hitting on all cylinders, as in you line up all the things that you want at that time, right? Because it's place and time matters too. So all the things you want at that time she wants, and all the things you can provide at that time is fulfilling for her. So y'all are in the right place at the right time. Y'all meet each other. It's hitting on all cylinders, and you go, you know
I
what?
don't think it's
Yeah,
that
I
deep.
could
I
marry
don't
this
think it's that
person.
deep. I don't think it's that deep. Even the right one, I don't think it's that deep. Like basically, you just describing two people that just click and at a
Yes,
certain place in their life. That's all you
yes,
got. That's all you got to say. But I don't think it's that deep. Like I said, I don't know. I don't even know about marriage. Like to me, a lot of it is a flawed concept. And the only way you stand a chance at marriage is if you get with like a pick me or something like that. I hate to say that word, but I know people don't take offense to it. But
East, you ever heard of a term called arbitrary monogamy and
say that
natural
again.
arbitrary monogamy and natural monogamy? Like, do you know? You ever heard those terms before?
Obligatory
Arbitrary, yeah,
monogamy.
monogamy, yeah. See,
Mm,
natural monogamy,
I know what
arbitrary
you
monogamy,
mean.
yeah. It's different how it's played out. 'Cause, I hear Alan Roger Curry talk about this a lot. Yeah, his marriage, he's in a natural monogamous relationship and everything. Still open, but he's himself. He's natural, meaning if you're married to someone or get with someone, you're going to let that person know that I'm into you. I mean, I'm monogamous towards you because I choose to be, especially at the time. Now, if I do find someone that I want to have sexual I find sexual attracted to and I want to explore it, I'll let you know I'm going to have sex with her, under your wishes and stuff like that. Just letting you know. I mean,
That's an
it's
open
natural.
relation.
Arbitrary monogamy is when outside forces telling you have to be monogamous, like you know. Your mother, your sisters, her friends, or your friends telling that you have to be monogamous because saying that's what society is telling you outside forces
right.
instead of you being natural monogamous. Like you know what,
But so I get you. So basically, what you're saying is a lot of women are natural monogamous, and a lot
no,
of
I was
men
saying
are
that. I was saying that.
obligated. No, hold on. Let me finish that. Let me finish
Okay,
that.
yeah, let him finish
Men,
the thought.
men, men are forced into monogamy. It's obligatory. That's what you're saying. If we're talking about regular relationships, it's obligatory for the man and it's natural for the woman. So I don't know which one are you suggesting to me, to be
Well,
frank with you, but
I didn't even bring nothing about being separate from men and women. I was saying that to you because it sounds like you're more natural monogamous because like I don't that's why I suggested what type of relationship you want.
yeah, I am.
You are
Yeah.
open or monogamous.
Uh-huh.
And
I want it natural.
natural, yeah. So
Like who don't?
I'll be more
Yeah.
towards the open relationship type, relationship. Like when you natural monogamous, when you let your woman know, yeah, you're my wife for you. But if I
See,
find every time you're attracted
that's a
to, I'm letting you know that
contradiction.
I want to have sex with her. I'm letting you know, yeah, so she know. And if
But
she
that's a
approves,
contradiction. But that's a
huh?
contradiction
No, it's not. No, it's
because
not.
open relationship is not natural monogamy. Nigga. Like what
No,
the
no,
fuck?
no, no, it's not.
No, but you
That's
know what though? I think the whole point, and I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mel, but and
yeah.
I think it's actually true, right? Is that you have a lot of societal pressures telling people what a relationship is, what a marriage is, and what a marriage is not, and it's like, well, if you don't have all these key factors, monogamy, this, that, da, 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 then you're not really married, right? But there's actually a lot of people who they might not tell their friends and family because they understand it won't be socially acceptable. But there's a lot of people who don't run their marriages that way because, again, they don't prioritize monogamy and they don't prioritize other people's judgments over what works for them in their relationship. Right, whether it's both people not being monogamous, only one of them being monogamous, and one being free to sleep with other people. Like, there's a lot of people who are like, no, I'm getting all of my needs met by this person. I'm good with that. If that person has a need outside of me I can't meet, I'm good with them going to get that need met elsewhere as long as they continue fulfilling my needs. There's a lot of people who are
I'm
bucking
gonna keep it
against
a
what
band.
society tells them they have to do.
Yeah,
Let me keep it a
that's
let
very
me keep
right
it a
there.
band. Women generally don't make me feel like being monogamous.
Mm-hmm.
Like women do not bring monogamy out of men, and that's a fact. It's a fact. Like what nigga? Like what? It's very rare these days for a whole nigga to be like, she made me feel like not sleeping with another. Like you'll never hear this shit. Like it's very rare. You
But
see what I'm
usually
saying? So I
you hear
don't.
that from
No,
dudes that
hold
don't
on.
got
Let
options
me
though.
talk on that. Let me talk. Let me rock. Let me rock on that. What? See, men. If you want to sleep with a woman, you know that you gotta appeal to her. Whether you gotta get your bands up, whether you gotta get your status up, we got to get some clout, or whether you just gotta look better. I don't know, or get some game, your mouthpiece, all that, right? We do the ones that want to do the work to appeal to women. Women want monogamy, right? I don't see them doing the work, and especially with this feminist bullshit. I really don't see them doing the work to appeal to the masses of men for us to say we want one woman. Okay, so I don't even feel like this shit is my fault. Like the reason I'm confused, but it ain't even my fault. I feel like it's everybody else's fault, nigga. I feel like I feel like women ain't got no game when it come to pulling that out of a man. Like you want courtship, you want a man to naturally commit to you and want you for himself. Like when he proposes and he says, "I want to be with you for my sake." Like y'all don't make us feel that way. Like y'all want us to court y'all, treat y'all good, but y'all don't make us feel that way. We, on the other hand, we want what we want from y'all, right? We willing to do it. So like I said, to me, I feel like it's 100% women fault on that end.
But see, the thing
Who
is,
gonna
right, and I
protest?
hear you on that,
Uh-huh.
but my whole point is this, right? Is that I might not make any man on this panel or in this chat room or whatever, I might not be the thing, right? That would make any one of y'all want to be monogamous with me. Right? I might not have any of the factors, any of the qualities, not even an iota. You might not even want to smash. You might only want to smash, never date me, right? I don't need, though, to bring that out of all of mankind, right? I only really needed to bring that out of one man, right? And
No,
and that is the
you,
man, and that is the man that I'm married to. That is the man I'm going to spend the rest of my life with, right? It's
yeah.
not
I'm not
all
talking
men; it's
about
just the
that
one
though.
man, right? So I
No,
think that's the
I'm talking about
problem.
women. Like, listen. The whole female empowerment. We want to. I was gonna say the word. We want to delete our children. We want to fucking be boss bitches. We want to run the relationship like how y'all was saying, like
Mm-hmm.
the whole atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking collectively, Ruby. You ain't got to get personal. I'm talking collectively. And any race, y'all don't. bring monogamy out of men. Y'all make us want to cheat. Y'all twerking every 5 minutes. Okay, y'all don't like, nobody admires the way a lot of hoes raise kids. Like if I have a kid with this chick right here, she, you know what I'm saying? Like, I, her qualities don't seem like it's gonna be what the fuck I want to see in my kids. Okay,
Right.
so like I said, like the way women conduct themselves at this present state, like the way they move, like that shit is not conducive to niggas wanting to propose nothing. Like that's why I said I got one foot in, one foot out. And the only reason I got a foot in, I think, is only because of, like, I guess, like, because of me. Like it ain't because of women. It's
Okay,
because
Yeah.
of me.
I
I
gotta
think.
agree.
I got a question to ask.
Okay, go ahead.
Uh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Now, the young woman that you, the reason why I said she's young, because I know she's younger than me. How old is she?
She is 26.
Okay, and you said you're 34. Am I correct?
Yup.
All
Yeah.
right. Now, correct me if I'm wrong now, because the first part you was talking about, I went through the same thing also. I ended up getting married at 36 years old because I had gotten to a point in my life where I was like, I've had sex with the women that I, you know, desire to have sex with, light skin, dark skin, big booty, blah 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 blah. And I was like, I can't carry this into my 40s. There's got to be a change. There's got to be something different than just getting with chicks, fucking them, dumping them, and moving on to the next it. There's got to be something different in life. Are you at that
Right.
stage of your life yet?
Yeah. One foot in, one foot out. Yeah. So I don't know what that means.
No, I
Like I'm
get
there,
you.
but I'm not there.
And,
Huh?
and and I get you, youngies, because we talk about it all the time in this space. The women are not worthy of marriage.
You know
So
what it
yeah,
is, Melody? You know
I
what it
got,
is?
I
Let
got
me,
to,
t- let me,
I got to disagree with that. I mean, you got some segment of women who are ready, and you have another segment of women who are not. The biggest problem is trying to find that segment that will work
yeah,
right,
with you.
right. That's what we're right. Exactly, Jack Spade. That's
right.
what we're saying. It's
But
hard to find them because there's not that many.
Oh, come
see,
on,
this
man!
the
I
issue.
can't,
They're
I
This
not
the
can't
out
say
issue,
that.
guys.
here. And if they
But
are,
This
they're
the
already
issue.
taken. They're already married. Those are the ones with the
Yeah, they
rings
already
on their
take it.
finger already, you know?
No, they're out there. It's I mean,
But you know what though?
if it was easy, everybody would be married. I mean, it
It
takes a
should
lot of
be a
work.
little easier.
It
Like I
takes,
don't
but
understand how it's not. You know what?
No,
You know what
well,
though?
well,
You know what though? A lot.
here's the
There.
and stuff. I think you alluded to this earlier, young East, and everything. While we men, we do all this work to try to convince a woman to like us and everything. What do we always tell? We tell some females all the time when they get mad about certain things, what guys is and why they not committed to us. I tell them all the time, that's not my job. My job is just try to get sex from you, and that is it. You want something more than that, then it's your job to convince me what
Yeah.
qualities you have for me to settle down with you.
Hmm.
right.
Right.
But here's my
Right.
thing, right? And this is why I actually literally used like me in the example. I didn't want to pull like a random person like Melody or Chantel because I don't think it's fair to put them into the example and when I can put myself in the example, right? And the reason why I did that though is because what I said about me, right, and Mr. Rubes is still true of us today, despite the fact that there's a whole population of women who do not inspire marriage in anybody, despite the fact that I may not inspire marriage in anybody else besides him, right? And so the reason why that's why I was going back to that point that I made where I said, well, when you find the right one and it's clicking on all cylinders, right? That is often when men of today's era, right? Because men, I think these days are not socialized. Well, we're no one's socialized the same way, right? We're not socialized like we were 70, 80 years ago, where that's just the next logical step. And you better do it or else, or you're like a social pariah, right? You better make, you do this, then you get married, then you have your kids, and you just like, that's not the way we're socialized anymore. And so what I'm finding these days, right, is a lot of men who did get married and stayed happily married and are still happily married to this day, right? They weren't really, like, oh, I can't wait to get married and da da da. They just had to stumble across the right one and then said, I want to marry her. They're still not even married to the idea of marriage. They don't love the institution. They wouldn't encourage all men to go get married, right? But they found that right fit. They found a good woman, and they found the right one for them. And they said, okay, that one. Yeah, I'll marry that one right there. Right? Something happened to
Mhm.
her. They'll probably
Here's
never
the
get married
thing.
again, but they'll marry her.
Here's the
You know what I
thing.
mean?
Here's the thing. I feel like a lot of men feel when it comes to marriage. They feel not every man, but just the energy out there. They feel like they taking an L. Like a lot of dudes feel like they taking an L, even like the thought of it, and then leading up to it, and then doing it. They feel like it's an L. Like nobody, like a lot of my friends, like a lot of my friends, they feel like it's not a good idea. It's a L. Okay, they feel like
Mhm.
there is no for a man. There's not enough there's not enough benefits or whatever. They feel like there's not enough there's no real incentive. Period. And I think that's common. I think that's how even when you young, even when you fucking little nigga, like that's how you feel that way. So that can't be a man's fault. I
No.
really do think I really do think that women are doing a terrible fucking job at like it's like dudes will be on YouTube and they'll talk about game and how to get a woman to sleep with you, but there's very few women talking about how to get a man to marry you and do it and really like show and prove that you're worth that. Okay, so and it's a big task because you're trying to convince a nigga to be with you for like 60 years.
Mhm.
60 years? Like I said, there's not a lot of chicks that's even bad enough for a nigga to be with for 60 years. Like that is
Right.
crazy. Like, yo, I thought about it. I thought about it, right? I thought about it. And even being with the same girl for like 15 years, think about smashing the same piece of ass for 15 years. Like that shit it just makes your face sink because it's
But
like,
but see, that's a
yeah,
man's see, that's a man's problem. He's thinking about
Yeah.
smashing the same piece of
Uh,
booty. You know, it's not the woman.
Mm-hmm.
So
wait, how
if
was
you're
it? Wait, no,
Glad
no,
you
no.
brought that up,
Wait
Joey.
a minute.
what?
Oh, I'm
No.
glad
Huh?
you brought that up, Joey. Here's the thing, because I noticed this a lot and stuff. I've seen this on a panel show the other day on Marriage Channel and stuff. And the subject was, why do men get bored? I literally had to watch a couple of dudes came and answer that question. And the same thing I was on the Legion's Attorney channel with the question also too. When he asks a man, what is it you deserve? Most men can't even answer those two simple questions at all. I mean,
I
he
can
makes
even answer it.
That's
I
it,
can
true.
answer it.
yeah,
I can
I
answer
know
why a
why
man
men
get
get
we
bored.
ask
bored.
people all the time what they feel like what they deserve, what they want. But men, most men can't even answer that question. They bring it out
I
with
don't
this
know.
concept about I was taught to have duty, do this by my wife, do this by my wife, do this by my wife, do that by my wife because my father did tell my mother and everything. But the question was asked towards you. What is
Mm-hmm.
it what you gonna make yourself happy? How you want your woman to make you happy? Especially just like you was saying, that 15 year at that, like when it comes to sex, yeah, you will get that time where you will get bored, and that's the question that a lot of dudes need to discuss with their wives, especially in the long term. Like we got to spice it up some and everything. A lot
Hmm.
of dudes are afraid to have conversations like that.
Well,
Yeah, well, some
I gotta
women are like
disagree with
the.
that.
Wait, before you disagree, let me read the super chat so I can get it out the way.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Mr. Know It All, for the $10 super chat.
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you. He says, I got a jet. Love the show, ladies, but I gotta get some work done. Good luck in your search, East. You're gonna need it. Hit that like, y'all. Let's freak this algorithm. Thank
Yes.
you. Yeah,
Covered
let's
all
do
the
it.
bases.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
please hit the like button. I'm trying
Damn
to get
right I'm gonna
we
need it.
want to get to 100, guys. Come on, hit the like
Yes,
button.
please.
I think y'all
Right,
gonna need it.
let's do this. All right, go ahead,
Mm-hmm.
Jack Spade.
But what I was going to say is, I agree with Classic Ruby. That most guys, they run across that one woman that makes him, gives him a reason to change his ways. I mean, like I said, I got married at 36. At
You
34,
still married?
33, no, but at 33,
What?
34, at
I could have
33,
sworn.
Hold
All
on, hold on,
right,
hold on,
yeah,
hold up, G, hold up, G.
my
Yeah,
bad.
at 33, 34, I was still like, man, I'm not, I mean, I'm cheap. I'm still cheap. I'm like, I'm not mixing my money up with no doggone chick to fuck up my credit, blah, 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 blah. But then the woman that I end up getting married to, I was like, I feel that this is the one, and I'm willing to take the risk of mixing my money with this person. Now, like I said, I'm
Damn.
divorced now, but that, like classic Ruby said, and I agree with her. With most guys, that one woman comes along for the right reason or the wrong reason that convinces him to change his ways. The second
Mhm.
part concerning the sex, a lot of guys I ask a lot of guys, do you have any hobbies? Do you have anything going on in your life besides work and your damn marriage? Because what happens, and I see this with wives also, they put all their focus and all this importance on the marriage, and they neglect all the other things that gets their mind off of work and get their mind off of marriage. Marriage is only going to do but so many things for you. Work is only going to do but so many things for you. Your friends are only going to do but so many things for you. You have to try to find that balance of your hobbies, work, parental responsibility, marital responsibility, uh your friends, your family. Everything and everybody has a specific purpose, and you can only get what you can out of those specific purposes. So with the sex, my wife and I, we were together for 7 years, but the sex never got bored because I didn't try to use sex to be a substitute for other things. I had my parenting duty. Parenting duty was parenting duty. My hobbies, when I said hobbies with an S, those things took care of the things they were supposed to do. And sex with my wife was just that, sex with my wife. It wasn't a hobby, and that's something that I ask a lot of guys and even women.
Mhm.
Do you have something else to focus on besides trying to make this marriage be your all when it was never designed to be your
Oh,
all?
see, I can't with that right
Good
there.
point.
And then even when he say sex with my wife, that should sound boring as hell. I'll say this though. I'll say this though.
Yeah, like I said,
um,
when I was 33, I said the same thing too. Oh hell no! Oh hell no! But then, like I said, I met the right person. I was like, can I give up different women every third or fourth month? I was like, yeah. I mean, hell, I dick down everything I wanted to dick down. Shoot, what I'm gonna do? Dick down the same damn chicks and expect something different? No.
well, that's. I guess that's how you feel. But the thing is this, right?
Response, yeah,
And I
yeah.
guess this, like, see, the thing is, men today, they starting to calculate the cost benefits. They're starting to calculate what a relationship actually is. They're starting to do the math on it. Okay, and when niggas is talking about what you bring to the table or what you don't bring to the table, we seeing it a little bit more clear. We seeing what we get. Like the crazy shit is, a lot of men, the way dudes is seemingly operating, we all operating off of post nut clarity. We're not being guided by lust or romance. We are using our brains when it comes to long term relationships and short term, to be frank. But the more we calculate and the more we try and put two and two together, the more relationships don't make sense. Okay, and women aren't doing enough to like chip in, chime in, and convince us that relationships are worth it like that. Especially when you look at these divorce rates and these, all of these relationship problems, these domestic problems. Especially when you calculate all of that, like we doing the math now. We're doing the math now. We looking at it and we coming to a conclusion. Okay, I ain't even gonna say the conclusion because I don't want.
So I
But
have a
we coming
question
to a
for you.
conclusion.
I have a
Hmm.
question. So you said women are not doing enough for men to think that a relationship even is worth it. So my
Fact.
question is then what could women be doing that would make men as a collective or you specifically, right, think that relationships, marriage, monogamy is all worth it?
Yeah, like
Well,
what is it
you,
that you
you
deserve
you could. I don't see a real. I don't see a real collective effort on trying to pull monogamy out of men. I don't. Men are not wowed by women anymore. We're not throwing our coats on a puddle of water for y'all to walk over and shit. Especially if it's Gucci or something like that. You're crazy. So and then no niggas doing that because I don't know. It ain't the pussy because the pussy's the same. So it must be how women behave that's causing men not to even court remotely. So I know it's something y'all not doing, okay? But to I guess to attempt to answer your question, do you know what? You know what? The- I'm hesitant to answer your question because so many of y'all are chameleons. Y'all will listen to what I say for a brief time just to convince a nigga to marry you, then you'll stop. So I'm hesitant to answer your question. But if I had to say, shit, let's start right there. Let's start right there. Why aren't there forums teaching women how to be wives? And why aren't there this energy, this collective energy on trying to try and galvanize women to be like better mothers and home caregivers? There's no real energy. It's feminism everywhere. Well, you can start there. Let's stop that.
I can answer that though. They are.
I want
It is
Ruby. I
the
want
mass
Ruby
movement.
to.
They are. And I see. I'll be on these channels and panels. I'm a mod of some of these channels also too. Um, you ever heard like unsolicited boss? Um, Rebecca Barrett. Ali Real Femme Sapien and stuff. Those are
Nah, I
married
never
women.
heard of it.
You gotta check their
Yeah.
channels out. They're married women. And
Danica Marie.
Danica Marie, yeah, she's a married
Hmm.
woman. Submissive towards their husband, traditional relationships, and they call out.
Man, that's sprinkle. That's here and there. That's not a lot of women.
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
just start, and they have other women that come on their panel. Yeah, most of it's dudes also too that calls in or be on the panel because they discuss their frustration, but they surround themselves by circles of other women and everything. They provide solutions. I know what you're coming from. You feel there's channels out there that provide solutions. The problem is, people keep ignoring them. They come back with counteract with their ideas when technically the ideas of the host that's presented to you is not as struggling as people make it seem like it. It's like yeah, it's like okay, that sounds good, but this, that, and the other, blah blah blah. But it's like this is a person that's been in a stable 20-year marriage herself, and she's telling you the game and stuff. If you want to be married, if you want to find the type of woman she is and stuff like they hang out in packs and everything. They also tell you
That's true.
if you kind of realize like technically we think most sensitive are picky with the men that they choose. Technically, it's the submissive traditional women that's actually picky with the type of husbands they want. The 304s is not as picky as people think they are. They are not picky. I mean, you know that.
Well, they're
You
not getting married.
know
They're
that.
not getting married
304s not,
either.
yeah, 304s is not picky as hell. It's the submissive traditional women that are picky because they want to be wives and stuff like that. So they're going to demand a lot more out of you and stuff like that. They want that traditional masculine man and stuff. And we got
Well, I don't know if you
to
answered the question though. If the like, I basically was trying to answer Ruby question on what I think women need to do. Like I said, there's no real like you said a
Well,
few girls. I know of the few pick me's on YouTube, but there's no real movement.
but no,
Just
but
slut
my
walk. There's
question, you
no
didn't
real
really,
movement.
but your answer didn't actually answer my question, right? So what you said was a solution of what we could do to help try to change the collective of women into developing these characteristics, which would make the collective of men, including yourself, more eager to get married and to want to be monogamous and so on and so forth, right? But what I asked was, what qualities specifically, what qualities could the collective of women have that would make you eager to get married and actually want to be monogamous with the woman you got married to? Like what qualities could she actually have? Like not what we could do to start changing people to have those qualities, because you haven't said what the qualities are yet.
I thought I did. I
Mm-mm.
thought when I said I thought the opposite of feminism was those qualities.
No.
But
Yeah.
anywho, to me, let me be frank. Women want romance, but they don't give romance. We could start with that quality. And I'm not saying women need to necessarily buy niggas flowers, but
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying is, women don't make men feel. They don't make men feel like, how can I say? I don't know how to say it. That's why I brought up romance. They don't
Mm-hmm.
they don't make men feel kept
Okay.
as they should. You know what I mean by kept?
I think I do. Um.
Okay, yeah, yeah. They don't because they don't make men feel kept. I think that's what's causing men to not really care about the whole marriage and all of that extra shit. I really think that women have this nonchalant to negative energy when it comes to dealing with men. At least American women,
Mm-hmm.
they got a negative disposition, especially black women.
I agree.
Okay, like you gotta fucking prove yourself. You gotta climb a mountain and fight a bear. Y'all seen I seen a TikTok where a bear came out the woods on this couple, and the man ran and the woman ran, and the man ran faster. So the girls were mad that he didn't defend her from a fucking bear. I was like,
Wow.
hold on,
Why?
hold on,
What's the
hold on. I get how they want chivalry, but you gotta understand, we can protect you as humanly possible. We can't fight off bears, bitch. If a bear come out and I'm faster than you gonna die. That's it. I'm not fighting no. I don't care. You my wife. I can't beat no goddamn bear, and I'm not gonna sacrifice man. Get the fuck. I seen that shit. I was dying. Listen, men are humans. We're human. When we say we're gonna protect you, we're gonna do it up to our abilities. That's it. We're
right?
not God, nigga. We not. So that was dumb. I thought that was dumb. I like, we're not
Well,
fighting on bears.
now here's my thing.
Like,
I'm gonna and actually this comes up. I'm not gonna say specifics that will fully expose the details of who the person is, but Melody knows who I'm talking about because I mentioned it earlier. So basically, right, in this situation, with the whole my ain't shit tenant trying to get them out of my house, right? One person called the ain't shit tenant's mama. Okay, and told the mama on him. I'm being serious. This is what happened. And that mama, she was bawling long tears. Oh, not my son. He embarrassed me. She's all upset, right? And so basically, the mom hangs up, calls her son. So the son now calls the man who had called the mom, starts saying how he's going to shoot him in his face and this and that and blah 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 and all this stuff. Okay, and then all of a sudden, now this man who is married to a woman, right, who's very close to me, is helping with the situation, is like, oh, I'm staying out of it. I don't want to. I didn't hear nothing. I didn't see nothing. No. It's like, okay, well, anyway, well, we got to go down and check the house now. He's like, oh no, I'm staying out of it. You go by yourself, and sent his little short, frail wife, right, down to apparently stand between him and a bullet, right? And so now here is my issue, and I am comparing it to the bear situation because here's my issue, right? When we're talking about protecting and providing, and men say this all the time, they say, well, as men, we're protectors and providers, right? And so we have to lay our lives down for our wives, right? Now that was very serious 10,000 years ago, where predators were just around the corner at all times, and I mean literally bears and wolves and whatever, right? But in these days in cities and whatever, it's not really like that, right? So
are you
I
sure
find
it's
it
not a bear?
particularly disgusting when I hear all of this talk about men saying, well, we're the protectors and whatever, but then as soon as there's a situation to protect, he wants to take that woman and dash her between him and the danger so he can get away safe. I'm like,
Oh
no,
my
bitch, aren't you supposed to be
god!
the protector? Aren't you supposed to be
I
the
know. I
protector?
can't
Bitch
believe
made,
you're
bitch
saying this,
made,
Ruby.
bitch made.
Ruby, I can't believe you're saying this shit,
Sorry,
Ruby.
bitch made, bro.
I
Bitch
cannot
made.
believe I'm hearing this from
Period.
you.
Yeah,
So
he's
Period. Point
saying it.
blank.
so you one of them, huh? You one of them. That's what I'm talking about. You
Apparently,
one of them.
apparently, yeah.
So yeah, boom, there you go, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm
I
not even
guess
gonna
so.
touch that because I don't even think I gotta argue that right there. That was clear.
Go
Like
ahead.
I said, matter of fact, I'm gonna reiterate. I'm gonna say it again. There's only so much a man can do. Okay, just certain predators that a man can't physically fight off. Okay,
Yeah, but leaving his
and
wife
women should
behind to
know
get
that.
eaten so he has the extra couple
Well,
seconds
then
to get
I
away
am
is a
sorry,
problem.
baby. I cannot, bro. Bro.
Problem. Problem.
But,
I
hey,
don't give a shit.
hey,
Bruh, do
see,
you watch
see,
these moms? You
you
see these
tripping,
moms? Do you see what these moms do?
you
These moms
tripping.
will fight a bear for their kids. These moms will lift
Man, I don't want
cars
to hear
and
that shit.
trucks off their kids. How you mean?
Man, you're
No,
I don't want to
awesome.
hear
no,
that shit.
no.
Y'all hear this chick? She
That's
wants a
crazy.
nigga.
I don't care. And
She
if some mom
want a
left her kid
super
behind,
nigga.
she's like, I can't fight a bear. I would think she ain't shit too. Real talk.
You want a super nigga. All right,
No, I
listen, y'all,
don't.
listen, bro. Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes,
It
you
just comes
do.
down
Ain't
to, listen, it
nobody
comes down
hearing
to
that
if a
shit.
man is going to say that his job is to protect and provide, and I would lay down my life and
Yeah,
whatever, then I don't
he
expect as
gotta
soon as
protect.
there's the smallest threat that all he does is run away and go, well,
That's not
hope
the
she made it out
smallest
alive
threat.
and shrug his shoulders, and that's that. That's some bitch
That's
moves.
not.
Sorry,
That's not
but
the
it is.
small. A bear. A bear. That is not the smallest threat.
Yes.
First
I
of
don't
all.
care.
First off. See you tripping. That's
Because
what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
care. Because I don't care.
There's no
Yo,
value.
if a bear
Yo,
shows
I
up,
know
bro,
how you
if a
said
bear
that.
shows up, my godson, my
Ruby, we
nephew,
get it.
my yo, no, 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 no,
Ruby,
no, no, no. If a bear shows up, my godson, my nephew, my mother, my husband, I don't care who is around. I'm not leaving none of them to die so I can get away safe.
sure,
That's not how I roll.
sure,
Sorry. And so a man
sure.
who's willing to do that
We
to me
believe that
is
shit.
bitch made. Period. Point blank.
We believe that shit.
Good. If
Sure
you
we
knew
believe
me, you
that shit.
would.
Nah,
If you knew me, you
women
would.
no women are bitches. You talking about bitch made. Women are bitches by nature. You're
I'm
cowardly.
not. I'm
Okay?
not.
You gonna
I'm
take
not.
get the fuck out of here. You gonna take off as fast as your little legs can carry you.
I
Okay, get
didn't
the
though,
fuck
did
out. I
I?
don't
Because
like
I
that
went and I
shit.
showed up to stand between
See,
everybody
this
in
is
the
what I'm
bullet. And
talking
what?
about. This is why I can't do that right there. So your husband really need to know that if danger strikes, you out. You out. You
He
gonna
knows that I
leave him
wouldn't
right
be.
there. I'm good. I'm hood.
And he
I'm
knows I
good.
wouldn't be. That's
I,
the problem.
I'm
See,
looking.
see, that's the whole
I'm
thing.
looking
Do you
out.
see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? The
Wait,
way
wait, wait,
you're
wait, wait,
saying
wait. What?
you're fighting for the man's right to be out there because he runs faster. So, oh well, bitch, you on your own. But what you're saying
Damn
at the
right.
same time, when a woman says, no, that's just cowardly as fuck. And I'm sitting there saying, I would never abandon my husband, my nephew, my godson, my mother, my father, anybody. I would never abandon my loved ones so that way I could get away free and safe and clear. And you're
Yeah,
going, see,
yeah,
look, the woman wants to do the
yeah.
thing I'm advocating for men to be able to do.
Get
See,
get
that's the
get
problem
out
with
of
women.
here. You're
Wait, what?
lying.
I thought men were the protectors and providers. Hold on, what
You're
happened? What happened?
lying.
What
You're
happened?
lying.
What happened? I thought you're
You're
protectors and
lying.
providers. I thought you're protectors and
You're
providers. What happened?
you're blatantly lying.
You're only going to
I
protect when it's
know
easy?
women.
You're only going to protect when it's
I
easy?
know women. No hell. You see, you're lying. I know. Listen, nobody, no nigga believe what she's saying. She will. She is not ride or die. Most bitches ain't. She
Of
will
course.
dub on your ass.
Uh-huh.
What?
Never done it, but
Exactly.
sure. Everyone who knows me knows that's
You
not
will
true,
run
but you don't know
bitches
me.
flee. I know bitches though.
Yeah?
Women will flee at the sign of danger. You
Not
will
me.
not stay.
Not me.
Yes, you would. I don't even care
Okay.
what you say because nobody. Hey, at the end of the day, if you a man, you look out for yourself. Don't trust no bitch.
Then don't call yourself a
And this chick,
protector.
hey, like I said, don't trust no bitch.
Yep. Don't
And
call
yo,
yourself a protector.
wait, do we need to
It's very
put
simple.
criteria and standards on what we are willing to protect you from?
If you're gonna
Because
do, go ahead.
let
Go
me give
ahead.
like, hey, it's just like a million things, right?
Uh-huh.
But like I said,
Like what?
if a fucking dragon came out of a
There's
closet,
no dragons. Get the fuck out of here.
okay, if a fucking
If you're the
if
right
like
A
I
type of
said,
dragon.
man, then yeah.
like I said, like I
A
can't fight
dragon.
everything, yo. Y'all, see, This is
He
what I'm
wrote.
talking about, though. You proved it. You
No,
proved
you
it
said a
heavy.
million things. No, you said a million
You're
things. Name one. Name one you're willing to protect.
no,
Go
I said
ahead.
there's a lot of things that will attempt to protect you from.
Name one,
But like
because you haven't named one yet. All
other
you came up with
other
was a fucking dragon.
like a equal adversary. Like I'll kill a bug for you. For you, Ruby, I'll kill a bug. But
Aw,
I'm not
that's so
even.
sweet.
I won't
Ruby,
even
you're
fight
tripping.
another for you, Ruby. I won't fight. I won't fight another man for you because I don't believe you, Ruby. You know what the thing is, yo? You know what the thing is?
hmm
Women don't even want to protect men from other women.
Well, that's
They
that's
barely
that's that's the women in your microcosm. That's not the women in mine.
no hell no. Hell no. No, women don't have a natural knack like to protect their men or a man. They don't, even from other women. That's why you see all the divorce cases where men are getting thrown under the bus and women are just quiet about it. They don't give a fuck. They don't care.
Yeah,
Even
that
from
is
other
definitely
women.
some
You're gonna have
women,
to
but
explain.
that's not all women.
You're gonna
Women
have
are
to.
not a monolith, hun.
You, yeah, you're gonna have to break that one down. Explain that one to us.
I'll explain that. I'll explain that. Women hear all the time how a PJ Washington is getting thrown under a bus by a Brittany Renner, and they don't say
Oh God.
nothing. They don't say nothing. They don't even care. They don't care to protect her, a man like that from her. And I'm talking collectively now. They just be like, well, he's a man. He should provide and protect, like this Ruby is saying. Okay,
Nope,
generally
that's not what I
speaking,
said about
women don't.
PJ.
Ruby and Brittany
Generally
are two
speaking,
different people.
Right? Just a
hold on.
little bit, huh?
Generally speaking, women do not care about the mental health of men. Period. They don't give a fuck about what we go through about nothing. They wait at the finishing line and wait for the winners. That's what people say. And I'm like, bro, we could match that energy. I don't gotta marry a woman. I don't gotta be with a woman. I could just snag. Oh, I could pump and dump, as you say. My shit is women. Women are not really like they got lackluster interest in the well being of a man. They don't give a fuck. And it's just clear in the black community. They watch niggas die all the time. They don't even try to stop it. Matter of fact, it get them hype. It get them hard. Oh, I love that gangster shit, even though he dying and you ain't gonna have nobody to be with. They don't give a fuck. That's
Okay,
what I'm talking about.
I got a quick question on that one. Are we talking about a woman who has a vested interest in the man that she's with, or are we just talking about a random chick?
We're talking in general. We're
Okay.
talking in general. Yeah, so I don't know. No, we're not talking about nobody specific. Ruby was talking about herself and how she feel like she a little tough girl gonna go fight a bear.
No, it's not
And
that I
Ruby
feel
full of
like I'm a
cat.
tough girl. It's that I'm not going to throw my loved ones
You go.
into the line of fire so I can be
Ain't nobody
safe
said
and
throw
get
nobody into
away.
no line of fire.
Period, point blank.
And,
And nor am I
and
abandoning my loved ones in the line of fire
it
so
ain't
I can get
abandonment.
away safe. Oh,
It
it
ain't
is. It is.
abandonment.
It is.
It
I'm
ain't
sorry.
abandonment.
My
Hey,
nephew.
hey,
That's why I made
you
sure to
why
bring my
go
kids first because they run slower than I do, and there's no way
you
I'm
a
leaving them
cat. You a
behind.
whole
So I
cat.
don't give a shit if we have to climb a tree. I don't give a
You
shit
a
what I
whole
need to do.
cat.
If I have to try to throw a rock at this damn thing, I don't care what I need to do. But I'm not leaving my
I don't
godson behind so
care.
he can get eaten
Ruby.
by the bear so I can get away free and clear. And I'm sorry if that
Y'all
conflicts with
don't
your
care.
inability to give a shit about other people, but it doesn't conflict with mine.
What? My inability?
Yes. That's why
I'm
you
just
find
trying
it
to match.
so
I'm just trying to match your
unfathomable.
energy. I'm trying to
That's why
match
you find
your
it so
energy.
unfathomable. You find it so
No, I listen. No,
unfathomable that
no,
other
no, no, no,
people
no, no.
would not save themselves over saving their loved ones. You find it
Is Mel
unfathomable,
here?
and I don't.
Mel, are you here? Mel ain't here. All right. So I don't know why you can't understand
No,
me clearly, Ruby. Huh?
I was just listening
Like,
to you.
Oh, there he is.
I think he's there. Yeah.
oh, he far though. I think he's doing
Yeah.
something else.
Mel, fix
Listen,
your mic.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't understand
Uh oh.
why Ruby can't
Oh
understand me
shit.
clear. Listen, and maybe she do, she just don't care, right? But the
I
point
don't
is,
know, man. You losing me too. And I was with you at first.
how did I lose a
Yeah, me
man?
too.
I can understand that I lost women, but how I lost you?
I was with you the first 10%, but now I'm trying to follow.
10? 10? Oh, you a baby boomer. You a baby boomer. You was born when niggas was mad chivalrous. So you got a whole different mentality. And the women back then was probably better. I really don't know. But these hoes right now, they not Patti LaBelle and none of them. You know, they don't even sing love music no more. If only you knew. They don't sing none of that shit no more. It's what's that Cardi B shit? Or that City Girl shit, that Meg Thee Stallion. Okay?
Now
That's what they are. They're not.
I'm going to admit I have a tainted view of the world. The part of Brooklyn I grew up in, the women there was scandalous. So it'll be easy for me to say, well, not where I grew up. So I can only speak of where I grew up at. Maybe those Claire Huxtables were in other parts of the United States, but I didn't see them.
Well, I don't know. Well, see, that's the thing. I mean, I guess you grew up in like the '80s, but it got a lot worse. Period. That's what I gotta tell you. And it's clear as day. It's clear as day. It's easier to be a hoe, and you can make way more money off of being a hoe than being a wife. Way more, and it's easy as hell. Women don't. Men are even more expendable today than they were 30 years ago. Way more expendable, and
Nah,
women know
man.
it.
No, man.
All
It
right,
nothing,
okay.
nothing done changed. Only difference is you got the internet to communicate from one part of the United States to the other part of the United States. But the
The
women,
laws.
they,
Yeah.
the women are no different than they are from back in the days.
I don't. I'm sorry. I don't know, and I don't know if you know because you're not in my same time. I don't. You don't. I don't know. The point is because we're arguing two things we can't really compare. The point is, from my perspective, and a lot of dudes around my age bracket, like what I'm saying is 100. You even heard Ruby talking about niggas gotta jump in front of bears for hoes.
Yeah, but you gotta remember
Nah,
now.
man. Like
I'm
nah, nigga.
but you gotta understand now. I'm dealing with the women who train the young women.
Are you jumping
Them
in front of a bear? Would you jump in front of a bear?
as I told my son's mother and I told my ex-wife, I would take a calculated risk.
See, yeah, like you have to understand, Ruby. I mean, sorry, I mean, youngies. Ruby is married and stuff. That's why she speaks passionate of that. She spent that of a husband. Now I understand what you're coming from because I'm not gonna go out and protect any woman like that either. Too, I'm picky who I'm going to protect and everything. That my protection is earned and stuff like that. So if I feel you worthy of my protection, yeah, I will go out for that. Especially if you're on my wife. That is my job as a husband. I will die for her if I have to because it's a duty of a husband and stuff. But every female out there don't get that. As I said, there's certain females I will protect. Some I will leave their asses out in the gutter. No problem.
I agree with that.
No,
I
if
agree
I
with
could bring
that.
something up really quick, because here's the thing, right? So the thing I brought up earlier about the bullet and the situation, whatever, right? That literally just happened like a week ago in my real life. And so it came down to the situation was getting, threats, bullets, this, that, whatever, and whatever. So I went down because I'm like, I'm not going to have anyone stand between me and a bullet. That's for sure. None of my loved ones, right? And then Mr. Rubes came too. But I begged and pleaded. I said, please, 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 just stay in the car. Just stay in the car because I think I can diffuse the situation. Because here's the thing. As much as I'm going to stand between everybody and the bullet, if I have my choice, right, he's going to stand between me and a bullet any day of the week. So what I'm going to try to do now also is I also have to learn how to mitigate my behavior, mitigate the risk against me and so on and so forth. So that way he never has to. So it's like, in the same way he would never let me stand in front of a bullet for him, right? I am in a way doing that by making sure I'm never instigating a bullet. So that way he never has to stand between me and the bullet. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like there's a reciprocity there as well, right? Not only my willingness to give up my life for the people I love, and for them to do the same for me, right? Because they didn't even want to tell me the situation happens because they know I would go stand between them and the bullet any day of the week. but there's also the
Uh-huh.
reciprocity there, whereas in I'm going to do everything I can so that way I'm not instigating a bullet or a bear or a fox or any type of danger, whereas in Mr. Rubes has to put himself at undue risk, whatever, to try to protect me from something if I have it within my control, right? Because I actually know that A, he would risk his life, and B, I don't want him to ever have to, right? So this is, I
Nobody
guess,
wants
for
you
me,
to ever
I
have
see it.
to.
So to me, I see it differently for two reasons. Number one, because I just watched a man who's been married for a very long time put his wife between him and a bullet, which I just thought was so bitch made. And so I'm like so irate about that situation as it
But,
is, right? But also because I know
uh,
how I move and I know how that woman moves. And so to me, no, that's absolutely bitch made right there. Sorry. It just
it's
is to
only
me.
bitch
That's your wife.
made because a man did it. But if she would have did it, that would have been something else. It's not a bitch made anymore. It's something. Listen, listen, God damn it,
No, I would
listen.
have called it bitch made too. Sorry.
I'm gonna call
Real
you.
quick,
Hey,
Ruby, you want to read that super chat? It's your turn, and then let's get to the guy in the left hand bottom.
Aw. Oh, this is
He's been
nice.
waiting for a while.
So E Capone, thank you very much
Thank
for super
you.
chat. Oh, look what he said, Melody. He said, I heart Melody.
Thank you. I
Aw.
appreciate that. I heart you
Thank you.
too. Thank you so much. So let's move that, and I'm trying to see the guy's name.
Cam
Cam
Cam?
Cam. Yeah, hi
Mm-hmm.
Cam Cam.
What's good, everybody?
What's good?
Hey.
Hey. So, what is your take on what we're talking about? We're talking about protection right now. What's your take on it?
I'll say this. If you're the right type of man and you got a right type of woman and you do your duties and do your job and stuff like that, then I would say it is your job to protect and provide. But men, we gotta be on our square and stuff like that. And then the woman gotta do her part. And then it'll be easy. So
calculated.
nowadays, I would say I would say women like open relationships because marriage is too much pressure. You know what I'm saying? Some women don't want to get married. Some women they just want to fuck and then get back to their husbands. It's what my mentor told me. So yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. Young Easy, you were gonna say something?
Damn.
I was gonna say that you know how many black men die hustling. Even the black men that got killed by police officers. You know how many chicks took that money and got an ass job with it instead of investing it into their kids? You gotta be careful about who you fuck with as far as women are concerned and who you protect.
I agree.
Okay,
I
so
agree with you, Young East, because you should only protect your spouse, like your loved one, whether it's your mom, your dad, your sister, like Ruby said, your nephew, whoever. You
Mm-hmm.
know, you should
I
only protect your people, but like protecting other women, I don't think you should do that.
yeah, but I'm talking about dudes that was intimately involved with a woman, had a child with a woman, and then when they get killed by the cops, and then donations come, those same women that they were involved with go get an ass job. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a committed woman. I think that's a shallow bitch.
Oh yeah,
I and to be frank,
Mm-hmm.
we agree
but
with you.
I know you
100%.
agree with me on that, but you don't seem to agree with me on the whole concept. You like the way Ruby talking, the way Ruby talking to me, it's like men are so secondary to her. We're second at best. We're a distant second in her
Is that
mind.
what you're
And
saying, Ruby?
I don't even
that's
know
what
how you
that's
could have gotten that from what I said. So then I'll clarify. No, didn't say that, didn't
I
think
just
that,
I
didn't
know
intimate
I
that
was
in any way, shape, or form.
listen, I was sort of paraphrasing what I thought I heard, right? And this is a common notion. Oh, jump in front of the bear, even if you're gonna die, die for this chick. even if she's gonna take that money and get an ass job. You're a man, do it anyway.
Nope.
That
First of
type
all,
of
see, you added
dutiful
in an
obligation.
even if
No,
thing
no, 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 no,
that
no, no, no,
no
no.
one
Let me
had.
finish, and then you can do all of that. As a
Hmm.
man, you have a duty to sacrifice for your wife, your finances, your life. Okay,
Yes.
a nigga come in the middle of the night. You're expected to go downstairs with your dick out and go fight some random intruder while a chick
Hmm.
stay upstairs cuddled up. I don't feel like that's reciprocation. There's not enough reciprocation for me. I don't feel like women reciprocate that same sacrificial energy. I really fucking don't. I don't feel that.
Yeah, but the
Okay, so
problem is, right, is here's the problem though, is I actually do in my real life, which is acknowledged by the people who really know me. The problem is that you are saying, no, I just decided you're a cat because in my life, all the women I've met haven't
I
reciprocated
don't
that energy. So
believe hoes.
obviously you do. I'm not a fucking hoe though. I'm a wife. There's a difference. First of all.
I'm
Second
sorry,
of all,
Lizzie. I'm
Second
sorry.
of all, right, and
Get him, get him.
let's clarify this. Here's the problem, right? And so you have a bunch of ancient no count women who are using wife rhetoric, right, and applying it to themselves as though it applies to them. And it does not, right? We all know that as a collective, we are broken. Therefore, we cannot expect random collective shit because we don't work as a functional collective. So we have to talk about these things as on an individual level, right? Now, here's the problem. When women decide to choose the wrong one, they decide to get married to the wrong one, you know what I tell that woman to do? Well, you have to submit to your man. You know why? Because you married him. You decided you wanted to marry that man, and so now you have to submit to the wrong one. But you know what your role is to do? Your role as his wife is to submit to him anyway. If you didn't like that, you shouldn't have married the
I
wrong one. And
disagree.
I'm going to say
I
the same.
disagree.
I know you disagree, but I'm saying this is my belief system. You have a problem with that? This is why they invented divorce. Or don't get married to that person. And I'll say the same thing to the man. Do not marry a woman that is not worthy of your protection and provision. Don't do it. But if you did it, now you're married to her, that's your job. Your job is protecting and providing. Her job is to submit. And if she won't do her job and you don't want to do your job, then why the hell are you married? But if you are going to be married to someone, then you do have a role to fulfill. You do have a job to do. And just like I said with me and my own behavior, your job as a woman is not to instigate bullshit that he has to come step in between of you and a bullet every other day just so you can prove that he protect and provide. No, because now you ain't shit, because your job as a nurturer and as someone who's submitting is not to go and create problems and danger for your husband around every corner. We all have different roles that we need to play, right? And just because some people ain't shit, just because some people aren't doing their job, doesn't mean that I'm going to sit there and say, well, then I guess those aren't the job qualifications. No, they are. They are the job qualifications. And I'm going to stay firm on that. And I'm going to keep myself in a microcosm with people who know what a husband is and know what a wife is and are willing to do their job. Right? I'm willing to do my job. Mr. Rubes is willing to do his job. And all the people around us that we keep around us, we're willing to do our jobs. And because that's what the job
See,
is.
Ruby, I'm sorry for calling you a hoe, but you take
Thank you.
you take this shit too personal. I'm not even talking about you. You're superwoman. I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about everybody else except for Melody. Everybody else.
Well, let me let
And
me
that's
let me
just
let me throw this in. Let me throw this in real quick before Dr. Eugene Steele kicks in. Uh, is everyone familiar with Bill Duke, the actor?
nah.
Okay, no problem. He has said he said this about acting. He said to be a very good actor, you must be willing to fall backwards without fear of what's behind you. Um, the same holds true with marriage, and that's for both the potential husband and wife. So if you have dudes and females who are afraid to fall backwards without fear of what's behind them, then I think they should address themselves and not the institution of acting slash marriage.
You lost me.
Because the marriage is not the problem. It's people being in fear. And if a person is fearful, oh, that's fine. There's no problem with that. But don't not you. I'm just saying both males and females don't knock the institution of marriage. Just address the fact that you don't you don't want to get ripped, you don't want to get robbed, you don't want to take unnecessary L's, and keep it moving on that.
Yeah, I don't know what I see. I don't know
Yeah,
exactly what she's
I hear
getting.
that. Hmm.
I don't like. I don't know what he's saying, but that's not. I don't think I was doing that. I'm just listen. I'm putting two and two together. I'm doing the math. I'm looking at how women operate. Okay, they're not what niggas romanticize women, and they try and project what they feel like love is onto women, and women just ain't that. Women are what that guy told me. He told me women are solipsistic, which means that it's a nice way of saying you're selfish. You're selfish as shit. It's a nice way of saying that.
But what I'm hearing from you, and this is what happened at that 11% and beyond. I got lost at. What I'm hearing is you have a concern about getting ripped, getting taken advantage of in a serious relationship, which is fine. As I said, I see nothing wrong with that. And as I said, I was 32, 33, and I felt the same way too. But as Classic Ruby had noted that I follow behind, a lot of guys, they feel that way until they cross paths with that one woman. I did not say every dude. You have a segment of guys. They eventually cross paths with that one woman where they're willing, as I said, they're willing to fall backwards without fear of what's behind them.
All right, yeah, that's wishful thinking. I understand that. There's always Mother Mary somewhere around the corner for somebody. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about collective women behavior. I'm not talking about specific unicorns, okay, and these godly pick me's out here. I'm not talking about that.
Okay,
Okay, I'm talking about
what is a pick me?
somebody explain that.
No, go.
Somebody, somebody,
I asked a
A
question, man.
woman
Go
that
ahead.
want
Go
to be
ahead.
picked, the woman that
No,
goes
come on,
above
G.
and beyond.
No, man. No. Let him.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
Lord have
sorry. I'm
mercy.
sorry. Okay, go ahead. Go
You
ahead, answer
fired.
that.
You fired.
What's
it's,
a
it's a
what's a
derogatory.
pick me, youngins?
Don't fire her.
It's a derogatory term made up by the sisterhood to denigrate any women that's compliant to a man's order in a relationship or out of a relationship.
But let me say this, about this term "pick me." Yeah, the sisterhood intended, to make it derogatory. But if you really listen to that word "pick me," you know, she wants to be picked. She wants to do everything she can to be picked by the right man. And the
Exactly.
sisterhood does not like it.
Because they view it as degrading yourself to be with a man. That's how they want to view it.
Hmm.
That's where it came from. Now, it's not a bad thing if you think about the actual term, but I'm just saying that's where it came from. Okay, so like I said, there are those women that want to cater to a man. Of course, there's not enough of them, but I'm not talking about just those few. I'm talking about all these hoes that was marching for abortion rights. Or I'm damn, did I say the word? My bad. All these women that was marching to delete. I'm talking about them.
Wanting
And there's a lot.
deletion is not the same thing as being some feminist who don't want to serve your man. Sorry. I
Yeah,
am very much pro-choice, and I'm also very much traditional relationship. So
yeah, but most of the people that's pro-choice are very feminist. And we get into the specifics of all of this, but I think you guys get what I'm saying. At least I think he gets what I'm saying. So don't make this specific. I'm talking about the climate in America, period, and the invisible contract between man and woman, where a man is expected to sacrifice and give his all, and a woman just supposed to rest in her femininity. That's the
Well,
contract that I
well,
call bullshit on.
well
Okay,
then,
and
if
yeah,
that's the case, then I guess I can hold the title of being a pick me man because, like I said, there were some things about me that I had to get straight before any woman could really take me serious in a marriage. And that stuff, I was like, all right, yo, if I really want to have a woman in my life and have her take a vested interest in me, there's a lot of shit about me that I need to get straight first. So I guess I could hold that title as being a pick me dude.
No.
20 years ago.
No. They're trying to call a pick me. It's basically a female simp. So I don't think you're calling yourself a simp. That's the way they're trying to use it. Okay, so it's a bad thing in their eyes. That's what I'm saying. Y'all can use it how y'all want to use it, but it's a bad thing. It came out of a bad place. But like I said, they represent most of black women. The sisterhood represents most of black women. Okay, the pick-me's don't represent most of black women at all.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be worried. You shouldn't be worried about the most. You should be worried about that one that you believe, and it's always a belief that you believe you could take the risk of at least a decent relationship with. I ain't say marriage, a decent relationship with.
Listen. There's not enough. Period. Unless we sharing unless we sharing like unless we sharing pick-me's. There's literally not enough. Like you talking like it's not out there like that. It's really not. You could go anywhere. You go in the church. You go anywhere. Them church hoes is hoes too.
All right, now enough as in a 20-mile radius across 20 states. What distance are we talking about?
I'm talking about the effort that is going to take to acquire a pick-me woman. The amount of hoes I gotta go through, the grief I gotta go through to find that one woman, I don't even think is worth it. I'm starting to not think it's worth it because even me and Ruby don't agree on a male's duty in a relationship, and she's somebody I would consider a bit of a pick-me. So even amongst them, sometimes it ain't all the way there. So I don't know. I really don't. Like I said, I'm 1 foot in. I'm 2
I guess the
foot
problem
out.
is, you know what? I don't consider myself a pick-me. First, because I was here back when the term was being used by the manosphere to literally denote the way I still think of the term, which is a woman who puts on a show, puts on a mask, and does all the things necessary to get chosen. And as soon as, that rings on her finger, as soon as the contracts are signed, then you get to see her real face. And it looks nothing like
That's
the
a
fake face
chameleon.
you put on
That's
to
a
get picked.
chameleon.
That's called
Yeah,
chameleon.
well, no, that's a chameleon now, but that's not what it was 7 years ago.
No, they didn't. The manager didn't use that term "pick me" on that.
Yes, they did. They absolutely did, because that's where I learned it. In fact, no, I'm telling you, that's not where it originated. I've even had this discussion. No, I had this discussion on Game Changers channel like 4 years ago, because when he watched it wasn't 4, maybe it was about 3 years ago.
To the manager way before, more than 4 years ago.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And so when I heard
females, that's what I tell you.
No, I'm telling you that the females heard it.
I listened to the manager.
Yeah, I was too.
15
years. I've been listening to the. No, that's what a chameleon is now. That's not what it was originally. And here's the thing.
They did not use the term "pick me." That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You know what? I literally heard it myself with my own goddamn ears 7 years ago. You can sit there and try to tell me that the channels I was watching 7 years ago didn't say all of this, but they did. So do we want to sit there and argue this fucking shit all goddamn day, or can you let me get to my motherfucking point, which has nothing to do with any of this? Because this is fucking stupid now. No, we're not doing this shit today. We are not, we are not doing this today. We're not doing it today. We're not doing it today. We are not doing this today.
It don't matter though. It don't matter.
We are not doing this today because listen, we are not going to yell and scream. We are not going to yell and scream for 25 minutes because you disagree with the first half of my point when I haven't even gotten to my point. Today we are not doing that. We are not. So let's stop doing it now so I can actually let me get to my motherfucking point. I let all of y'all get to your points for the last 2 hours. Let me get to my points. Let me get to my point. I let everybody get to their point. I didn't interrupt not one of y'all. Not one of y'all, even when I disagreed with you. So now show me the same motherfucking courtesy and respect. Let me get to my point before you tell me I'm wrong. Bitch, listen, let me tell you something. I did not interrupt you. I did not disrespect you. I did not talk over you. I did not start screaming over you. You need to figure out how to show some motherfucking courtesy and respect and allow me to get to my fucking point. You need to figure out how to do that. You need to figure out how to do that. Did you forget the fucking rules? 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 Did you forget the 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 rules?
It's chill.
Because I didn't talk over not one of y'all. I didn't talk over not one of y'all. I didn't interrupt not one of y'all. So for you to start interrupting me, to scream over me because you disagree with something I said is out of fucking pocket. Period, point blank. That is not what we are doing today. I am not doing it because I didn't do it to even one of y'all.
He good.
Okay. Now, getting back to the fucking point I was making, which wasn't even about that, but let's scream about it for fucking 20 minutes. Period. Like fucking stupid shit. Obviously, I'm not in the mood to even try to fuck with my goddamn fucking phone. Anyways, my point was, okay? Now, that's how I learned the term. I don't give a shit what anyone else says about it. That's how I learned it. That's where I learned it from. Period, point blank. So what I've always thought of myself as is not a pick me, because that was never really a concern for me or an issue for me was getting picked. That was never the issue. My issue was always getting kept. Like I wanted to be kept. Right? So it was like a keep me. I wanted to be kept. I wanted to be married, right? I didn't want to just get picked. I didn't want to be the desirable one, the one that all the men look at. I didn't really give a shit about that. I took that for granted a lot. What I wanted to be is to be kept, right? I wanted to know, how do I get a man to want me forever? How do I get a man to want to take care of me forever, to love me forever, to, you know, commit to me forever, to want to build a family with me? That was always the thing I wasn't quite sure of. I knew how to, I guess, well, I didn't really know. It just kind of came naturally to be picked. That wasn't the issue.
You know why you was unsure of it? You know why you was unsure of it is exactly everything I've been saying. Women have no game when it comes to making men want to feel like being monogamous for 60 years. Okay? And it's in Canada's climate too. Y'all ain't no better. Y'all just like us.
Well,
so,
I wouldn't say that. For me, it was more that my mom had a bunch of interests and traits that I just didn't have. And I knew I wasn't going to have those traits. I was never going to be a girly girl. I was not going to never be soft and feminine and, I can't lift anything more than 5 pounds. Help me, baby. I was just never going to be able to be her. But I knew she could keep a man, right? She knew, that was like she was the perfect formula. My grandma was the perfect formula. And I just didn't have that. Right. So I was like, okay, what do I need to keep a man? Right. Because I'm like, I can get a man. I wasn't like, it's not that I was losing men. I just wanted one who wanted to marry me. Right. Let's spend the rest of our lives together. So I'm like, what do I need to be? What do I need to give him? What do I need to do? What balance do I need to find?
Can I ask you something? What's the hype of wanting to spend the rest of your life with one person? Where's the hype about that?
Punishment is the best teacher.
Would you say is the best teacher?
Multiple wives is better, in my opinion.
Oh.
I want
Why
Okay. No. Okay.
Wait, hold on, guys. I want to get to Dr. Eugene Steele because he didn't say anything yet. Hi, Dr. Eugene Steele.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. What's your take on everything?
Well, I just came in when you were talking about protection, and I was thinking about, the maximizing of protection. A lot of people talking about, protecting your woman from this and that, but also you've heard about men protecting, the woman from herself. But one thing you don't hear very many of is a man protecting her from himself. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta, yeah. She's got to feel protected from you, and this is why before you get into any marriage or any relationship, any mental issue that you have had in the past, you want to make sure you have those things taken care of, so that the trauma doesn't affect the family. Another thing that a man can protect himself from his wife is to make sure he stays out of danger. He keeps himself out of danger. Try not to get in a beef with anybody, because if you get into a violent beef with anybody, that person can go after your wife or your loved one as well. So you know try to keep yourself out of danger. If you keep yourself out of danger, you guarantee you keep your wife out of danger. Now, it's not foolproof, because like somebody mentioned, somebody can come in and rob your house at any time, and then that's when you have to act. But silly stuff, like these beefs, you don't need to be in it, not at all. You just have to make yourself make yourself safe, per se, in order for your loved one to be safe.
But what you just said ties into what is real submission, not this crap that I hear all over freaking YouTube that's convoluted at best. Submission really is really yielding to the duties and expectations required to get the house through the many different waypoints in the attempt to reach goals and aspirations. I mean, in any household, you've got rent or mortgage to take care of. You got the house cleaning. You got the food got to be prepared. Clothes got to be cleaned. If you got children, there's got to be homework that needs to be done. The guy came in with some debt. The wife came in with some debt. And when they got married, some debt was created between them. There's times that the guy has to crack the whip on the woman. The woman has to crack the whip on him. Collectively, y'all two got to crack the whip on the children. There's times that both y'all got to draw the lines on her parents, his parents, their family members, their friends. And I know there's a whole lot of the stuff that goes on within a marriage that both parties it's got to be all hands on deck to make sure that all the duties and expectations within that household, no matter who's in charge of what, needs to be taken care of to get that house from point A to point B, point B to point C. So if you have those 5, 10, 15, if it lasts that long, 20-year goals and aspirations, you get a chance to at least give the household the best possible opportunity to accomplish as many as you can, constructive goals and
Right.
aspirations. That's a part, that's true submission that you don't hear anybody discuss, because majority of people that's talking about submission have never been married or really been in a real relationship, not fucking, not a live-in partner out of convenience, but a real relationship where there is a with the well thought out constructive goals for everyone.
Yeah, yeah. He said that men need to protect women from themselves. See, damn. And so it runs deep. But women aren't expected to protect men from themselves with their nagging and their bitching. They're not expected to curve that shit at all. If
But
anything,
yeah,
if anything, it's the man that's sort of making her nag and all of that. Happy wife, happy life type of expectation. So that's one thing I just flat out disagree with.
yeah,
The
I have
one
to, I
thing,
have to
one
agree. I have to agree with them on that one. There's times when I had to crack my whip. I had to crack the whip on my son's mother and my ex-wife. Like, yo, your thinking is about to jack us up. Yeah, there's times I had to step in and protect the household from
I'm
the
not talking about
female.
any effort. I'm not talking about any effort on your part. I'm talking about efforts on her part to self-correct. There's no code of conduct. There's no code of honor in the atmosphere or in a woman to stop and self-correct when she's out of pocket. It's always have to be some external force from a man. We always got to be some type of a deity that helps control a woman's abusive nature. So I don't. I like. To me, that is the problem in and of itself. The fact that it takes men to regulate a woman's morality. A bitch should just stop when she's wrong. She doesn't. She's a grown ass person. She doesn't need another man or another being to tell her that she's out of pocket. Even another woman.
Well,
Okay.
that's one of the fucked up parts of being a leader in a household.
I don't want to hear that either. I really don't want to hear that part because now you're putting more burden on the dude. I don't want to hear that shit.
I'm a man I'm a man that been there, done that.
Okay,
But I agree
yeah,
with both of y'all. I think you're both making a valid point. So I think it should be put together, right? Because on one side, short of it being a child, right, there are some basic key things, right? Like as an adult, you need to mitigate your own behavior. You have to self-regulate. If you don't, you're being a child. You're not being an adult, right? On the other side, though, if you are the head of your household, right? If you're the leader of this family, then other than like basic mitigation of your own behavior, and self-regulation, there's a lot that a wife is doing to run a household according to what the leader of the household actually wants to accomplish, right? So that does involve his interaction and sometimes, yeah, his correction, because in and of itself, she might have misunderstood that direction, or, like she thought, oh, that meant he wanted to feed them cereal every morning when it's like, no, 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 I want them to eat a hot breakfast every morning, or whatever it was, right? Like, it's just like, it does involve him to actually step in, and sometimes they're going to disagree and so on and so forth. So I think that it's kind of like putting so much on the man to the point where it's like, no, she's just a helpless blind child, and without him constantly telling her where to step and where to go and where to move, that's not what a wife is. And anyone who thinks that's what a wife, no, that's a child. That's what children, you have to direct and mold and grow and whatever. Wives are supposed to be independent agents who can self-regulate, right, and who can follow directions, and who also are proactively seeking out the information so that way they can fulfill their role, right? It shouldn't really be so much on the man to be, directing and heavily invested in the house like that. He should be able to say something and she enacts all of that, like without him being up in it 24/7. Otherwise, everything falls apart.
Yes,
So I think it's
And
kind of both.
that's the part of this quote unquote submission that never gets discussed. Never ever but see, here's the deal. You're married. You've been married twice and you're still married. I've been married once. It didn't last as long as I wanted. So we're actually speaking from people who've actually been inside of a marriage, as opposed to a lot of people who never really been in much of a serious relationship. So our view of that world is a little bit different.
You talking about me, right? Serious relationship.
No, I'm not talking. Man, you ain't the only person on YouTube, doggone it.
Nah. I caught that.
How am I single, Anna? I'm married, idiot. But no, sorry, she's doing all this catering, but she's still single. That would work if only I wasn't married, very obviously. And I have been since the second I walked on, actually before I walked onto YouTube, but since everyone's seen me on YouTube. Anyway, point is, no, I think that there is a point, and that's, I have said that before, right? It's difficult, and that's why I don't necessarily, like, I don't blame, say, Young East or anyone who's never been married, who's not married, or never been in a functional marriage, for understanding, some of these, like, the things that you can only know once you've gotten there. Like, and I've even said, there are things that I didn't know or I didn't understand until I got married. And then I was like, wow, I really did think it was just going to be another title, but just like the way I was within dating. Right? Like, I thought I would feel the same. I thought it would be the same, like, on every level. I really did. And I'm like, no, there was something fundamentally different to standing up under the eyes of God in front of all of our friends, and and saying I do's and being married. There was something fundamentally that changed. Right? And I can't even like tell you why it fundamentally changed, but I can tell you that it did. And it changed the whole dynamic.
You should be able to articulate that, because there's a lot of people that don't even remotely know what would change. So if you can explain that, that'd be good, but I'm not even going to pressure you on that. But as far as what you were saying,
yeah,
huh? as far as you were
Because you know,
saying
I was going to say
about
words like this. I was going to say, like, for example, I literally understand what they mean when they say the word covenant, and that, you know, when you bond with your husband to become one and you form a covenant. I actually understand what that word means. It was very abstract. It meant nothing to me before, but when it happened, I felt it. And
okay,
being in a
baby,
covenant with
baby.
someone, literally, that's what I mean. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean to you? It doesn't mean anything. That's why I was like, I can't explain
Yeah,
it. Like maybe married people would
well,
understand, but if
you're
you're
gonna
not
have
even
to think
married, what
about
the fuck
that.
does that
You're
understand?
gonna have to you're gonna have to meditate on that, and you're gonna have to tell us. But
Okay.
what you were saying earlier about women being proactive, that's another trait that I feel like is making the modern man not even want to consider marriage. That you were saying earlier. Oh, give me some qualities that women can do that will make a man want to be in a monogamous relationship, a long term. And I'm like, women are not proactive in meeting a man's needs remotely. If that's probably the biggest thing. I didn't want to say. I actually knew that. Fuck it. We saying it now. Women do not anticipate a man's needs for nothing. Okay, they don't. That's one of the biggest things women don't do. They do not anticipate a man. They don't prepare for one. Even in a relationship, they don't even anticipate what he might need today, tomorrow. They don't know and they don't care. They don't even. They barely. Some of them even barely anticipate sex. Like it's like that's one. That is the biggest thing that women don't do. And I didn't want to say it before because there's chameleons that's gonna. I'm gonna act like I'm gonna anticipate this nigga. Like there's gonna be chameleons. But from what I've seen and from what I've heard, you have to tell a woman to do this, do that, do that. She doesn't just take it upon herself to meet your needs before you open your mouth. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. Okay, I shouldn't have to ask for a blowjob. You should just be ready. All right,
Well, if
nigga,
it makes
I'm
you
about to
feel
get it.
better,
I'm about to get
Wait a minute.
you know
Should
what
they
though?
be
Hold on.
mind
If it
readers
makes you
though?
feel better, that's not something that you can fake. The anticipation of your man's needs is not something a chameleon, as you guys call it, can fake. And the reason
Yes,
why
they can.
it no, you know why they can't? Because
They
they can
can.
anticipate a need. They can, for example, they could find out you like blowjobs and so give you blowjobs, right? But there's a lot
Yes,
of things about you. Hold on, but there's a lot of things about you. And in order for her to be able to anticipate your needs collectively throughout the day, like you realize, shit, you don't have to ask for nothing no more, right? She has to
yeah, I know.
learn you. In order for her
That's
to
why it's a
learn you inside
chameleon.
and out, but hold on. No. She has to know. Most chameleons don't do that. What they do is they give you a template of the perfect woman, but they don't learn you
Yes,
as an
in the
individual. No,
beginning.
no. See,
In
that's
the
what I'm saying.
beginning, they'll
They
pretend to
give
be
you
what you
hotness.
want.
Yes,
Yes,
but normally,
in the
but
beginning.
normally it has nothing to do with learning you. So it's not. It's about being
Oh
very
my god.
sexy, very
I know
attractive,
what you
blowjobs, lots of great sex. But what they won't learn, for example, because it's like it's not important, right? But what they won't learn is like that you really like fucking Harry Potter novels or something. Like they won't learn little things about you. They
but
won't learn to anticipate
yes,
that
they will
you
in the
really like the
beginning.
hallway nightlight and shit.
Yes, yes, they will. In the beginning, they'll act like they bond with you. Oh, we get along with so much shit. Especially if you got money, they'll pretend like I'm the perfect woman for you. They'll pretend like, look, I like this kind of music too. Like they'll
Yes.
do it in the beginning.
Yep.
Okay, so that's a chameleon.
But
What you
notice there's
just
a difference.
explained.
But no, but see what you're saying, right? So pretending they like the same music because you said you like that music, right, is entirely different, right, than understanding that the reason why you like that music, because you only mentioned it one time, like 6 months ago for like 5 seconds, it wasn't even important, had something to do with your dad's old record album, and then
You're
fucking
going
two
too
years
deep.
later showing up. I'm not. You know why I'm not? Because the thing is, a
Yeah,
real
you are.
person who really considers her man, who really has learned her man inside and out, will go that deep because women
But you,
go that deep.
I know
So
that.
if she's not
But we're
going
not
that deep,
talking
she's
about
not for
deep.
real.
We're not
But
talking
that's what
about
I'm saying.
deepness.
If it's not
We're
deep,
not
then
talking
she's
about that.
fake.
But
But if
that's
she's not
I
deep, then it's
know.
fake.
I know,
Right.
but you're going too deep. I'm talking about a chameleon is a surface level woman that's gonna try and match you at a temporary pace in the beginning of a relationship.
Right. And
That's
what
a
I'm saying is
chameleon.
that the way
You
you
went way
can
too.
weed out
We know that.
chameleons.
We
No, but
know
see,
what you said. We
what
know
did I
that
say?
a real woman is gonna anticipate your needs long term. We already know that.
Right.
That's what I'm
So
saying. What you're
therefore, then what are
saying,
you arguing? I don't understand.
I'm arguing. I didn't want to even bring up the fact that one of the main qualities that a woman should have, women should have collectively, is to anticipate a man's needs. I didn't want to
Right.
say it because I know chameleons are gonna be like, "Oh, then all I gotta do is just pretend like I anticipate his needs, and then I could get
Man,
married."
Right.
That's what a
But the
lot
thing
of
is,
bitches.
but you can only tense that muscle and pretend on the surface
I
and that be
know that.
impressive for a short, hold
We
on,
know
for a
that.
short period of time, right? You
We know
cannot do
that.
that
That's
long
why it's a
term.
chameleon.
Right.
It's short term. She's gonna
Right.
pretend in the beginning. You're saying the
Right,
same shit I'm saying.
but no, what you're saying already is that a chameleon is defined, right, by doing a bunch of surface shit, right,
In the
at the
beginning.
beginning to seem impressive. It's a template of the perfect woman.
Yes.
What
You're
I'm
saying the
saying
same shit.
is that, right, I'm agreeing with that. But what I am saying is that even a chameleon hearing, oh, well, for those who are smart enough to try to weed you out, right? Well, you can sit there and you can deeply learn this man and show evidence that on 24/7, 365, 4 years, that you have been 100% committed to knowing this man deeply and anticipating his needs, a mental, emotional, physical, whatever, right? A chameleon's not going to do that. She's not going
We
to
know
invest that
that.
kind of time and
Life
energy,
is too short.
right?
We
Life
know
is
that.
way too.
Right. So
check it
therefore, you
out,
have
y'all.
nothing to worry about because you saying
No.
that is not going to
We
help a chameleon.
yes, you do have something to worry about
Then you
because
don't know that.
some niggas will get tricked by a woman pretending like she's the perfect woman for him. Okay? So you do need to know that. Okay?
Right.
Everything you're saying, we know what a long-term woman looks like. We know that. Okay?
All right,
But
y'all.
there's gonna be them, huh?
I got a solution. You want
Okay.
to know how to deal with pygmies? From the beginning, from the get go, you
We're not
tell
talking
them
about
you
pygmies.
can rent or lease me out. We're not doing wives. We're just doing girlfriend status. That's how you deal with them.
We're not talking about pygmies.
Who we talk? That's what I'm saying.
His
Chameleons.
brain,
I
his
want
brain
to hear from
received that
King.
information that way.
Yeah, King
It
Preach.
just
Let
slide.
him get it out, and then we get back to Youngies. Go ahead, King Preach, because we didn't hear anything
No,
from you.
I'm just saying. I feel like, bro, Cam was saying I feel like his brain interpreted that information one way, and it makes sense to me. I'm not tripping off of none of this.
I
I
did
feel like,
I did
I feel like Young Easy got a lot of dope ass points, and I feel like they make a lot of fucking
He
sense.
do. He has a lot of
But
dope points, but so do
I'm
Ruby.
also a very objective thinker. So we got a married woman here, Ruby, and then
thank
I don't know what Melody's situation is. So we got a lot of deeper perspective. But bruh is saying like this dating scene for niggas is not kosher, my nigga. Like we is in the trenches with these females.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the
We don't
thing
know if
is
they
that,
trying to. We don't know if they trying to kill us or fuck us. We don't know.
but here's the
But
deal: the dating scene has been like this. Hell, my father was born in 1937. And hell, if he was still alive and was on this panel, he could probably tell you hell, the dating scene when he was a young G was the same way. The thing hasn't nothing that's really changed. The only difference is now men and women they have social media and they can communicate from one in the United States to the other to say, hey, what you feel is actually what you're seeing, as opposed to, when I was in my 20s before the internet became accessible, you know, even though there's a lot of us we saw it, we couldn't communicate with dudes all the way in California. We can only communicate with the dudes that was on our block. And the way that works is the folks will say, well, that may be the women here in this area. That doesn't pertain to all the women all over the United States. You haven't dated all the women. But yeah, the dating scene has not changed. It is exactly the same way it's always been.
Yeah, yeah. women,
No,
men.
bro,
Listen,
believe
I
me.
agree with you that men haven't changed too much, but
The
I
women,
think
dude,
women have changed.
bro. The women have not changed.
No,
The women that you're dealing with were trained by the women who are now my age.
no.
So
See,
I know where the women of the 20s and 30s who trained them.
here's the shit. Here's the thing, right? It's not even about who trained them. It's just where the culture and the atmosphere and the access to all this people, as you say, come from. Number one, but number two, if you just go back like a generation or two, the women from your time, they didn't. They seem to conduct themselves a lot more kept and more pick me than the women that's today. Because
Okay, wait. Okay, it must be my accent. I understand. My Brooklyn accent. I
oh
know
my god,
it throws people off a bit. But I
I,
could have sworn I just said the women are no different. How do I know this? Because I was a shorty back in the days. I just didn't come out my mama's womb a couple of days ago. I was
okay, but you're
rolling.
not dating now,
I
though, is
was.
you? But you're not dating now, though, right? You dating 20-year-olds?
No, I'm
Because
dating
I
women that
am.
no, I'm dating women in their 50s and they ain't changed.
Exactly. Come on. Okay, I think the women in their 50s, when they were like in their 20s, knew how to cook better. These hoes don't know how to cook. They don't even know how to boil an egg.
Man, there's hoes that know how to cook.
Man, all right, man. I wasn't alive when you was alive. I'm just saying,
Well,
bruh,
that's why I'm
but
letting you know.
but you're not
That's why.
dating the women I'm dating though. You dating old women. They're gonna. Oh, I would think that old women
He's
would be
not
a
gonna hear
bit
you.
wise.
I hear
Huh?
you, dog. I hear you, my nigga. I hear you.
No, you're trying to say like this is a new
Listen,
phenomenon.
you
Nah,
a
this ain't a new
generation past us, bro. You
dude. Like
was
I said,
your
y'all
brothers
try to
got drafted in the
y'all
World War
trying to make
II,
it sound y'all trying to make it sound like
Vietnam.
this, y'all trying to
Like
make it seem
niggas
like
that got drafted in Vietnam, my
yo,
nigga. Like
y'all trying to make it sound like
it's
this is
different.
something. It ain't no different.
It is very different.
I'm telling y'all,
All
yo,
that though.
it's no different.
What's
But
your
y'all
point
keep saying, well,
what's the point of telling us that it's no different? What's the point of telling us that?
All right, hold on. Let me talk to this.
Yeah, why
I
Yeah.
y'all
want to know
yelling?
what's his point though. What are you trying to say, that we should just put up with shit? What are you
no,
trying to
I'm
say?
saying no, I'm saying
Listen,
is you're
Trying to
not.
bring
listen.
I'm
some
saying
attention to
I'm
it, my
saying that you're
nigga.
not dealing with anything that dudes like I
Okay,
said, even dudes from my
thanks.
father's era
Okay,
didn't have to deal
thanks.
with. But the
Thanks,
deal
bro.
is what you're
Like
gonna have, what
you're
you
not
Appreciate
solving.
you, dog.
but the
You're
thing
not
what you're gonna
solving
have to
nothing though.
do, but what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to do like a bunch of other dudes, draw your line in the sand, make up your mind what you're gonna tolerate and what you're
Yep.
not gonna tolerate, and stay
That's
true
what
to
we trying to do.
yourself.
That's what we trying to
Trying
do.
We
to.
not saying nothing different than
You
what
gotta
you say.
try to do
You
that.
acting like
But that's
like
funny. You
we
know what's
speaking
funny about this whole conversation? The older
It's the same
generation didn't.
shit, my
The
nigga.
older generation didn't do that. If anything, the older black men are the biggest simps and pushovers.
Uh
If
oh.
anything, so to
Uh
say
oh.
My nigga King.
that young men need to do what
Yeah,
the older men did, or need to do something that y'all older men didn't even do.
And this is
So
based off of what?
this is based off what y'all being the biggest simps. Generation X, are y'all the biggest simps there is? Man, y'all simp
Hey
like it's
yo,
How do you, sir?
yo,
How do you,
How old
sir?
am I?
Hey,
yo,
explain your
I'm
point. Explain your point. Don't
35.
just
I'm
drop
hey
the bomb
yo,
35,
like
old
that.
nigga.
check it
Well,
out.
first of all,
This
don't you
the
have to call me a
problem.
nigga. I'm asking
All
you a
right, let's
I'm just
question.
let some
saying.
people that
Okay,
didn't
guys,
speak
one at a
yet.
time.
Yeah, so we're gonna go with Blue because he came. So Blue, what's your opinion?
Salute, salute.
Salute.
I hear what y'all saying. I want to make it simple. What it is it ain't no OG game being passed down to the younger generation. So they fathers getting locked up. You know what I'm saying? It's a disconnection. So the younger generation that's coming up now, they ain't got the game. They don't got the know-how. You know what I'm saying? They don't got the experience. That experience ain't being passed down, even through the female section.
mm,
That experience ain't being passed down for, hey, Sunday dinner. It's like Sunday dinner is like an ancient thing. The
Mm,
new generation, they don't know what it is to have Sunday dinner.
Fact.
They fucking
Mm.
grandmother up in there shaking her ass and
yeah.
twerking and doing and all other types of shit. She ain't worry about Sunday. Sunday
oh,
dinners is the missing option, that's the
Fact.
moral
Big
of the story.
Mama.
So
We don't have Big Mama no more. That's what it
yeah,
is.
so
Mhm.
we
man.
sitting here trying to debate and trying to figure things
Silicone
out
mama.
when the moral of the story is what was going on ain't have been going on. That OG game being passed. I'm in my 40s and I got guys that's older than me. And sometimes they spit some shit, and I'm like, damn, y'all ain't think about that. They could be broke, fucked up, and has been, had this and had that, but they are men. You know what I'm saying? They men and they still know how to pass that knowledge down to you. That's what it is. It ain't enough men out here passing that knowledge down like how it used to be. That's what I think what it is.
No,
I
because
agree.
That's a fact.
as I said about 3 or 4 minutes ago, I said you draw a line in the sand and you determine what you're going to tolerate, what you're not going to tolerate. It seems like
Now,
when cats like
I've been
myself,
doing-
when cats like myself say that, the dude's like, yeah, but, like, what the fuck you mean yeah, but for what?
But I
Draw
mean,
the line in the sand.
okay.
Draw the line in the sand. Determine what you're going to tolerate.
That's
Determine
what
what
we
you're not
doing.
going to determine what you're not going to tolerate, and you live that rule.
That's
Yeah,
what
okay.
If a female
we get the point.
if a female comes in your world and she's not respecting the line that you drew in the sand, let that chick go. That has been
Okay,
been the
guys.
talk for the longest.
Sorry,
Right,
Jack,
let's
hold
go
on.
to
We
the
have
next
3
person.
new people on the panel, so we got to let them jump into the mix here.
Yeah, Jack,
Who's
let
up
him
next,
talk.
Melody?
I believe the Gray Pill podcast is next.
All right, what's up?
Yeah, what's
Great
up?
Bill? There you are.
Hey.
Okay. What do you got to say? God damn.
I'm gonna say this because the Jack Spade is 100% right, man. It's like you got to stand in your square, but if you're saying now like you got to try, then that's the problem within you. And I'm not saying you particularly, I'm just speaking in general, so don't attack me. But we cannot make a comment telling some, oh, the old heads back in the day, there was the biggest sense when I'm gonna keep on from my experience. I don't know if you ever heard the old song, like Papa was Rolling Stone. Them motherfucker was pimping all up down the street, sleeping with one chick while still got the wife at home bearing the kids and cooking the meals. That's the era that I remember, you know what I'm saying, and doing it over and over again. Those the real pimps up and down the street. But now we got a lot of guys now, even let's keep 100. Go on any panel, these manosphere talking points, the red pill talking points. You got a lot of men in the chats. The younger generation, 35 and younger, confused as a motherfucker, don't know what the fuck going on with their life, can't figure it out, but they got to go to some people like shout out to them because they making money eating off of them, fresh and fit. These other manosphere content creators, 100K plus. So those are the biggest sense right there. But if you supposed to be on your purpose and on your square, you can't be that hurt man mentality. If, like, for example, you sleeping with a chick, you got her pregnant, now you mad at the chick. That's a you issue. That's not a her issue. You chose to do that. Other guys back in those days, they already knew how to take responsibility. Hey, it is what it is. Let me go to Burger King. Let me go to Wendy's. Let me do what I got to do. But the men now, man, I got to go to McDonald's. I got to get a job. But you hear these other women, man, I'm working all these jobs, getting a job, getting a career, going to college. This is take care of this lazy so. That's the problem. So, guys, be on your purpose. Figure out what you want.
Buy that McDonald's, right?
Hey, whatever, man. Whatever makes them feel good at night. Extra cheese
Buy
all
it for
day.
them bastard kids that she had with the other niggas, right? So you with the bitch. You with
Yeah,
the
that's
bitch on the
cool.
Why you gotta call
McDonald's.
out the bastard kids for? Okay,
No,
Archer,
because them
is that
is
you?
bastards. No, because them is bastards. And
That
the bitch
wasn't
wanted
me,
him
for
to
the
buy
record. That
McDonald's
wasn't
for
me.
all
I
another
wasn't
kid.
saying, I speak in generality, so I don't target nobody. But again, if people was doing the loudest crying and screaming about the relationships and the issues today, it's a you problem. You got to get out your house. You got to get out your house a little bit further in the block and the neighborhoods as you at to see the
I
world
agree.
for what it is.
I agree.
The world for what it is. You
I
cannot
agree
be
too.
sitting here. You cannot be sitting here be talking about something. Oh, these women this, these women that. When you got a perfect 2 examples right here, consistently saying something, and they both 2 different individuals. They saying something different all the time than what we hear in the spaces. These are real life people. That's crazy.
But I wonder what are the men? Because you said something very interesting. You said these women are out here getting careers, they're out here doing all this stuff, and the men are out here slacking.
Yes.
That's what you said, right?
Majority of them, yes.
A majority of the men are slacking, but but black men make more money than black women.
Well, I didn't say black or white, but yes, majority of men is slacking.
But we're talking about black here. We're not talking about white. That's typically what we talk about.
All right,
Unless I'm wrong. Am I wrong, Melanie? Are we not talking about black people?
I'm talking
It's your
about black.
panel.
Well, I'm addressing. Well, I can't even address.
We predominantly talk
All
about black
right.
people.
Black people,
Yeah.
yeah, we're black.
All right,
So.
let me ask you a
Yeah, I
question.
mean, that's fine. I mean,
All right, so when you say, can you be more? Can you be more
You're
specific?
next, Adam.
Specific.
Can you be more specific?
Be more
when you say
Pacific, my
that
nigga.
black men are slacking? Be more specific. I need
More
details.
Pacific.
You need details on a black young generation now slacking.
Yes,
Yes.
Be
Yes.
more Pacific.
that's
Okay.
very
Yes.
important.
Do we not
Pacific
see?
Ocean.
Be more
Okay,
specific.
more
Specific.
specific.
Like
Okay,
Y'all,
all
specify.
right. Let's go
I
with.
don't
Specific.
care. Be more Atlantic Ocean. I don't care. Just get
I was
specific.
gonna let that one go, but I'm a grammar Nazi like
let's
that.
be.
I felt that
Y'all
one.
trying?
Okay,
Hold on.
let's
Y'all
be.
trying to say
Hold
I
on,
ain't
hold on,
say
hold
it
on, hold on,
right?
hold on.
Okay,
I'm
guys,
trying
one
to
at a
be.
That's what y'all
time. One
trying
at
to
a time.
say.
One at a time.
Okay, I'm trying
Are
to
y'all
answer.
trying to say I ain't say Pacific?
No,
I'm
You
talking about
said
the Pacific
no,
Ocean.
I'm poking the
God,
bear, bro.
Jesus,
I'm
blue.
poking the bear.
Okay, let
no. A
Rachel
lot of
answer it.
people
Go
make
ahead.
Okay,
that
have we
mistake.
all
Go ahead,
heard
Yeah.
the
Rachel.
term? Have you all heard the term fuckboy?
Yes.
I have.
Yeah.
Okay. We know we got homies that's got on that fuckboy mentality. Right
Okay.
or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah, but what's wrong with that?
that's the example right there, and I'll leave it like that.
But
No, be more specific.
answer
He
the
just talking about
question.
pimps and shit. Now he mad at
God
fuckboy.
damn.
But this is okay. Can I
Now
jump in
he
here
gonna
right quick?
troll y'all. Now he gonna
Please
troll
jump in
y'all.
here right quick.
I can't wait to see
This is
that.
why older generation. Okay, let me jump in here. This is why older generations get called a simp, because you guys automatically assume
I didn't
that
say what you
every
did.
problem stems from the men not doing their job. See, the women out here are
Yup.
perfect, and your whole
I never said
dissertation,
they
your
was
whole little
perfect.
lecture right here was that the men are the ones slacking, not the women. But I pointed out to you, men make more money than women. You're pointing out this
Oh no,
large
men
majority of
don't
fuck.
though. No,
Wait,
men
time out.
don't
Let
Y'all
me
though.
say
finish my
something.
statement. Let me finish my statement.
Yeah,
You're
let
trying to
Archer
use the
finish, please.
you're trying
Go
to use
ahead.
the statement about fuck boys, but most black men are not fuck boys. Most black men make more money.
And most
Most
women
black
ain't
men don't
hoes,
have
and most women got
kids.
hoes and thoughts too.
Huh?
Most women
Repeat
is
that.
not hoes and thoughts too.
That's
Let him
incorrect.
finish.
Most women are hoes and thoughts.
Oh,
The average.
suburb.
I mean, we're talking about young women here. Who you said you're 40? What's the youngest woman you dated? What in the last 5 years? What's the youngest woman you dated?
27.
27. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with
Oh
that?
my
Why y'all
Why you
so
say
god.
hard
what?
with that, man?
Oh
Like,
my
let's focus
god.
on the woman that's going
I
to
cannot
deal with
believe
his
it.
programming.
I mean, he's
That's what
40.
I
He's only dating a woman who's 27. That's that man on his game. I ain't hating no more. I ain't hating no more for that shit. I'm 35, and the bitch I'm fucking. I mean, the woman. I'm sorry, Ruby. The
Yeah,
woman
say.
I'm
The
messing
It's
with.
woman
not
you're
her.
Get
messing
your
with.
shit straight before you
I
come on
know,
the
right? I had to
internet.
correct myself.
God
God damn.
damn.
Hey, I
Y'all are
remember. I
brutal.
remember Ruby from
One at
BGS
a
External.
time.
She could snap.
I
She could
know you
snap, right?
remember me, Archer. What's up?
Here's the reality
Glad to
though.
see
He
you.
focused on the woman that's going to bypass his programming. That's what it's about. Y'all keep worrying about too many females like that. I'm
Thank
focused
you.
on the females that's following my programming. They
It
the
ain't
ones
that
that
many of
matter.
them.
But
That's
that's
It
it.
my.
ain't that
This is
many
my
of them.
problem with the
Your
older men. They're
ease.
all the
Key
older
word.
men
Your
thinks
ease. Key word.
the
My programming. I don't have
the
to
It
worry
ain't
about
that many of
1% of
them.
them.
but the older men believe that is that
That's
the
a you
problem is
problem. I
black.
hate to
The
say
younger
that.
men
That's
are
a
not
you
doing
problem.
what they're supposed to do, and if they just did what they're supposed to do, all the women will
Let me
fall
ask
in
you,
line.
Archer, what are they actually
That's an
doing
old
then?
nigga
What are
argument.
they actually doing then?
That is an old nigga argument. That's an old nigga argument. That's
No,
goofy.
I'm actually
No,
no,
I could be.
I'm 41 years old, but unfortunately, I met younger dudes younger than me in marriages right now also too. So
Yeah,
what's your damn excuse?
yeah.
So what's the young boy's problem now? I want you to be specific. What is the young boy's problem?
You talking to me or?
Yeah,
He's
you.
Yeah,
talking
what
to
you
you.
I don't think the young men have a problem. I think the young women have a problem.
And that's fair. I mean, if you feel that
yeah,
way, that's not an
I
issue.
don't
The
feel
issue,
that's fair
anything.
too.
I think. I don't
yo,
feel anything.
but
I
Archie,
think.
my perspective on this, like
Yeah,
again,
so
it comes back
okay,
to it.
so let me ask you this. Okay, young man that's out of shape, fat, incompetent, home playing video games all day, living home with his mama,
What?
acting like he's self entitled to a female that ain't gonna give him no game. He's sitting there complaining. There's nothing wrong with that type of dude.
No,
I
that's
wouldn't.
not. He's
Wait,
not
wait. Let me.
mine right now.
He's directing the question towards me. Can I
There's
please
nothing
answer
wrong with
it?
all men, right?
Can I
So that
please answer the question? Can I please answer the question?
there's
Yeah, you
nothing
can
wrong with
answer.
that
Go
type
ahead,
of
Archer.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
Archer. So you're gonna answer, and then we're gonna let Adam go because he's been sitting very patiently waiting. So go ahead,
Sorry,
Archer.
Adam. Sorry for skipping over you, Adam. But
I've seen
listen.
a
Yeah,
darkness.
No,
I'm 25 years old, but be 26 in August 11th, 2022. So it's your
okay. All right.
Okay.
my 26th is coming out
All right.
last
Listen.
year.
If a man is out of shape, at home, not doing anything, complaining about women, yes, he is wrong. But that is not a majority of men. Most black men are not out of shape. Most black men do have jobs. So
What?
to say that, to make this the way if you're going to paint the picture as if that's the majority of people saying something's wrong with the women, that's incorrect.
Yeah, but wouldn't
Mm.
it
Yeah,
be fair? But wouldn't it be fair, Archie, to say that men need to be on their purpose? So again, if they got somebody got to lead, bro. Like real talk. Like I'm not trying to respect your thinking process, but I'm saying me looking out. I literally know a chick I just currently date, and she's housing housing young kids that's not, they are in shape, but guess what? Lazy as a motherfucker, bro.
I agree. Somebody has to lead, but when you have a group of people, see, you can only lead the people who want to be led. So
Yeah,
just say this black man because you can even find black men who's on their shit and saying the same stuff that the manosphere saying. Most of the guys in the manosphere are not slackers.
Fact.
Well,
They're not
actually, this is the
slackers.
best.
Yeah, but there's no
And they're
man.
going through the same
This
thing.
is this I agree with. Most people do not want to be led. I agree with you on that. So
most women
lead. Focus on the one that's going to follow your lead. That's it. That's all that matters.
ain't
I'm
enough
not
of
trying
them.
to
There's
save
not
people.
enough
I'm
of
not
them,
trying to
Mel.
save a large percentage of people. Period. I'm focused on the
Mel.
small percentage that follow my
There's
lead.
not
Those are the ones
enough.
that mattered.
I know that, Mel, but there's not enough of them.
Let's let Adam talk. I mean, he looks very sad back there
Yeah.
in the shadow.
Oh
God
yeah, sorry,
damn,
man.
y'all.
Adam,
Yeah.
go ahead, Adam. What do you have to say about this whole situation?
Well, the only reason why I'm sad is because I got cheated on by Zendaya Coleman. Well, the actress Zendaya with Tom Holland and all of them. But I'm sorry, I just got
Are you okay?
Yeah, it's been
All
over a
right.
year.
I didn't hear what you said, though.
Hey, he's mumbling. Hey, just take a breath. Don't cry.
Okay.
Just relax.
I'll be back.
Well,
Yeah, repeat yourself.
well, Zendaya from from Disney Channel actually said, well, she is still dating Tom Holland, by the way. It's been over a year, so.
Wait, you're talking about your ex-girlfriend?
Yeah, Zendaya.
Oh my god.
Talking about? God
That's what he's
damn! How did
talking
you know?
Well, Zendaya actually.
We don't know who Zania is. Who's Zania?
I'm confused.
Oh, Zendaya is an actress.
Zendaya?
Zendaya, the actress from Spider-Man.
Yo, we need to get hit a prize, Melody. We need to get hit a prize because I don't know how the hell he caught on to that. Zendaya cheated on him.
I
What?
kind of. No, listen. Go ahead. Take your time, okay?
Yeah,
We hear you. Take your time.
it was with Tom Holland, by the way. So.
Huh?
Bro, you got okay. You got an
She cheated on
actress,
Tom Holland, by
bro.
the way.
He's trying to.
She
Go
cheated
ahead.
on you with Spider-Man, huh?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's
the last
trolling, bro.
Spider-Man.
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, he was
I'm
dating
not.
her for like the past few years.
Are you okay? So, what do you have to say on the topic that we're talking about, Adam?
What was the topic again?
All right.
Thanks, nigga.
Okay. So.
Oh, wait. Is it about? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for that, Adam. We're gonna go to the next person.
Melody, you are the greatest ever. See, this is why I want to co-host with you. You're amazing.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I want to say something. I want to say something in regards to the discussion we were having because no one really brought this point up. And I wanted to bring this point up because I think it's important and it's affecting both sides. It's affecting both men and women. The generations are very close together right now, right? Like you could literally have people who are teenagers who have great grandmothers who are still alive and kicking. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, in the club kicking because the generations are so close together. You're having like people who are being born somewhere between 12 to 15 years apart in generations, right? Whereas in before, even if people were starting to have kids young and whatever, right? Like you had 20 years between generations. There was still a strong patriarch and matriarch to a family. And, home was kind of like a base because you were, every family had like that one home and everyone was vying to hopefully get that home when mama and daddy died, so it's like, there was a completely different culture before, right? Like, fine, you might say women haven't in their nature changed or neither have men because in essence we haven't been under any type of evolution pressure. So of course human beings and their psyches haven't changed, but society has changed, right? And different factors have changed. Like, again, the generations are really close together. You have maybe 4 or 5 generations in the same family alive at the same time, right? These concepts of people having that one home base that everyone goes to that ends up being Big Mama's house or whatever. That's changed. Sunday dinners has changed. Communities being built around churches has changed, right? Like a lot of things have actually changed in the last 50 to 100 years. So we can't say that society and then the resulting culture hasn't changed dramatically, and that's not affecting the dating pool, dating choices, mating choices, whatever, because obviously it would, right? Like human beings evolved to change based on the way society and culture and their environment has changed, right? And like they'll pick up on it real quick. That's why 2-year-olds can use a goddamn cell phone when 50-year-olds still can't figure it out, right? So I mean, I think we have to admit what's what, right? And
Yeah, yeah. I didn't want this to turn into an old nigga, young nigga argument. Y'all went that way because somebody has said, like, dude, this ain't an old nigga, young nigga generational argument. Okay, from what I see, maybe there's some dudes that feel like women are exactly the same way that they were 100 years ago. There's some dudes that feel that way. I personally do not feel that way, and I know mad other dudes don't. So I don't think we should get off topic and start talking about how it's a man's fault that a woman is not compliant or women in general are not compliant. I don't think we should go that route because we're going to start talking about something totally different. So let's just keep it on the fact that what are women expected to bring to the table in a marriage, and what are women expected to bring to a man, period.
Well, I
We
mean,
don't even got that established.
I mean, it's a complicated conversation because we have to. I mean, we're going to talk about what they want to bring, what they bring to the table, but we got to get past the fact that they don't even want to get married at this point.
No, they want to get married. They
No,
want to
they
get
don't.
married. They want that
Yes, they do,
validation.
Arthur. I don't know what type of females you keep hanging around.
That's the point I'm trying to make, Mel. That's the point
Stop
right there,
doing that.
Mel.
Stop doing that right there. Stop doing that. You're making the separation, and you trying to say he got
No,
bad
but
taste in
no,
women
no,
and all that
It ain't
shit.
got nothing to do with
Listen,
all.
you know what he means.
Because I know
people speaking absolutely.
So let me ask you a question:
Hey,
if black women wanted to
see,
get
here
married,
we
why
go.
are so few of them married? Why are more black men than black women
They
married?
want to get married on their terms. They want to get married. They want to get married just for the validation. They don't want to be wives. They want to be a bride. They don't want to be wives. They
I
want to be
agree
a
with
bride.
you. I agree with you on that point. They want to get married on their terms. They want to get married at a certain point in their life. They want to get married but the thing is, their terms don't match up with the terms of the men. So when they're
And
getting
that's
proposals, so they
and here
don't
we
want to
are.
get
And that's
married.
what I'm
The
talking
women
about.
who matter don't want to get married, is what I'm saying.
The
Okay,
women
but
who matter.
wouldn't it be fair to
The
Focus on the
women
say,
who
ones that want to
matter.
get married on certain terms. They don't matter to you. Focus on the one that's focused on your terms. Those are the ones that matter to you. That's it.
yeah,
And Mel, if we could do that, we would have been did that.
you
You're
can do
not doing
that.
it. That's no problem.
Yeah,
How
you
the fuck?
can.
How? Where are they?
Young
Where
East,
are they?
earlier, Young East, you was just talking about a chick that you had one foot in, one foot
Okay,
out.
so all
20
black
years
women want to get
right
married. Why
there.
aren't they married?
No, I want to
Because
hear
the
this
fact that
nigga
you know
Mel.
deep down inside
Mel.
she's kind of toxic, but you want to
Mel.
smash, right?
Yeah, I'm a fucker. Yeah, that's right. But that's not my point. That's it. She ain't marriage
Good point.
material, nigga.
You just proved this point.
That is the
Real
point.
quick, let me say this. DJ Nav, come up if you want to talk about that.
Where
All right, go ahead.
where are they?
For me,
Where
I'm
are
for
these
me.
women that
Easy,
you're talking
easy,
about?
Okay,
easy.
I'm gonna tell you for me. When I want to just go just to smash, just to fuck, I go to the clubs for that. When I want to look for a wifey type, I go to the parks for that. I go to places not in the clubs,
You
social
said the
events.
park.
Nigga, hoes is at the park.
What park
Archer,
you
to be
go to
fair
though?
now, your ass was just speaking in absolute. So
Exactly.
let's not piggyback you
Well, I
and
can
make
speak.
our
I
point
mean,
Nigga,
now.
it's
hoes is
absolutely true that
everywhere,
hoes are
nigga.
at the park.
That's another thing
Hoes
right
is
there.
everywhere, nigga. Hoes is in
That's like
church, nigga.
bad
Hoes
chicks.
is in the call
Yeah,
center, nigga.
you picking
Nigga,
at premise, but
like
just 5 minutes
you don't
ago you
even know
speaking
where they at,
absolutes.
nigga. There's hoes all over the place
Still hang
talking about.
around
Easy.
them.
You just described the fuck boy for yourself. You said I fuck bitches.
Exactly.
Nigga, like I said, Mel, where are these wonderful women that
East, I'm gonna
you,
give you another best advice. I hope you take it. Please do. Find a woman
where
that
are
is.
they?
I'm gonna tell you where they at. Find a woman that is actually stably in the marriage that you want, and go learn from her. She will tell you the type of woman that she is, and tell you where she can find a woman that you want.
You
That's
don't
like
know. You don't know.
He just gave you the answer.
Nigga,
exactly.
Mel, are you married?
No, I'm not married. You know I'm not
Okay,
married.
okay. I think I'm going somewhere.
Not really. Not really. You basing off of one dude from a million.
No, nigga, no, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm talking about the collective. I'm talking about the sisterhood, really. Y'all talking about the anomalies. Y'all talking about
That's
chicks
not
here and
anomaly,
there.
bro. That's a fact.
That's the one I'm
Bruh,
focused on.
stop pretending like these hoes. Y'all see this? We can't do this.
He's like, I don't care about a lot of the females.
Yeah, I know that, but that's not the point.
That's
The
what we're
point
talking about. We're talking about most of the women here. We're not talking about the outliers.
Like Young East, you the man, right? You the man.
You talking about something else now?
It doesn't matter, but you the man,
Yes,
right?
the fuck.
Focus on exactly. Own
It
that
matter.
shit. You the man. Own that shit. So you know what? You the king. So you know what?
Nigga, I don't like that shit, yo.
That means you're supposed to be
I like
around
that shit.
females that's gonna treat you like a king.
Hold
That's
on,
the ones
nigga.
that
This is what
matter.
I'm talking
I think I get what Mel is saying. He's saying you're the man. Take your club, hit her across the head, and drag her into your house.
Exactly.
Basically.
He's got to be saying some crazy shit. Listen. I don't like that shit. All this blaming the men. We got to be like this type of motherfucking ninja. Nigga. He's saying you the man. So
No,
if you
give you an
can't find a
example.
bitch,
If you that dude,
if you can't find a bitch, it's your
you
fault.
that dude that say you keep picking, you can keep getting these women, right? So out of all the women, all the bitches, your words now,
Let
all
Gray
them
Pill,
bitches
because
you're fucking,
I think
hold
Gray
on.
Pill's onto something. Continue, Gray Pill.
If all these bitches you're fucking easy, right? You gotta find a wifey somewhere because you're fucking with them, right? So you got to, you know who they are.
This nigga don't know,
Right, exactly. We're fucking
So
a
that
lot of all
becomes
these
a you
women, and
problem.
we
That's not a
know
me
they're
problem.
not wife material.
Because you hang out
That's
with
what I'm
toxic
trying to
chicks,
tell this
period.
guy.
I'm sorry. You hang out with toxic chicks that always
Archer, you know real talk, bro. Out of
That's
all
the
your
point.
life, from the time of 14, early age, you saw fucking chick. Now you know, out of all the chicks up to this now, you had to know there was a good girl and there was a ratchet bitch. You had to know the difference. Now.
Yeah, it's way more ratchet.
Okay, so how
bitches.
easy act like he can't know that? How easy act like he don't know the difference?
It's way more ratchet
That's a
bitches.
Yes,
Just way more
everybody.
ratchet
I mean,
chicks.
everybody knows the difference. And typically, when I come
apparently
across,
easy don't
can
know.
I
So
finish?
apparently
Can I
every
finish
chick he
my
fuck is a
statement? I
bitch.
get Gray Pill. Listen, Gandalf. Listen, calm down. Gray Gandalf or Gray, calm down.
Start
All
with
right,
easy because
listen.
that motherfucker. I'm giving him the same energy he give me, yelling, calling people niggas.
Gandalf, calm down, bro. Calm down.
Hey, can anybody hear me though?
Yes,
On
we
the
hear
real
you,
though.
bro. I understand. We understand there's good women and bad women, but what I'm saying here is that most of the women that I encounter that are Black American are not good women. Yes, I've encountered great women who were non-ADOS. I had a Somalian chick and she was excellent. I had a Nigerian chick and she was excellent. But the African American ones were different. And that's when I really noticed the difference between good women and bad women is when I started dating interculturally. Actually my first girlfriend was Nigerian and she was good. And then when I started dating, I started knowing the difference when I started going back to my people, Black American people. That's like, hold up, something ain't right. So yes, there are good women out there, but they're not Black American for the most part.
I'm not hating on that.
Thank you.
I'm not hating on that. But again, the point still remains.
Hold on. Let's go one at a time because I can't hear. It's too many
The
people
point
talking
still
on the
remains that
panel.
the Black women you want to be good so bad that the ones that matter, the ones that are 18 to 30, the ones that matter, a vast majority of them, I say 90% of them are hoes.
Of a certain age bracket that I'm talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about an age bracket that matters, not the 40-year-old women, because every woman over 30 wants to get married. We know
I meet a lot
that.
of good 40-year-old women also too. That by my lady also too.
Well, who cares if they're good or not? They're 40.
All right, I got a question. I got a question here. What is with all these absolutes? I hear I hear every. It's not all. It's just like all Black men ain't damn lazy. You have a segment. You have a segment of Black.
You know what? You're correct. It's not all. It's mostly all. How does that?
Yes,
90%.
But the thing is, most dudes are only trying to find one damn woman.
Yeah, mostly all dudes are looking for 10% of women. Musical chairs, my dude.
Most dudes are looking for that one woman that he can put his fear.
They
to the
wifed
side
up
for.
already. They wifed up already.
No, they're not. Listen, let me prove to you. I can statistically prove to you that most Black women are no good. Start off.
Okay, give me
Let me statistically prove it to you.
Give me a hypothetical number for this most.
I'm going to statistically prove to you. First of all, 50% of Black women are obese. That automatically makes those 50% no good. And then you got another 20% that are shaped poorly. They're no
8%.
good because they're shaped like shit. You know? So
Melody.
we got 70% off rip. That's just no good because they're just downright 4s and below. You know?
Baby
And that's
fucking
not
mamas everywhere.
Okay, so
right. They're no good. They're just 4s and below.
okay. We
Let
got
me finish my
75%.
statement. Then we got 30% left.
Let's dissect the other 25%.
Let's dissect them.
They wiped up. They booed
And
up.
of that, not that of their 25%, I would say 15% engage in the thought culture. The thought culture. Most of the other 15% who actually look decent, I would say half of them are hoes.
Yeah.
And then you left with 10%, which leads me to 90% are trash.
We're actually down to 7%. You said
no, we're
half.
down to 10.
I agree with Archer. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me slide in here real quick. I agree with Archer's math. His math is kind of sound. I would bump the scale up on the overweight obesity a little bit more. I would say it's higher than 50%.
No, it's about 55% of black women are technically obese.
I'm giving your case some credence. Let me talk. Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry, don't beat my ass down.
But this okay, Somalians, all right, I can give you some leeway on the Somalians, but the Nigerians, nigga, I'm from an international city. Them Nigerians is scandalous as fuck.
Yeah, Nigerians are trash.
They'll slit your motherfucking throat. And on top of that, they got broad ass shoulders. Them Nigerian chicks, they sit like men with their legs gapped open and they musty and they bleach on themselves.
I hate when they fresh off the boat. I hate when they fresh off the boat. They be ugly as fuck.
Since we're doing Nigerian hate right now, I hate when Nigerian girls
Right? Like, damn.
talk to each other and they got the worst food. I swear to God, I'm not eating no more fufu. And when they start talking to each other, they get loud. I don't understand that shit. But yeah, I understand. But
and I felt some type of way when you try to promote them like they are not.
I wasn't promoting them. I said I had one good experience with one Nigerian girl.
I would rather deal with an FBA.
Turn your volume up. I can't hear you.
But I've dealt with multiple Nigerian girls. I just said my first girlfriend was Nigerian.
Like you in the basement, kid.
I slept with a few
Lovely T
Nigerian
is
girls.
gorgeous, and she's Nigerian. So I'm just saying.
But I'm saying,
all right.
There are beautiful Nigerian. No, I'm just saying. There are musty, ugly, dusty of all ethnicities, and there are also super beautiful ones.
Yeah, Nigerian girls can. I would never say Nigerian girls aren't beautiful because my daughter's half Nigerian, so I can.
Aww.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where it is. Okay.
That's not where it is. I've actually seen I lived in Minnesota. There's a huge Nigerian population. I've seen the good and bad of Nigerians. Trust me.
There's some really attractive ones too.
Yeah, I've lived in Minnesota. We have probably the largest Nigerian population. Well, one of the largest Nigerian populations in America. I've seen a lot of different type of Nigerians.
It's not a lot in Jersey, but I came across a few.
So we can agree that you have a certain thing for certain African women.
Fuck Nigerian women. What are you talking about? I'm not saying Nigerian women are perfect. I prefer Somalian women all day, baby.
What is this freaking absolute? Did I say?
I never said absolute. I just said fuck Nigerian women. I just wanted to make the record clear. Fuck Nigerian women.
Yeah, but you said it's not like they're all perfect. No one said they were all perfect. I just said it sounds like you just have a thing for a particular type of African women.
I never do absolutes. I say 90% of black women are trash. That's not an absolute. I say 70% Nigerian women are trash. That's not an absolute.
African women. I did not say that Nigerian women were perfect. I never said anything like that. I just said you just have a taste for a particular type of African women.
Well,
no, my dick has a taste for good-looking women in general.
I think that's what I was wondering. My question is it that you are attracted to black women and you like the culture and attitudes of non-Black? Let me say this real quick. Let me finish my question first.
I gotta say this, and you got it. Yeah. Oh. Now, I do give my respect to the Nigerians who do come over here, and they do, and they are respectful. I do give their respect to them. I just want to say that. However, Nigerians on the continent of Africa, they do have a reputation. They need to handle their own reputation. They have a reputation from East Africa to West Africa to South Africa of being scandalous. Seen that shit. So I do fuck with the solid ones, but like the ones that ain't solid, I don't fuck with y'all.
Ruby, what was your question?
All right, thank you, Archer. Okay, so my question is, pretty much, right?
Bro, you disrespecting.
It was pretty disrespectful. But it's okay. So the question is,
It's
right?
all love here. We love each other.
It
Nothing but
sounded
love.
to me like what you were saying is that you are attracted to black women, and what you like
Yeah, I'm
from
attracted to black
the
women.
so what you like from the non-black American women is, the culture and the attitudes are different, and there's a larger proportion of the kinds of attitudes and beliefs and whatever that you like in non-black American women. It's not necessarily about saying that
Well,
they're all so much better.
the thing I like about African women is that their cultures are slightly better.
Hmm.
Slightly.
Okay.
But the main thing about African women is their bodies are a lot better. They look a lot better. I
Bruh.
want to fuck them a lot
Okay.
more.
Bruh.
They
Fair enough.
I mean, you want Ruby
Right?
wanted an honest answer. See, I know
Yeah.
Ruby. I know she wanted an honest answer. Ruby,
I did, yes.
African women are better fucks. They look better. Black women, it's like I get people. I'm told by black women a lot. I don't have the equipment to handle them, and I agree with them. I'm not a construction worker. I don't own a crane, so I can't lift you on the bed, big bitch.
Damn.
Listen,
God damn. You said the world.
Archer's
I
a
gonna lie,
little
I'm with
brutal.
Archer. It was a
If you've
dude.
never met him
It was a
before,
dude on
welcome to
another
Archer.
panel. This
Yeah.
motherfucker was comparing women to like picking up goddamn engine blocks. I'm like, what are you talking about right now?
he's talking about the fat women. You know how much they weigh? The average size of American black woman is 200 pounds. That's the size of a baby hippopotamus. You want to
Damn.
fuck a baby hippopotamus?
That's
God damn.
disgusting.
A baby hippopotamus?
No,
Look at the weight
Melody.
of a baby
Stop.
hippopotamus is 200 pounds. The average size of a black woman is 200 pounds. Bro,
Oh, I can't.
And that's 80%. And that's 80% of black women.
80% of baby hippopotamuses are black women. The fuck?
No, it's like 80% of black.
All I'm gonna say, I ain't
80%.
gonna call no names, but I'm gonna say it again. I bet I never catch selective women overweight when they I'm just gonna leave it like that. Because if I catch them gaining them extra 20, 30 pounds, I'm like, yo,
No.
look at you.
But you know what, though?
Okay, time out. If a woman gains 10 or 20 pounds on me, it's a wrap.
I'm saying,
I'm out the door.
I'm with you.
I
Hey,
believe you.
yeah, I'm with you.
I
I'm with
believe
you.
you. Yeah. But no, you know what? Here's the thing, right? And I mean, you have to be honest. I mean, people can get caught up in all of the lies that TikTok and social media want to push these days through fat acceptance and fat positivity. But you have to literally ignore reality, science, evolution, and whatever in order to believe it. It comes down to women themselves. I don't care. They have to lie to themselves daily to say, "Yeah, I feel sexy like this." No, you don't. That's why you cram yourselves into all kinds of body shapers and corsets and whatever to force your body into a shape that you think is attractive. Because at the end
Look,
of the day, our brains, whether it's the man's brain looking at women or women's brain looking at themselves, right? The waist to hip ratio matters, so on and so forth. And it comes down to once you get past a certain weight, your belly is bigger than your hips. Like, I mean,
Ruby,
you
you
can't
got it all.
pretend.
Ruby,
You can't
that's not
pretend.
even Ruby. That's not the point. The point is that in a relationship.
Ruby,
No, let me finish.
Ruby.
The point is, in a relationship,
I was
I
going to
want to
ask
feel
her a
like the
question real
man.
quick. It'll
And
just take 2
if a
Wait, let
seconds.
him
sound, if
finish
I
and
It'll
then you
just
can
take
go,
5
Apex.
seconds, brother.
okay,
Wait, no,
go ahead, finish.
let him.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
go
ahead,
ahead. Go
Apex.
ahead, Apex. If he let you go.
All right. Ruby, how much
Yeah.
do you weigh? And how tall are you?
Ruby, what's
I probably lost some weight over the last 5 weeks, so I don't know. Last time I weighed myself, I was 147 pounds, and I'm 5'7".
Okay, that's decent. Something I want to know.
But
But I've
Ruby's
also been
Canadian
220
too.
pounds though. But I've also been 220 pounds, and I was very unhappy there. And at the start of last year, I realized I was 175 pounds, and I was very unhappy with that. And that's actually what started me pushing more with my physical therapy and stuff for my back. I'm like, I can't be fat again. Like, that's not working for me. I like
I
to
just
know I'm hot. You know what I mean? I like that feeling. So
I want to let the guys in the chat know that if you're ever with a girl who weighs more than you, it's her duty, her civic duty, not even her relationship duty, her civic duty that when you hear a sound downstairs in the middle of the night, she has to go check it. She weighs more than you. Yes. If a woman weighs more than you, she has to check the sounds in the middle of the night. Go down
But
like
Arthur,
what?
what is your height and weight?
I am 6'1", 190 pounds.
Okay.
That's bad.
Not
That's not
bad.
bad.
But, you know, that's kind of light. But
No,
it's
not
all good.
really. I was
Okay, what do you
190s.
mean?
Yeah.
I might be light, but I got African in my blood. I can run like A-Train, motherfucker.
Nah. 6 feet 190 is not bad. That's pretty much me. But I'm like about 15 pounds heavier than him. and I'm
Okay.
6'1", 6'2".
I mean,
What part of
I don't know.
Africa your folks from?
No, I'm saying
The
that's a fit
point
shape.
is, I wouldn't even
Archie,
date a
you
chick.
heard the question I asked you. What part of
No,
Africa your folks from?
what part of Africa my folks from?
Yeah, you say you got African in your blood.
I never said I got African in my blood. I said my daughter's half Nigerian.
I could have
Why are
sworn
we
you just
focusing
said
on
that.
his
Am I
generation?
tripping?
I
I
put
actually
my
thought you said that too. I thought you said
Apex,
that.
I
he
heard
didn't
the
say
same
that.
I
thing
know I'm
too.
not
Yeah.
tripping.
I heard
He
the
didn't
same
say
thing
that.
too.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I said I don't hate on Nigerians. I said my daughter's half
You just
Nigerian.
said this like 2 minutes ago that you
Yeah, with
had
the whole
African in your
running
blood.
thing. Yeah.
Oh,
Or
Yeah,
you
with
like
the running thing,
that was a
exactly.
joke. As far as I'm fast, you got to catch me if you're gonna try to fight me. Oh my, you took that too serious. Look, not everything's serious. Yeah, I'm not African. I was born in Chicago. I'm just as much a nigga as the rest of y'all. So, yeah,
What side of Chicago you from?
South Side.
What neighborhood?
I have no
Like,
idea.
stop, bro. Why you trying like you
I
trying to?
have no idea what neighborhood I was born in. I was
Nah,
born in Chicago.
Westmont or Inglewood or what?
Nope. Don't even
None
know
of
because I
that.
was born.
You want his fingerprints too?
Right. I was born in Chicago. My mom moved us. My mom moved us up to Minnesota when I was 4 years old. Sorry if I don't remember what part of Chicago I was when I was a toddler.
So
I'm
hold
pretty
up,
sure I
how
wasn't
you
gang banging
wait a
as a
minute?
toddler.
How you claiming Chicago if you was raised in Minnesota?
I didn't claim Chicago. I said I was born there. I can't say I was born in Minnesota. Did I just claim Chicago? I said I was
No,
born in
it's not a
Chicago.
claim.
I'm just as much a nigga as everybody else.
Yeah, I'm trying
When
to
I
keep
was
it
3
fair
years
because
old, my mom moved me to Minnesota.
I gotta be fair about it. He didn't say that.
There's
Okay,
nothing wrong. There's
guys.
nothing wrong with growing up in Minnesota.
All right, everyone on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna do one more topic, and then we're gonna do closing thoughts because it's getting late. Do you guys want to talk about the councilwoman twerking online for votes, or you want to talk about Black women's attitude in fast food restaurants? Because I got to talk about that.
I'd rather talk about that. I don't know about the first thing yet. So
about the councilman.
Yeah, I don't know about the
It was a man
councilwoman, so I'd rather
twerking?
talk about the other thing, the second thing you said. That's what I would rather talk about.
The Black women in customer service, because let me tell you, oh my God, I cannot stand when I go somewhere and there's a Black woman there, because then you got to deal with their attitudes. They're nasty, they're rude. What's your take on that, Ruby? Do you go through the same thing?
I absolutely do. Actually, it's a lot. I feel in some ways, for me at least, it's worse here in Canada than it is when I go to the States. I have to address this really fast though. Adam, nobody called you a liar or anything. What we said is that you're slurring your words so badly that we literally cannot understand you. And so I don't know if it's because you're drunk or what. It seems like you are absolutely though, so we can't understand you. So if you want to come back on another day where you're not slurring your words so horribly that we can't understand like more than a couple words out of your mouth, then by all means you can come up and tell your story on our next open panel. Okay, but yeah. So I just had to address that. No, because you ain't gonna lie on my girl. You ain't gonna lie on my girl. That's all I'm gonna say. So anyway, but no, Melody tried. She was really trying. He wants to sit there and slander her name. You're not
Ruby,
gonna
he
do that.
bad. Yo, Ruby, he bad because Spider-Man came and swung over.
So I try to find his ass was Zendaya. I did. I actually Googled. So if anyone's calling you a liar right now, it's me. But please come back when you're not slurring your words.
Ruby, get to
I
your
want to
point
hear it.
real quick.
But yeah, so I'll tell you something. When I'm in America, I have probably, I'll say, 40% chance of having the woman serving me, if she's Black, right, at least try to carry on a cordial conversation. Okay, Black women here, so we're talking about West Indian women normally, are ignorant as shit. And if you're not a man, okay, they're not even gonna try to even talk to you. Like, they will spit the words that they have no choice but to say to you out
in Canada,
like they offended you. Yes, man. West Indian women in customer service are the worst. I do not go into West Indian restaurants to order nothing because I'm scared they're gonna spit in my food. That is how ignorant they are. And they will not speak to you. They will just be like, 445, and they'll spit it at you like you did them something. You're like,
I mean, do they get a pass because it's so cold up there?
no, it ain't cold right now. It is nice and warm. Okay. No.
Canada is not that far from New York.
Yeah.
Or Minnesota. I know
Lots
it's
of clean
cold.
water.
4 minutes, right?
Yeah, but
Canada's
it's
cold.
no,
It's,
not all the
it's not
time though,
really.
right? It's warm as shit right now, so they have no excuse,
Yeah.
and they're just as ignorant right now. So yeah, no,
I would rather females be ignorant to
I can't
females.
hear.
yeah,
Turn
you're
your
very
mic up.
quiet. I
Somebody
don't even
was
know who that
talking.
was. Yeah, I don't know who that was. It was just very quiet.
That was Apex. You speak
Can
up,
you
bro.
hear me now? Can
Yeah,
you
Yes,
it's
hear me
much
now?
better.
we can hear
Okay,
you.
okay. I would rather females be ignorant towards females because y'all should be in competition for males anyway, as opposed to here where the females are, how you say, um, abrasive to the men in customer service roles. It's like, bitch, I'm supposed to be taking care of you. You're supposed to be securing a man to take care of you, but you're being belligerent towards me in this customer service capacity. So yeah, I'd rather be in Canada on that point.
The
True.
women here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's true, but if you're American and you come to Canada, you can get smiles from everyone because we love American men up here. But the thing is the reason
Oh, really?
why, yeah, but the reason why it's different between men and women here is because of cultural belief system, right? So like West Indians, when we come up here, we don't learn that the law here is law. We learn that the social rules and the hierarchy of Jamaica is still law, right? We learned that you can call the police, but you know what? It's going to take 15 minutes for them to get here. And in that time, I'm going to beat the shit out of you, right? Like that's what you learn. So you're not going by the police or the Canadian society says this and that. You're going by the social order in Jamaica, which says that if you're disrespectful to that man, he's gonna do you something, and he doesn't give a shit who you try to call, and you're not gonna try to call anybody. So I think that's
Are
why.
Should you be
Jamaican women
disrespectful
rude
to that
in
man
Jamaica?
though? Should you be disrespectful to
Yeah.
that man though?
Well, no, you shouldn't. I mean, I don't think that people should be disrespectful in general. I'm just saying that the thing I think that keeps them from being disrespectful is the fact that they understand that the majority are not following the social order of Canada, as in they're not scared you're going to call the police and
Are
feminism
you
and
in
whatever.
are you in favor of corporal law in an intimate partner relationship? Are
What do you
you in
mean by
favor of
corporal law? What do you mean?
corporal punishment
I'm not in favor of corporal punishment generally.
or
Um,
corporal, issuance? Let me just say corporal issuance.
Oh,
Motherfuckers handling shit with
can,
their
can you just
hands.
can you spell it out in like really plain words, like I'm 5?
he's
You
basically
would
saying, "Are you okay with DVs if a woman acts up?"
No, I don't think that you should be solving problems between men and women by putting your hands on each other. Period. Um, but that doesn't mean that you have to stand there and take disrespect either, right? I don't think that women should be
agree.
disrespecting men. The way that I was raised is that there's a hierarchy of respect that is just intact and inherent no matter what, right? So children have to respect their elders, even if you're 34. If you're dealing with someone who's 50, you're a child to them. So you have to respect your elders. And then there's a certain level of deference and respect you have to give to men. That's different than the way you would respect a woman, even your elder, because they're men, right? And so that's how I was raised. So it doesn't matter if he ain't shit, it doesn't matter if this, it doesn't matter if that. If he's a man, then you give him that level of deference and respect. If he's your daddy but he ain't shit, you still gotta respect him like he's your daddy because he's your daddy. Like that's
Well,
God said it,
the interesting thing I find here, based off what you just said about Jamaica, is that Jamaica's not as much as a police state as America or Canada is, and it's funny that in countries where there's more protections for women, women tend to act out a lot more. Now, I'm not saying that men should haul off on women, but when that option's on the table, women seem to humble themselves really quick. Versus when that option is completely taken off the table by either society or by the government, the ratchetry goes up to the extreme. It goes from 1 to 100 versus where there is no protection of women, it always being at 1.
But you know what though? I would agree except for one point, which I didn't know until my last trip to Jamaica. But a male cop cannot search a female person. Like they cannot. If they want to search you, arrest you, anything, they have to call a female officer to do it. A male cop
Well, they
cannot
do
put his
that here
hands
in
on
the
a woman.
States, though. I
Period.
mean, a male cop can arrest a female cop, but more often than not, they're going to call a female cop on the scene to book
Yeah,
the female
they might if
perpetrator.
one's available, but I'm saying that they literally won't. They won't even look in your purse. A male cop will not touch or interact with a female, period. Like they just won't. It's just, it's like in the social order, right? So crazily enough, that means the police almost have no authority because there's almost no female cops, right? So the police almost have no authority over women. So that is a little bit interesting, right? Because you would think, well, man, that means the police, I mean, the police can't, arrest you, right? But they also won't come really save you either. So I guess it's just really the social order that's keeping everyone in line or not,
Ruby, can I
right?
ask you a question about Jamaican culture real quick?
Okay.
In Jamaican culture, is there a culture where the women engage in proxy violence on a
What do you
large
mean by
scale,
proxy violence?
where where a said female will set up another man to get robbed, assaulted, or killed, or she literally sends her male consorts or male family members to do a hit on a man?
I
Proxy
mean,
violence, where you don't
Terms called
directly
honey
engage in
trapping.
violence, but you, by second hand, you engage in violence.
yeah, I
Is that
would
an
say
issue?
that I think that happens in the, well, I don't, that's not happening in the islands amongst, locals as much as it would happen to someone, who comes over there on vacation or, is trying to travel to get some, like that kind of thing where you're a foreigner. It happens to foreigners, yeah. It's not really happening to locals by locals.
Well, I mean, when you say that, I understand where Apex is coming from with that because that happens a lot in Black America, where women would say something and Black men would be up in arms just off her word, and somebody would die just off her word. But the difference between our culture and other cultures is other cultures like I don't know much about Jamaican culture, but I would assume in a more patriarchal culture like Jamaica, women's word doesn't go as far as it goes in the Black American culture. So women aren't out here crying wolf as much as they are in Black American culture. I think you'd be hard pressed to find any culture where women cry wolf as much as Black American women do. I've had plenty of Black American women tell me they were going to get my brother on me. Get their brother on me. I fought a couple brothers, like, and I've done nothing to those women. So I understand where you're coming from, Apex, but that only happens in our community with that level of proxy violence because our men are too weak to stand up to our women. And on top of that, we overprotect our women based off what they say or do. We take their word as law.
You know what
Basically, we're
though?
their
Respectfully,
attack dog.
brother, I don't believe you. Those blood clot
No,
bitches
I was gonna
down
say no. I
yonder,
don't. I don't. I don't agree with
they're
that.
setting niggas up to get hit.
No, 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 no. But not. See,
Yes,
that's
they
again.
are.
There's a difference between setting up some vacationer who you don't give a shit about, who thinks that he's gonna get some or whatever, versus setting up the dude down the street. Like there's a lot of different social rules in Jamaica that don't exist in the Western world. Like just like even just the concept of monogamy. Monogamy is not really like, I mean, even in marriage, is not really a thing. It's not about monogamy. It's about how obvious you are with your cheating. And the fact that you get caught, the fact that your boss catches you, the fact that the world knows, right? That is what shames your family. The actual act of cheating is irrelevant. That's not the problem, right? So the social rules are a little bit different in Jamaica. But I will say this also, because the social rules are different, women are less likely to learn that crying wolf is going to get them what they want, right, from the locals. Because a lot of times, if you tell on somebody, right, yeah, they might get fucked up, but you're going to get fucked up too for having been in that situation to begin with, right? Everyone's getting some today, and that's what you're taught from childhood, right? Or and if you get in trouble at school, your teacher beats your ass, and then your neighbor heard that you had your teacher had to beat your ass, your neighbor beats your ass too. Everyone beats your ass on your way home, and then your mom beats your ass, and then your dad gets home and beats your ass. Everyone beat your ass because you got in trouble for 5 seconds at school. Do you see what I'm saying? So the social order is different and the rules are different. So you're not encouraged from childhood that your little girl tears mean more than little boy tears, or that that's going to save you, or that you're not going to get your ass beat same as the boy or whatever, right? Like so I think that as a result, you don't have women who are willing to open their mouths and lie because you're not taught from an early age that there's a benefit to your tears or to lying.
Okay, so we're gonna do final thoughts. Thanks for that. Let's start with Jack Spade. Any final thoughts?
All right. Once again, hey, it was fun. It was
Yeah.
straight. I enjoyed it once again. My last point, there was a comment that JT Hellstrom had posted, man, maybe about an hour or two ago.
Mhm.
And it referred to, I didn't write it down.
I'm looking for it. What did it say? Like,
It was
what was some cute?
something about women, the way women run homes. I'm just paraphrasing it. But yeah, you got to understand, this is not for
Mhm.
all women, but it's a segment. They run the household out of fear. Um, yeah, they run it out of fear and not out of constructual concern, but fear, panic, terror, mania, where there is little to no latitude or degrees of concern. We have all, I think fair to say, we've all dealt with people who operated in fear, and once they get into that mindset, it's a little, maybe a class two, maybe class three incident, and they've just turned the shit into a damn class nine, class 10 incident. They done turned this little thing into a big ass damn issue. So yeah, that's what happens with a lot of the women when they run the households. They're running it out of fear, and it ends up becoming, basically not favorable for the son and for the husband if one exists. So he was correct in that they do. It's a strange way that they run the household. And my second point, I'm gonna keep this real short. For anybody who noticed, Classic Ruby and I, we actually agreed tonight. Don't y'all get this twisted, okay? It's because the sun, the third moon, and the star of horizon are in perfect alignment. Now, come 2 or 3 days from now, we're going to be in total disagreement. So y'all don't get this shit twisted. We don't agree on shit. And that's my final point.
Yeah,
Well,
almost ever. It
thank
was
you
pretty
for that.
amazing. Like I actually went, huh? When you actually said I agree with Ruby, I said, what? You do? Since
Oh, I
when?
thought the opposite. I thought he was one of your fans that always agree with you.
No, he doesn't always agree with me. Like I've known Jack for a long time. Same thing as I've known Archer for a long time. From the back in the BGS days, but like no, definitely does not always agree with me. Or almost ever. Like I don't remember another time where you said those words. That's why I was so surprised.
I wouldn't bet. Don't bet a penny next time we get on the same panel. You're gonna lose.
Yeah, probably. Hmm.
Well, thanks for
But
that
hey,
final
everybody enjoy
thought.
your week. Take care.
Thank you. Good night. Let's have
Bye.
Mel. Mel, what's your final thoughts before you leave? Oh, I, I thought he left. Okay, what's your final thoughts?
Thanks for having me up, man. I'm still working on these graphics.
Thanks for coming. It's always a pleasure.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night. How about you, youngies? Final thoughts? You there, youngies? Probably fell asleep.
Hmm.
Blue, you there?
Yo, yo, yo.
What are your final thoughts?
My final thoughts is Jersey City Festival. I'm still on it.
What's your thoughts about it?
My thoughts, it was an amazing festival. Shaquille O'Neal, DiBiase, Double X Posse, they all from the Shaquille. If y'all don't know Shaquille O'Neal, he's from that same area. So for me, it was a beautiful thing to see all the um, original people from Jersey City come out. Um, to see different races come out. Shout out to the mayor, Mayor Phillip. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody that put it together. Shout out to me. I was in the building going through the crowd. Everybody want to take pictures. Felt like a little superstar that day, you know?
Oh yeah. Well,
But
glad you enjoyed yourself. Oh, go
shout
ahead.
out to y'all page. Shout out to what y'all was talking about. I just was listening in, you know what I'm saying? But my final thought still stuck with me.
All right. Well, thank you, Blue, for always coming and supporting. We really
Hmm.
Salute
appreciate
Jersey in
you.
the building.
201, Irvington, East Orange, North, Tri-State area, Canada in the building. Ruby,
Mm,
you're.
yeah.
I'm out of here.
All right,
All
see,
right.
good night.
Mm-hmm.
And Ruby, we were waiting for your final thought, your
Of
long final
course.
thought.
Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course.
Okay.
No, you know what? I guess I'll address kind of what I said to JT though. Here's the thing. A lot of times, right, it's really easy to romanticize or glamorize any other culture, any other country, any other society, right? But with the pluses that they have, and I will say certain things like the intact respect structure and hierarchies and stuff like that, right? There are negatives, right? And so on one side, that intact hierarchy of respect and that structure, right, is absolutely present, and that probably is the reason why the out of wedlock birth rate doesn't affect the society in the way that it affects American society, right? But let's be real, the out of wedlock birth rate is significantly higher in Jamaica than it is in America, right? So not necessary. It's not like a society to be romanticized or praised or whatever, nor are there practices, because all their practices will have, pluses and minuses. I think that what we need to do, right, as a Western society is to look at other cultures and not romanticize or glamorize them as a whole because of certain factors they have that we like, right? But try to figure out why those factors are working for them and what we can learn and absorb from them, right? And also try to, learn what we might need to mitigate if we try to bring that in, right? Because again, like, just because, oh, it's a good thing that, a no count dude can get his respect just because he happens to be a father. Well, yeah, that is a good thing, right? But it's also a terrible thing when you have women and children having to show respect to a dude who doesn't deserve it. You know what I mean? So it's like there are pluses and minuses to everything, and I think that overall, going back to the very beginning of our show, interestingly enough, Melody, some of my questions got answered about my ancient no count tenant and his mama. Interestingly enough, like not even like directly, but just through the discussion we had and all the different
Oh,
voices and opinions, like, gave me some,
definitely.
yeah, right? Gave me some food for thought. I feel a little less angry about this idiot ruining my house. And it's fine. It's fine because me and Mr. Rubes got it. I will be back in my OG recording house
I'm so
shortly by like
happy
next
for
week.
you.
But thank you, girl. I hate this
Awesome.
house.
I'm
I
so
hate the
excited.
concrete.
Because this was a journey for you. This was a messed up, long, drawn out journey.
Yes.
And it's glad
Yes.
to get your house back. So,
Thank you. I can't wait.
woohoo.
I can't wait to show you. I'm gonna swear to God, we're gonna have to like do I'm gonna show you video of like all the different places and show you all the things I did. Be like, look, I put in this floor and I built this, and look, I made this countertop because I literally made countertops. Like I feel super cool. So
You
yeah.
literally built your own place. That's funny.
Yeah, right. So I'm excited about that. Thank you guys so much. Like I don't know where half of all these new people came from, or new old people in some cases, like Archer. But
Yeah. I
yeah,
mean, don't you love the support that we get?
yes,
It's just awesome.
love it. That means y'all are sharing. Y'all are letting people know on your community tabs or in your social media or Discord, wherever the heck you tell people stuff. I
Mhm.
really appreciate it.
Well,
I know me, Melody, like again, even with our struggle cell phone streaming, okay, we work so hard. We tried so hard to build this. And so thank you guys so much for your support, really.
thank you so much. And we have Apex up here. I guess you want to give us final thought.
Okay,
Apex,
okay.
what are your
Yeah, yeah,
final
yeah.
thoughts?
My final thoughts, the overall takeaway from this particular conversation. Also, Melody. This is Benjamin D'Souza. Oh,
Oh,
Oh, hey, why you come up with a weird
really?
name?
because I just rebranded, so you already know. So I had to, start new. That's all. That's all. I'm gonna
Oh,
start.
okay.
Oh,
I've been
Oh,
trying to catch your lives and shit and tap in with you. I just so happened to catch you on this day. Hey, I just wanted to come through and bless the spot.
I'm so glad you came, and I need you to come to every live we do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I see what I can
If
do.
you can.
Promises. I try, but look, I'm in Hawaii, so my time zone is kind of
Oh,
different.
Hawaii.
Nice.
Nice. What time is it over there?
It is 8:30, 40 p.m.
I can't hear you. Can you hear him, Ruby?
Yeah,
It's
you said
8:40.
8:40. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
8:40.
8:40.
Damn.
Yes,
Okay.
8:40 p.m. over there. So,
8:40 in the
but
morning?
no p.m.
Oh, PM. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But just the final takeaway from this particular conversation, where I stepped in at, as far as the customer service is concerned,
Mm-hmm.
it's known. We all, men, women, white, black, or otherwise, we avoid the black female cashier or the black female waitress or the black female customer service. Whenever you call, whatever proprietor you're dealing with, and a black female picks up the phone, your fucking heart drops. That's
Yes.
what it is. Now, that's up to y'all black female. Y'all got to get that shit straight. Y'all got to get it because you can't hide it. If we say it, even if we call it out, it's not gonna make it any less true. Y'all motherfuckers got to fix that. That's y'all reputation. You have
Yep.
earned that reputation of being bad customer service representatives. That's on y'all. Now, as far as that African shit that Archer was talking about, look, and I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Moving forward, all you immigrants, because I have immigrant ancestry. My father is from Guyana, country in South America, but my mother is from Arkansas. I resonate with the FABs or the ADOSs or whatever the case is. For you immigrants, moving forward, this is the new normal. If you disrespecting the FABs, we gonna press that line. We gonna press that line. Any African that want to disrespect, I'm slapping you open hand,
Oh my goodness.
straight up. You not gonna y'all immigrants not gonna come over here disrespecting us no more. We started this gangster shit. And it's the motherfucking thanks we get. No, the only reason that you get to walk around after dark and and you don't have to get tucked off in the house because it's a sundown town is because of us. We put in the motherfucking groundwork. We beat the streets and put the motherfucking work in so you can come over here and enjoy this shit and enjoy the milk and honey of this motherfucking land. So moving forward for you immigrants, whether you Nigerian or Ethiopian or North African, South African, wherever the fuck you better show some respect moving forward. That's all I'm gonna say. Because we pressing issues. I'm pressing issues. So that's all I gotta say about that.
But thank you so much for that final thought, and thanks for coming up. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Right. So this is what I'm gonna say. I love you all. Thanks for everybody who super chatted. Thanks for all the likes, even though you guys didn't get me to 100, but we're gonna get that together. Like I need all the people watching in the clouds right now to like my stream. Because when I end my streams, it'd be like, oh, 500 people saw this, but I only have like 80 likes. So we need to
Mm-hmm.
change that. We need you guys in the cloud to hit the like button, please. If you
Please.
really like our content, hit the like button.
Exactly. Y'all don't understand. You know why? You know why Melody deserves for you to hit the like button? Because Melody has to get up for work in like 3 hours. Okay. And yes, she is here because she knows that a bunch of y'all cannot make it at no 7 o'clock. Okay. And so she's here anyway, giving you quality content. Okay. So she
We are
deserves
giving
y'all.
you.
Well,
We
yeah, but
both are giving them.
we all know I would still be here at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm
Yeah.
saying that Melody specifically deserves y'all's likes because you know what? I'm telling you, if it was me, Ruby's sleeping, okay, y'all? Deuces,
Mhm.
right? But she loves y'all that much, so y'all need to love her back, okay? Smash that like button, or or you could smash the like button because Ruby's been here for the majority of the last 5 weeks, despite being basically pseudo homeless. So there's that too. Just say,
Right. We both are making sacrifices for you
right?
guys. Just for
saying.
you, just to give y'all entertainment, so the like button. That's the least you can do. The like
Exactly. Likes
button.
are free, y'all. Likes are free.
It's
It'll be
free.
fine.
Right, but thank you so much, everybody, for coming. I will be going live tomorrow night. I will be talking about Black women in customer service. So come and check
Ooh,
that out. Yeah.
that's gonna be good.
Oh, it's gonna be great. Are you gonna come on?
I will try. It depends on what time y'all are there too, because I'm finally going to meet my nephew for the first time tomorrow,
Oh,
amongst other
yeah.
things. And then we're moving on Thursday. So I don't know, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
Yeah, if you can, just stop by. But it's gonna be an interesting conversation.
Oh, for sure.
So come on up and see you guys later. Thanks
All
for
right.
coming. Good night.
All right. Good night. Cheers, y'all.
Cheers.